Chapter 351 Reproduce the Kaleidoscope. The fire escape still exists, close at hand, and Yufeng has no choice but to gather chakra on his hands and take the remaining fire escape. Abruptly, the flame dissipated, and bursts of white smoke rose from Yufeng's hands. Even after the scorching fire has been consumed twice, Yufeng still feels soreness in his hands. Fortunately, there is not much impact. It's terrible. It's rumored that Uchiha Madara has extremely high accomplishments in fire done. It seems that this rumor is not exaggerated at all. It is not an exaggeration to call him the first person in fire done, and this is only Uchiha Madara's possession, the most inconspicuous of the skills. Yufeng muttered to himself. A shadow was cast in his heart. Too strong. Just to fight. Yufeng felt that this was a difficult opponent to defeat. Even if the other party seems to be very old, those withered hands still contained extremely terrifying power. Oh, it was blocked. It's really commendable. There were not many people who could survive under my fire escape. Madara smiled. A trace of appreciation appeared on his face, but it was more playful. It's like a hunter who has found interesting prey, with a cat and mouse mentality. After years of silence, Madara is indeed a little boring. If it was changed, I am afraid that the killer would have been the first time. It is an honor for me to be praised by Shura in the ninja world, but I am afraid it is not so easy to want my eyes. Yufeng whispered. Oh, it depends on how good you are, but unfortunately, no one in this world can make me interested except for the pillars. Ban chuckled softly. Just when he said this sentence, a figure suddenly appeared in Madden's mind. That short-lived character. Silver white hair, white imperial robe. Teacher Yinshai, I haven't seen you since that time. I don't know if you will support my ideal today. Only Madara shook his head. After all these years, he was almost dead. Not to mention Teacher Yinshai. That person should have passed away long ago. After suppressing the thought that had suddenly appeared in his heart, Madara looked at Yufeng again. Yufeng and Madara's expression suddenly changed a bit before, and then returned to its original state, feeling a little strange. It seems that if you want to escape this time, you have to fight to the death. Yufeng whispered to himself, took out a handful of kunai, and held it in his hand. Do you want to fight for your life? In my eyes, even if you fight for your life, you won't have more weight than an ant. Spotted coldly said. That's not necessarily. Under these eyes, even you can't handle it easily. As soon as Yufeng's voice fell, the scarlet writing wheel changed strangely. The original three black jades swiftly turned, and then they joined end to end, turning into a triangular jade shape. Madara saw this slightly moved, and said, this is ... kaleidoscope writing round eyes. The weird patterns, the surprising pupil power, all of this shows that Yufeng's eyes are at the highest level of the Uchiha clan's independent evolution of the Shawanyan, the kaleidoscope Shawanyan. Yufeng's expression was solemn, and the arrival of these eyes was not something to be happy about. After witnessing the death of his wife, Yufeng opened the kaleidoscope of evil eyes. Since Yufeng opened his eyes, he has never used it in front of anyone, so no one knows about it except himself. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Yufeng knows what it means to write round eyes in a kaleidoscope, so if anyone knows it, it is not a good thing for him. After a moment of surprise, Madara returned to normal, and then he smiled. What a funny junior. I didn't expect that after Iron Senna, the Uchiha clan still has someone who can open the kaleidoscope to write the wheel. You who got this power, it's really touching my heart. Come on, do it. Let me take a good look at what kind of power your kaleidoscope has, and what kind of aura you have. Madara, who had originally held a joking mentality, was a little serious at this time. It was not that Yufeng's strength had made him feel jealous, but because those eyes made Madara feel curious. This is the third pair of kaleidoscope writing round eyes in the world, and Madara is naturally interested in it. Yufeng squeezed Kiwa's right hand and saw a little sweat. When facing the legend of the ninja world alone, Yu Feng knew the real reason why the legend was a legend. Powerful. One word sums it all up. Yu Feng knew that the odds he could win at this time was the ability of his eyes. Without understanding the ability of one's eyes, even Madara would have difficulty coping with it. Yu Feng made up his mind secretly in his heart, and the silent atmosphere was broken in an instant. Yu Feng shot it. The Q-Wu from the right hand shot out, and then his hands were inserted into the ninja bag. Numerous shurikens appeared instantly and shot out at the same time. Hands not printing. The shuriken shadow clone technique. As soon as the number of shurikens changed to 10, a rain of shurikens instantly formed. Oh, interesting ninjutsu. Not enough, not enough, Madara commented, and his hands were not idle. After quickly forming the seal, he lightly shouted, "Mu done." Mu ding bai. Only the tinkling sound was heard, and all the shurikens were blocked by the semicircular wooden wall. The defensive ability of the wooden ingot wall is much stronger than that of the earth formation wall. After the pillars, only Madara could use this wooden escape so well. Yukes was not overly surprised when he saw this. This level of ninjutsu was fine for ordinary people, but it would obviously not have much effect on Uchiha Madara. However, Yu Feng's offensive has just begun at this time. Fight shuriken. Countless steel wires began to dance in Yu Feng's hands. The shurikens originally nailed to the wall of the wooden ingot began to tremble. In an instant, the shurikens flicked. The Kuma that Yu Feng threw out first was pulled by one of them, and a big whirling impact was formed in an instant, knocking all the shurikens back and forth. The shuriken circumscribes the wooden ingot wall in a circular arc, and once again forms the shuriken rain toward Uchiha's spot behind the wooden ingot wall. All this is a long story, but it happened only in a moment. Ban was slightly startled, watching the rain of shurikens all over the sky, and re-evaluated without any haste. Interesting. Use the wire and the previously issued kunai to perform the second operation of the shuriken. Great shuriken manipulation, but no matter how good the shuriken is, it's just a trail after all. Seeing that shuriken was about to shoot into his body, Madara stretched out his hands. Boom! The terrifying repulsion spread from Madara's body, and the shurikens bounced away completely. Only at this time Madan yelled softly, "Shenluo Danzing." Chapter 352 Unknown ability. What kind of ninjutsu is this? How could this be? Yu Feng was surprised, taking the self as the center, radiating terrifying repulsion to the surroundings, but in an instant, all the shurikens were bounced away. This is simply perfect defense. Are you surprised? I really should be surprised. Such a wonderful ninjutsu. Even when I first saw it, I was surprised. Madara started talking to himself again, completely ignoring that others couldn't stand it. However, Yu Feng didn't bother seeing the rise of Madara speaking. It is not a bad thing to learn more about the other side's ninjutsu characteristics. This is the power of God's eye. You will feel that terrifying power. Under this power, you are only qualified to tremble. Ban said softly. There is no slight frivolity in the words, but it makes people feel unparalleled overbearing. The horrible pupil technique that has never been seen is worthy of being the first reincarnation eye of the three pupil techniques. I don't know my kaleidoscope ability Uchiha Madara, but I also don't know his kaleidoscope ability, not to mention that he still there is the eye of reincarnation. It seems that the situation is very bad. Yu Feng secretly said in his heart. Although your shuriken skills are good, for me, it's still far behind. Go on with your performance, otherwise, you won't have any chance. Madara looked at Yu Feng with indifferent expression. Dude's sweat slipped from Yu Feng's cheeks. Even if he had already fought for a long time, Yu Feng was still a little nervous. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, Yu Feng knew that he would definitely die if he continued like this. How could the desperate determination just mentioned be overwhelmed by the momentum? Everything has just begun. Yu Feng said. The pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels began to rotate rapidly. Oh? Do you want to use the power of the kaleidoscope? Interesting. Madara whispered, looking quite expectant. He is really lonely. Yu Feng rushed out with a vigorous step, and at the same time a kunai appeared in his hand. Q-Wu draws out, Madara flashes lightly, Yufeng's backhand is another blow. Madara stretches out his left hand and gently blocks, and whispered, although his skill is good, it is not enough. Yufeng ignored Ma's words, raised his right foot and kicked Ma's chest. I said, it's not enough. Ban King shouted. However, in the next second, Yufeng kicked Madara's chest firmly with his feet, and at the same time, Kyu took advantage of the trend and inserted Madara's eyes. Madara was taken aback. Before he knew how Yufeng's kick hit him, he faced the life-threatening kunai. Without hesitation, Madara yelled softly again, Shenluo dancing. In an instant, a powerful repulsive force appeared again, and once again Yufeng connected Kyu to be knocked into the air, and landed in the distance. Yufeng fell to the ground and covered his chest, and the force made his blood surge, which was very uncomfortable. Damn it, it was almost a failure. I didn't expect it to be a failure, Yufeng secretly said in his heart. Madara recalled the scene that had just happened a little strangely. He obviously wanted to avoid Yufeng's flying feet, but why did he bump into it all of a sudden? It seems to appear in an instant. Is it space ninjutsu? No, it seems that there is no room for fluctuations. Madara was puzzled, looked at Yufeng who was lying down not far away, and said, it's really an interesting ability. It was almost careless for a while. Is this your ability to write round eyes in a kaleidoscope? Yufeng turned a deaf ear, and didn't mean to answer Madara's question at all. Oh? Don't tell me. When I get your eyes, I can naturally figure out this ability. Then, what kind of moves do you plan to use next? Shuimao, who was on the way, felt the anxiety in his heart getting heavier and he couldn't help but frown. Looking at the unknown front, he suddenly felt a sense of depression. This is the feeling that Shuimao hasn't reappeared since he mastered the sword technique. What kind of enemy did Yufeng encounter? Shuimao whispered, and then chakra rioted again, and Shunbu became faster. Similarly, Kakashi, who was rushing to the battlefield, looked a little strange in the distance. This feeling is a bit familiar, is it him? Kakashi had some guesses in his heart. If it is really that person, I am afraid it will become very troublesome. Anyway, go and see. After Kakashi finished speaking, chakra rioted at his feet. Father and son, in this chaotic time and space, made the same choice. After a fierce battle, Yufeng knelt on the ground, panting heavily, his hands full of blood. Is it just like this? That would disappoint me too much, Ban said softly. Yufeng gritted his teeth and felt this powerless feeling for the first time. He used all kinds of moves, but it didn't have any effect on the person in front of him. A so-called Shenluo dancing made Yufeng helpless. No, there is no absolutely invincible ninjutsu. No matter how strong ninjutsu is, there are weaknesses, Yufeng secretly said in his heart, and quickly recalled what had just happened in his mind. It's time. Launch time. This ninjutsu absolutely cannot be launched all the time, so what I have to do is to seize this gap. Yufeng thought of this, and rekindled his fighting spirit. Oh, this kind of fighting spirit is still commendable, but in my opinion, this is just a dying struggle, Ban said with a light smile. Even if it is a dying struggle, I will never make you happy. Yufeng snorted softly, and immediately printed on both hands, Eden, the technique of double dragon bombing. Pressing his hands on the ground, 2 earth dragons surged from both sides of Madden in an instant, with scarlet eyes that looked mighty. Mixed with a slight dragon roar, he rushed towards Madara. A boring struggle. Stretching out his hands, Shenluo dancing launched again, and the earth dragon was scattered by a single blow. When Yufeng saw this, he was not surprised and rejoiced, and secretly said, it's now. When the instantaneous technique was activated, Yufeng appeared in front of Madara's eyes. At the same time, the kaleidoscope pattern in the right eye kept turning, and blood flowed. The green light, with a soft drink, Madara only felt a flower in front of her, and instantly sank into the illusion. Illusion? Naive. Even the illusion of kaleidoscope writing round eyes does not have much effect on me, Ban Leng said. But immediately, a person who made Madara's mind excited appeared in front of Madara's eyes. Long black hair, handsome face. Brother, how did you become like this? Familiar voices, Familiar silhouettes. Madara's heart beats Furuibo. Senna. Madara whispered softly, revealing endless nostalgia. Outside the illusion, Yufeng covered his bleeding right eye and whispered, the pupil power consumed by this magical blue light is too great, and the line of sight has become blurred in an instant, but fortunately, he finally succeeded. Looking at Madara's dull face, Yufeng once again drew out kunai, and slashed towards Madara's neck mercilessly. Chapter 353 Life and Death. The Blue Lamp. The Yufeng kaleidoscope writes the unique illusion of round eyes. According to the memory of the person being operated on, it can be transformed into the person whom the other party misses most. Has all the characteristics of the person in his memory, no different. Preparatively speaking, this is an illusion based on the memory of the other party. The high level of authenticity is equivalent to that person is living in front of your eyes. At this moment, Madara faced such a living Senna. Illusory Senna has all Madara's impression of Senna, so this Senna is like the original Senna resurrected. It is precisely because of this that Madara was stunned for a while. Madara knew this was an illusion, but this real feeling made Madara couldn't bear to break it for a while. Senna's death may be the deepest scar in Madara's heart. It was also Senna's death that made Madara disgusted with the fate of the Uchiha clan and moved on the path of continuous blackening. The eternal kaleidoscope of writing round eyes requires the transplantation and fusion of the eyes of close relatives to unlock it. What an ironic condition. Therefore, when Madara learned about the unlimited monthly reading recorded on the stone tablet, he did not hesitate to decide to implement this plan, because he was tired. Tired of the ugly evolutionary process of the Uchiha clan, but also for the beautiful world recorded in the infinite monthly reading. Unlimited monthly reading is the only way to save the Uchiha clan and this ninja world. It's just that Madara didn't know that the truth he called was actually just a conspiracy after Haikyuu revised it. Madara's face showed a long-lost genial smile. Talking with Senna in the illusion. Everything seems to be yesterday. Madara seemed to have regained his youth at this time, and followed Senna to experience the growth of the two. I also experienced Senna's death again. Madara felt the powerlessness again, the feeling that made him hate. The illusion seemed to be a reincarnation, and after the darkness, Senna appeared again. The experience repeats itself again. Kingsing Deng. Tell you these familiar stories one by one. But if you have gone through 100 rebirths and haven't woken up yet, you will undoubtedly die. There are lights on the Kinking pedestrian road, and the body is cold without waking up for 100 times. Yufeng didn't know everything in the environment. At this time, he had already grasped kunai and severely chopped off towards Madara's neck. He didn't know if Okakuto could completely bury Uchiha Madara, so it was the best way to kill Uchiha Madara while he was still awake. With this blow, let me cut the chains of fate. Yufeng let out a low growl, exploding with unprecedented speed. Kyuwu is near. Closer. The cold blade was already attached to Madara's neck, and Yufeng's face was filled with joy. But at this time, a withered right hand tightly grasped Yufeng's right hand holding Kyuwu. Immediately, he exerted a slight force, and only heard a click. Yufeng's right hand pained, and Kyuutai fell to the ground. The diffuseness in Madara's eyes had all faded at this time, and Yufeng was directly thrown away with a flick of his right hand. Pulling the distance away, Yufeng clearly saw that there was a trace of blood under Madara's neck. Kyuwu only needed to advance 1 centimeter to open his trachea and end his life. But unfortunately, it fell short in the end. It's really an interesting illusion. I should thank you, Yufeng, for allowing me to relive those good times. In return, let me give you the most shocking death. Madara said. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Yufeng shouted badly. In the next second, Madden's hands were sealed, and he sighed softly. Fire escape. The technique of Long Yan singing. The flames of the 4 dragon heads flew out of Madara's mouth instantly, blasting towards Yufeng from 4 directions respectively. Damn. The direction of avoidance is blocked, and I can't avoid it at all. Seeing the flame of the dragon head close at hand, Yufeng closed his eyes. Oh? Do you want to use that trick? Madara said softly. In the next second, Yu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, the weird pattern kept turning, and blood flowed instantly. Susanoo can be. The white chakra instantly wrapped Yu Feng's body, and when he took a closer look, it was the upper body of a skeleton. Suzuo Nenu. The ultimate meaning of the kaleidoscope writing wheel lies. The third power that can only be unlocked by opening a pair of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, is called the power of the gods. During the Warring States period, it was known as the horrible pupil technique that was hard to escape from. Boom! The flames of the 4 dragon heads bombarded the white Susanoo, but did not touch it. It's really nostalgic ninjutsu. I didn't expect you to be able to activate the power of Suzuo. In this case, maybe it can make me more enjoyable. After Madara finished speaking, a blue chakra instantly enveloped his body, and then the almost identical skeleton wrapped Madara's whole body. Unlike Madara's relaxed freehand brushwork, Yu Feng was panting heavily at this time. The pain in his eyes made him almost unable to open his eyes, and what was even more terrifying was the tremendous pressure on his body after opening Suzuo Nenu. The pain is indescribable. Damn, if this goes on, I'll faint with pain before Uchiha Madara is killed. Yu Feng whispered. Seeing Yu Feng motionless, Madara said, "It seems that you haven't adapted to this Susanoo. It hurts, right? It's so easy for Susanoo, who is called the power of God, to be able to show it. Let me teach you carefully how to use this Suzuo." Madara's hands clasped together, the blue skeleton grew flesh and blood, and put on armor, looking like a majestic soldier. Yu Feng stared at everything in front of him in a daze. The full version of Suzuo was really too shocked. Then, "The game is over, your eyes, I will take it." Susanoo drew out the double knives, and Madara lightly shouted, "Susanoo." The dance of the 2 swords. The blue giant blade slashed towards Yu Feng's immature Susanoo. Yu Feng's pupils shrank, and he felt the threat of death, biting his lip tightly. Blood spilled out instantly, his eyes widened, and the output of pupil power instantly increased. The original white skeleton also grew flesh and blood. But it's not enough. Madara's Susa long sword has already slashed on Yu Feng's Susa. Click. Yu Feng's Suzuo was instantly crushed and turned into a bubble. The long knife was cast unabated and inserted into Yu Feng's abdomen. That wide long knife almost traversed Yu Feng's entire abdomen. Yu Feng's pupils shrank, and blood rushed out uncontrollably. What? The severe pain spread throughout Yu Feng's body. Madara relieved Susanoo, standing on a boulder, looking at Yu Feng coldly. "It seems you can only stop here." Yu Feng looked at Uchiha Madara, his eyes full of unwillingness. "Nice look, it's a pity, now these eyes belong to me." Ma said, slowly approaching Yu Feng's side, stretched out his right hand, and wanted to take out Yu Feng's eyes. At this moment, Madara suddenly stopped and looked at a place where someone was coming. Swordsmanship, profound meaning. Cut the air. King Shan's giant blade rose instantly and slashed towards Ma. Madara was taken aback. Although all the energy just now was put on Yu Feng's body, there was someone who was able to run to a place so close to him. This person is not easy. After a momentary pause, Madara got up and walked away. With this knife going down, without any precautions, even Madara was choking. Boom! With a loud noise, a gully more than 1 meter wide appeared in front of him instantly. The sky was full of smoke and dust. "Not good!" Madara exclaimed and jumped to the place where Yu Feng was originally, but it was empty there, and the people had long since disappeared. "Damn it! How dare you rob someone in front of me?" The anger in Madara's heart suddenly rushed up, and the terrifying perception was released in an instant. "Huh? Actually not here? How could it be possible?" Madara was surprised. With his range of perception, how could the other party escape in an instant? "Is it space ninjutsu?" Madara said softly. "HMPH, what about space ninjutsu? Do you think you can run?" The reincarnation eyes of both eyes faded away in an instant, revealing the scarlet kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Moments later, Madara seemed to have identified a certain position, and then disappeared in place. Chapter 354. Interest in the cave. Yu Feng was covered with blood and his face was pale. The faint flame was beating, giving the dark cave a gleam of light. but the flame was as weak as it would go out at any time. Kakashi gently leaned Yufeng's body against the stone wall and sighed. Kakashi did not expect that it would be Uchiha Madara who killed Yufeng in the end. Shouldn't Madara at this time hide in the dark underground? How come out? Looking at Yufeng's airy appearance, Kakashi knew that Yufeng's life was about to come to an end. Susanoo's broadsword traversed the entire abdomen, and the internal organs had been completely shattered. Even if the future Tsunade came here, it would be an uncurable ending. Death is doomed. Even if Yufeng opened the kaleidoscope to right round eyes, the fate of death could not be changed. Suddenly, Yufeng vomited blood out, and the person woke up from the coma. It just looks like a flashback in every way. Yufeng opened his eyes, looked at the silver-white figure in front of him, and subconsciously called, Suo Mao. Kakashi raised his head, met Yufeng's eyes, and said, "Sorry, it's me." Yufeng was taken aback for a moment. Although the person in front of him was somewhat similar to Suo Mao, he was younger than Suo Mao. This face is him. Sure enough, he came anyway. "Is it you, Kakashi? I didn't expect to see you again, as before. It seems that you are right. I am destined to die in this year." Yufeng smiled miserably. Kakashi felt a little guilty when he heard that. If he did a little more, he might be able to change the ending. "Sorry, if not." Kakashi was interrupted by Yufeng when he was halfway talking. "You don't need to apologize. I understand your difficulties. This fate is so easy to change. I failed, but I hope you can change everything. Uchiha Madara is too terrifying. He who has the eyes of reincarnation, compared with the myth of decades ago, is even stronger." Yufeng coughed a few times as he spoke. "Senior Yufeng, your situation is very bad now. Is there anything I can do for you?" Kakashi said. Yufeng shook his head and said, "No, I know my body." Uchiha Madara's blow hit the dead hand, and he is powerless. Tsukumo is still on the battlefield. He should have won. If it's convenient for you, take my body back. I want to bury it in Konoha's land. This is not my home after all. "I will." Kakashi nodded heavily, looking at the face that was somewhat similar to the soil in front of him. For a moment he didn't know what to do. Yufeng said, raised his right hand, dug out his eyes without hesitation, and handed it to Kakashi, as if they weren't his eyes at all, but a decoration. "Take it." I was unwilling to hand over these eyes more than 10 years ago, thinking that I could change this destiny. Unfortunately, my destiny has been tricked by others. Up to now, it has proved my powerlessness. Although I am unwilling, I can recognize it. These eyes are entrusted to you, just like the future entrusted to you with the earth. Promise me, use these eyes to save the earth. Don't let him be teased by this ruthless fate. And, I also want to see him again in the future. Looking at the pair of writing wheels, the purpose of this trip has been achieved, but Kakashi is not half happy. Seeing Kakashi didn't understand, Yufeng smiled and said, "What's wrong? What else is there to hesitate? This is your purpose, isn't it?" "Senior Yufeng, I don't know if I came here through time, whether it was right or wrong. Originally, I only wanted to take your eyes away, but too many accidents happened." "Kakashi, there is no retreat for the path you have chosen. Firm your beliefs and go forward indefinitely to save the person you want to save. Hesitation will only make the long knife in your hand dull. Remember, it's impossible to do great things without sacrifice. As long as you don't let the sacrifices go in vain, then all this is worth it. Let go and do it." Looking at Yufeng with a smile on his face, Kakashi took the pair of shalunion, and didn't know where he took out a bottle full of solution, and put shalunion in it. "Senior Yufeng, sorry," Kakashi whispered. Hee, nothing, just a pair of eyes." "I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have a chance to see you with dirt." "Kakashi, please." Yufeng's tone was a bit of relief, and there was still some expectation. Kakashi solemnly said, "Senior Yufeng, I promise you that I will pull the soil out of the darkness. Let him face the world again." Upon hearing this, Yufeng smiled again, but the blood on his face was gone. and the effect of returning to the light seemed to have passed the time limit. I believe you. After all. You are Shuma's. Son. Yufeng said the last sentence intermittently and swallowed his last breath. In the next moment, Yufeng's breath had completely disappeared. Only a smile remained at the corner of Yufeng's mouth. Seeing Yufeng, who was already a corpse in front of him, Kakashi felt extremely heavy. Kakashi told Yufeng about his fate. He tried to change it, but unfortunately, he failed in the end. What about yourself? Can you change by yourself, or is it a weak ending in the end? Kakashi didn't know. All he could do was try his best to change, as he did before. Suddenly it rained outside, just like in the country of rain. No one cares, because this is a trivial thing that couldn't be more common in the country of rain. This is a rainy country. However, Shuamao, who was running wild in the forest, stopped abruptly, standing on the branch of a big tree, motionless. Standing in the rain, Shuamao didn't know why, and a sorrow surged from the bottom of his heart. The rain fell on Shuamao's hair, dripping down the tips of the hair. The rain flowed through the eyes and slipped from the corners of the eyes. Yufeng. Don't you? Shuamao whispered softly. The silent figure didn't move. It seemed that the person who was desperately rushing was not the same as him. Shuamao seemed to feel someone tapping his shoulder lightly, saying goodbye to him. Yufeng, is this the fate you call it? Shuamao muttered to himself, looking up at the sky. Really? Have you made such a choice? And in the sky, Yufeng's smiling face seemed to appear. He seemed to be talking softly. Shuamao, sorry, I have to go one step ahead. It rained even more urgently, so that Shuamao's face was full of falling rain. Chapter 355. Goodbye Uchiha Madara. While the rain was still falling, Kakashi sent Yufeng's corpse to Konoha's residence without knowing it. When the Konoha ninja who stayed behind discovered the corpse, it naturally caused an uproar. No one knows who sent the corpse, but everyone knows that this person is Uchiha Mikase. It was Uchiha Mikase who went to the back of Sagama in the morning to perform a mission. When Shuamao came back, he naturally saw this corpse. Looking at those lost A's, Shuamao seemed to understand something. A battle report was sent out from Konoha Station. After the third generation of Hokage received the information, they were shocked. Originally, they wanted Jiraiya and the three to leave later, but now it seems that they must catch up as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation is worrying. So the three set out on their journey to the country of rain. The war continues. Kakashi sent Yufeng's body back to Konoha, and planned to go to Dragon Vein and return to his own time and space. Yufeng's eyes have been obtained, and he has lost meaning if he stays. Kakashi's heart moved. He wanted to use the technique of the Thunder God to go to the dragon vessel, but it failed unexpectedly. What happened? Kakashi was shocked. This was the first time he failed to use it after he learned how to fly Thunder God. Are you surprised? It seems that I was right. You are really using space ninjutsu. An indifferent voice came from the front. Kakashi was taken aback and saw the figure. Pale hair, dry face, and those strange reincarnation eyes. Uchiha Madara. Why is he here? Kakashi's complexion is a bit solemn. This is the person he doesn't want to face the most since he has traveled. Although Madara was old at this time, the horror power brought by the pair of reincarnation eyes was still not to be underestimated. Yufeng was still easily killed with a pair of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, showing its power. And when Madara saw Kakashi's face clearly, it was like seeing something that shouldn't be seen, and his expression was unspeakable. You, how could it be you? Madara was horrified. This face, this feeling, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this person. This person is himself and the former master of Zujian. Teacher Yinshai. Kakashi restrained his emotions and said with a chuckle, Bara, long time no see. It's really you. Teacher Yinshai. How could it be? Are you still alive? How could you still be like this? Ban shocked. Mara, this is just a little trick, Kakashi said softly. Madara's mood gradually calmed down. There are tens of thousands of ninjutsu in this world, and there are one or two types that can keep youth forever. It doesn't seem surprising. I should have thought of it long ago. Except for the guy in the Senzu Shunjian, only Jinshishi can know space ninjutsu. Madara whispered. Bara, haven't seen you for so many years. You seem to be heading in the wrong path, Kakashi said. Wrong? Teacher Yinshai. The dream we said at the beginning was wrong. Like Zujian, are you still insisting on such a ridiculous dream? I have mastered the truth of this world. Only I can bring it to you. There is real peace in this world. Ban said frantically. Bruh, you are too confident, Kakashi whispered. Too confident? Teacher Yinshai, have you seen it? These eyes. Having these eyes means that I am correct. Madara pointed to her reincarnation eyes, as if showing off her achievements. Is that why you transplanted the cells between the pillars on yourself? Madara was taken aback. Apparently he didn't expect Kakashi to even know such things. Teacher Yinshai, it seems that although you haven't haunted the shinobi realm these years, you know everything about me and Zujian. Who are you? Madara's eyes were full of cold, staring at Kakashi closely. Mara, you really are different from before. Kakashi did not answer, but sighed. I was only 10 years old that year. People will always grow up, and those naive dreams will also be abandoned. People always have to face reality. Teacher Yinshai, if you still look at me with the original eyes, I am afraid I am sorry. Years of growth. Perhaps, I just feel a little sad to see you like this. Once you were a sunny and hot-blooded young man, now you are hiding in the shadow of the sun, disturbing the situation. Is it really good to be alone? A trace of loneliness flashed in Madara's eyes, but he quickly converged. He is the Shura of the ninja world. This kind of emotion shouldn't appear in him. Ha ha ha. Teacher Yinshai, you are still saying such naive things to me now. And sure enough, you are as naive as the guy between the pillars. I will bring new life to the world. For this, I can do anything. Sacrifice. Kakashi shook his head. At this moment, Madara believed in what was said on the steel and couldn't hear what Kakashi said. Kakashi wanted to tell Madara the truth, but he couldn't. I told Madara that everything will develop in an unpredictable direction, and the trajectory of future generations for decades may be changed as a result. Kakashi cannot afford to lose this bet. What's more, after telling Madara, Hige is still and all tragedies will repeat itself. Hige will not show up, everything is in vain. While Kakashi was thinking about this, Madara's gaze projected again. Teacher Jintoki, please hand over Uchiha Yuka's eyes. Although I don't know what you use for holding these eyes, for me, these eyes are still useful. You can't leave them to the teacher. Please teacher, don't hinder my plan. Kakashi tensed, and stared at Madara without showing any weakness, and said, what if I say no? Madara clenched his fists and said, Teacher Yinshai, although it's been a long time since we meet again, I won't be merciful if you stop my plan. With that said, this battle is inevitable. Kakashi sighed. It seems that Mr. Yinshai, you have chosen the most undesirable path. No matter what, let me see the real strength of Mr. Yinshai. How strong are you, who once made me look forward to so much? Madara said with a look of excitement. Kakashi glanced around, observing the strangeness around him. The Flying Thunder God technique cannot fail for no reason. So there is only one reason for the failure, and that is that the hands and feet have been moved here. If you want to leave here, you have to break this imprisonment. Otherwise, facing such a spot, Kakashi doesn't have much confidence to escape. Seems to have discovered Kakashi's little movements, and Madara smiled and said, Teacher Yinshai, don't bother in vain. The space in this piece is locked by my pupil technique. Your spatial ninjutsu is invalid. Back then, to deal with it, I have worked the thousand-handed thunder god's art. Kakashi's pupils shrank and looked at Madara. Unexpectedly, Madara had the ability to confine space. Madara continued to talk to himself. At the beginning, Kaien Zujian would die under the siege of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn and couldn't escape. because I can find the space there with the writing wheel. At that time I just researched this ninjutsu. I didn't expect to succeed unexpectedly. It's ridiculous that Kien Zujian didn't know why I couldn't use the Thunder God technique when I died. As the murderer who killed Senna, Madara's hatred for Senji Kama is definitely not small. Only with thousands of hands with the art of flying Thunder God, Madara didn't have the confidence to kill him. After all, the door is not a weak hand, Fushin is in hand, and he has a chance to escape. Therefore, Madara developed the ninjutsu that confines the space. Unexpectedly, the second time it will be used on Kakashi's body. Chapter 356 Kakashi vs Madara. Kakashi heard the words and understood why the Flying Thunder God's art suddenly failed. No wonder the second generation of Hokage would die in the hands of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. It was originally an incredible thing that the second generation of Hokage who possessed the art of Flying Thunder God would be besieged to death. If its squirming hands and feet, it might be able to explain it. Kakashi didn't hesitate anymore, and Qianting held it with his right hand stretched out. A long sword. I didn't have the opportunity to see Master Yin Shi's sword skills. It's an honor to see it today. As Ma said, he also took out his weapon. The Homura fan, also known as the Uchiha fan, is said to be made from the branches of the sacred tree. It is a treasure handed down from generation to generation by the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi held the knife in one hand, Madara held the Yanshin fan, and the atmosphere condensed for a while. Madara is a little excited. As his former teacher, Madara has an inexplicable affection for Kakashi. He also wanted to find Kakashi in the past, but there was no news when he traveled through the ninja world. I didn't expect to meet again in my old age. Kakashi's expression is a bit solemn. Although Madara is old at this time, he has interpillar cells and reincarnation eyes. Under the circumstances, even if it is not as good as the strength that he possessed in the Valley of the End, I am afraid that he has 7 to 8 points. In the face of such a spot, Kakashi did not dare to say that there was any chance of winning. Kakashi knew that this was perhaps the most terrifying opponent he had encountered so far. So, Mr. Yinchai, the game between us has begun. I wonder how far you can achieve it. Madara chuckled lightly, and rushed over while holding the Yantuan fan. With a wave of Yantuan's fan, he smashed towards Kakashi. Kakashi blocked with a horizontal knife. Ding! Yantuan fan and Qianting collided for the first time. Kakashi and Madara faced each other with unspeakable emotions in their eyes. With different ideas, the pair of masters and disciples who got along for a short time now draw their swords to each other. Teacher Yinchai, let me see your power. Bara, have you forgotten the dream we said? Kakashi whispered. Teacher Yinchai, I just said that it's just a child's dream. People are going to grow up, Madara said, with a vigorous wave of his right hand. The flame group fanned and cut into a sweep, directly throwing Kakashi out. With knots on both hands, Madara yelled in a low voice, "Fire escape! Extinguish the fire!" A huge wall of flames rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes condensed. Qianting in his hand instantly condensed a powerful thunder power. Hanmu sword technique. Moon Chong. The blue thunder crescent condensed from the blade and slashed towards the wall of flames. Draw. The huge wall of flame was instantly split by the blue thunder crescent, and the remaining power remained undiminished and flew towards the spot. This sword. Madara is a little surprised. This sword technique has a feeling of deja vu. Although puzzled, the movement in Madara's hand did not stop in the slightest. He grabbed the Yantuan fan with his right hand, attached chakra to it, swiped it gently, and hit the blue crescent. Uchiha rebounds. With a soft drink. The blue crescent moon seemed to have been absorbed by the flame ball fan, and then shot from the flame ball fan exactly the same attack as the blue crescent moon just now. Seeing the flying thunder and crescent moon, Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and then he dodged and dodged the offensive. This is The Flagwood sword technique. The Flagwood clan said that their sword technique was taught by a mysterious person. Now it seems that this person is the Yinshai teacher. It's interesting. I don't know why the Yinshai teacher is against the flag. How can people of the Mu clan take care of it? Madara asked with interest. Kakashi said calmly, "It's just a whim." On a whim? Interesting. Teacher Yinshai still does things so casually. Was it also a whim when I accepted me and Zhujian as a disciple? Madara asked. Indeed, originally I didn't intend to accept disciples, but the sincerity between the pillars made me unable to refuse. Kakashi whispered. Yeah, the pillars were really silly at the time, and there was no doubt about teacher Yinshai. He was just a stranger passing by. Ban sighed, seeming to recall that period of time. Emotions flashed, and Madara turned his eyes to Kakashi again, and said, "Jinshai Zensai, do your best. Otherwise, you won't be able to beat me like this. I won't be merciful." As Ma said, the aura on his body suddenly erupted, like an erupting volcano, which seemed extremely depressing. Kakashi's expression became more solemn. Indeed, facing such an enemy, such temptations became somewhat useless. Put your hands together. A surging natural energy emerges instantly. Fairy mode. The red-eye shadow climbed onto Kakashi's face, and for a while, the momentum suddenly turned several times. The fairy pattern. The same fairy pattern as the pillars. It turns out that the fairy pattern of the pillars was learned from teacher Yinshai. Ha ha. Madara chuckled, but a resentment surged in his heart. Why did he teach the pillars? But didn't teach yourself? Kakashi held Kianting again and said, I didn't teach the fairy mode between the pillars, I just went to the wet bone forest with the pillars. So that's it. Ban heard the words, and the injustice in his heart eased slightly. The fairy mode has exerted tremendous power in the hands of Zhujian, but I don't know what it is like in the hands of the teacher. Try it, and then you'll know. Right on my mind. Madara wielded the Yantuan fan and attacked again, slashing and slashing at an incredibly fast speed. Kakashi is not in a hurry. In the fairy mode, the trajectory of the attack is clearly presented in Kakashi's perception. Kianting moved with his heart, turning Yantuan Fan's offensive into invisible. Ding ding ding. Kianting and Yantuan Fan touched no less than 100 times in an instant. Madara's tiptoe fell on a tree. As expected of the teacher, the physique and sword skills are so exquisite. Ban admired. Although Madara praised it, Kakashi was not half happy. Then, I will accompany the teacher to have a good time. After Madara finished speaking, he stretched his right hand towards Kakashi, and said softly, Vientiane Danian. I'm afraid the suction erupted from Madara's palm, and Kakashi only felt that a huge experience was pushing him to fly over. Not good. Kakashi cried secretly. Chakra clung to the ground to keep his figure from being sucked away, and his hands quickly became imprinted. Art Fire Escape Fireball. The fireball appeared and was instantly absorbed by the suction. The fireball flew towards Madara at a very fast speed. Madara was startled, watching the flames close at hand quickly dissipate the suction. Seal of Sealing Technique. The flame was sucked clean between Madara's hands. At this moment, Kakashi's figure appeared behind Madara instantly. In Ban's surprised eyes, Kakashi yelled softly, Thunder Dance. Chapter 357. The sky is trembling. The power of the terrifying thunder formed the image of the dragon chant, and that Kianting turned into a thunder dragon at this time, and rushed towards Madara. With the magic bonus, the originally terrifying thunder dance becomes even more amazing at this time. Madara's pupils shrank, and he stretched out his hands without hesitation. Shenluo dancing. A terrifying repulsion was formed instantly, smashing the Thunder Dragon Flow directly. At this moment, Kakashi and Thunder Dragon Flow turned into a cloud of smoke with only a bang. Shadow Clone. Ban was startled. He didn't realize that it was a shadow clone for just a moment. And at this moment, a terrifying Thunder Dragon Flow appeared in front of Madara again. It was the cold-faced Kakashi who manipulated this terrorist attack. Longyan is shaking the sky. The momentum is so great that Madara has no way to hide. Ban never expected that Kakashi would find a flaw in this moment. Dragon Yin Wu. Kakashi let out a low drink, and slashed the Thunder Dragon statue 1000 ting directly to Ban. Dragon Dance. The enhanced version of Dance of Thunder eliminates needless activation steps, and can condense the profound meaning of the sword technique of the horrible dragon flow in an instant. Kien Ting got closer and closer to Madden's body. If this knife hits, even Madara will end up with a serious injury. At the moment when Kien Ting was about to cut Madden's body, the weird blue chakra instantly wrapped Madden's body, first the skeleton, and then flesh and blood armor. Kakashi's pupils shrank, so fast Susanoo can be. Along with Madara's low drink, the armored upper body Susanoo appeared in front of her eyes. Boom! With a loud noise, Kien Ting carried the Thunder Dragon flow and slashed it on Susanoo. Susanoo, who was wrapped in spots, was directly bombarded by Kien Ting. Kakashi lightly landed on the ground, but Susanoo flew a distance of tens of meters before he could stop. Kakashi sighed secretly, but he didn't expect that the blow still had no serious injuries. Obviously, the cool-down time of Shenryuo Danzing was calculated, but he did not expect that Madara's Suzuo could actually form such a scale at this instant. A puff of smoke dissipated, and Madara's Susanoo appeared again. It's a terrific combo. First of all, I had to give up using Vientiane Sky Attract with Fire Escape, and forced the use of sealing technique to the mark, and then made that horrible swordsmanship attack in close proximity, but it was only a bluff with the shadow clone to induce me to use it. After going out of the Shenryuo Danzing, I finally grabbed the gap and used the fast sword technique. If I hadn't used Susanoo in time, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured by this time. Madara said softly, full of admiration in his words, and then looked up at Kakashi. So, Mr. Yinchai, how did you know the power of my reincarnation eye? If you make such a precise judgment in that instant, it is absolutely impossible to do this without knowing my ability in advance. Madara said, his face has become a lot more dignified. After the reincarnation eyes are opened, no one in this world except him should know the power of these eyes. But all Kakashi's attacks just now seemed to know the power of this reincarnation. This is really unimaginable. Kakashi said softly, you are not the only one who is interested in the legend of the Six Tao Immortals, Madara. Did Teacher Yinchai learn about the power of this reincarnation somewhere? Ban asked puzzled. Kakashi clenched Kien Ting tightly, without answering Ma. Faced with such a situation, Madara has acted as Kakashi's default. Otherwise, it seems impossible to explain. No matter how high Madara's wisdom is, I am afraid that there is still such a thing as crossing in this world. Interesting. I don't know to what extent Teacher Yinchai's intelligence can do. The arc of Madara's mouth began to expand, as if he had found a very interesting prey. With the seal on both hands, Madden lightly shouted, "Mu done." The tree world is here. The spotted chakra spewed out and poured into the ground, and then huge trees continued to gush out from all around. Suddenly, this place seemed to become a huge forest. Kakashi was shocked, looking at the trees in all directions. His heart was extremely heavy. Unlike the tree world that I encountered in the Zongnin exam before, the power of the tree world is even more terrifying. Just from the momentum, you can feel the huge difference that day. So, this is my home court, Teacher Yinchai. What are you going to do? The corner of Madara's mouth was gently rolled up, and his hand moved, and in an instant, trees in all directions surged towards Kakashi. It's really troublesome. Kakashi used his hands and feet together, avoiding the rushing branches. A branch flew over, and Kien Ting waved it and cut it in half. Kakashi furrowed his brows and said in secret, "That's a lot of strength." Kakashi clenched Kien Ting tightly, and there were more chakras attached to it. More and more trees flew, and Kien Ting swung faster and faster. Boom! After cutting a tree again, Kakashi felt a soreness in his right arm, swiping the knife frequently. Even with the fairy mode to relieve fatigue, he could not recover in a short time. At this moment, dozens of trees were used again. Kakashi was helpless. and the light of thunder suddenly appeared on his body. Thunder Dun's armor. The powerful thunder power instantly covered Kakashi's body, and the silver-white hair stood upright. The tree hit Kakashi's body and was instantly torn to pieces. Oh, this is Raikige's Thor armor. It's amazing that teacher Yinshai could also do it. The fairy mode and Thunder Dun's armor were on at the same time, and Kakashi only felt that the chakra in his body was rapidly consuming. If you continue at this speed, I am afraid that in less than 10 minutes, your chakra will be exhausted. No, I can't keep going like this. Madara's chakra is much richer than me. If you wear it this way, I'm afraid my chakra won't last long. Kakashi secretly said in his heart and began to figure out what to do next. Teacher Yinshai, you have brought me more and more surprises. It is getting more and more interesting. Then, let me take care of the teacher. Will you be able to resist this next trick? Where's the land? As Ma said, his hands quickly formed seals, and then his dry right hand opened to the sky. The sky is shaking the stars. The corners of Madara's mouth opened, and a witty smile appeared with it. Kakashi was taken aback, and saw that the sky turned gloomy in an instant. Immediately, a huge meteorite appeared in the sky. Kakashi was dumbfounded and said softly, This is Teacher Yinshai. Feel this boundless fear, this kind of terrifying power comparable to gods. Madara chuckled, then waved his right hand down. The terrifying boulder with a diameter of more than 100 meters fell straight towards the direction where Kakashi was. Chapter 358 Fairy Xingting Broken. The terrifying boulder covers the sky and the sun. For an instant, there seemed to be a horrible feeling of a meteorite falling to the ground. The wind pressure that the boulder was about to fall to the ground made Kakashi a little breathless. There is no escape. That terrifying volume, coupled with the falling speed and wind pressure, even Kakashi's outstanding speed, could not escape for a while. If the Flying Thunder God technique can still be used at this time, escape will be a breeze for Kakashi. But it is a pity that the space here has already been blocked by Madara. Madara's kaleidoscope ability to write round eyes, coupled with his pre-prepared technique, combined with the technique of Flying Thunder God is useless at all. The inventor of the original second-generation Hokage, the technique of the Thunder God, couldn't crack it, not to mention the fact that Kakashi, the technique of the Thunder God, has not yet reached its peak. The sky is trembling. The horrible ninjutsu that cannot be avoided. There is only one way to resist. In the original work, the 3 generations of Earth Shadow used the technique of superlight and heavy rock to successfully prevent the landing of the obstacle earthquake, but was later severely injured by the obstacle earthquake. The 3 generations of Dokage who are proficient in Dokage ninjutsu have tried their best to stop it. What about Kakashi? He doesn't know how to superlight and heavy rock. Kakashi's face was solemn. In that case, he could only be crushed directly. However, catching the boulder and breaking the boulder are 2 completely different concepts. Above the sky, Madara looked at Kakashi on the ground coldly. Teacher Yinshai, what kind of counterattack should you make in the face of such an attack? The game has just begun. Don't let me down. Madara whispered softly, that voice, except for himself, I'm afraid no one can hear it anymore. Xianzu added body, thunder protection body, but facing the terrifying boulder, Kakashi still did not have half confidence. Use power? No. With Kakashi's single lead power and his own number of chakras, such a big goal cannot be transferred. What's more, the space here is also blocked by Shinwai, which is probably useless. He even exposed the existence of his own writing round eyes. In that case, I can only try desperately. The hands are sealed, and the powerful thunder attribute chakra is condensed in the hands. Rachel. The blue thunder condensed on Kakashi's palm, and the sound of the terrifying thunder sounded. Xianzu chakra merged into it, and the originally blue thunder turned into pitch black in an instant. The black thunder keeps jumping, and it sounds like Huang Zhongdila's voice. At this time, Kakashi had no time to pay attention to that strange change. He only knew that the terrifying meteorite was already in front of him. Xianzu kept outputting, and the thunder was as black as ink. Kakashi leapt lightly, holding the black thunder in his right hand, and hitting the meteorite. Black thunder. Is it land done? No, no, there is no water attribute, just a pure thunder attribute. Chakra change. The thunder done that I have never seen before. Is it because of the addition of Xianzu chakra? After all this whispered, there was a faint expectation in his eyes. With the mighty Danshai Shaoxing, who is better than the unknown Dun that is as dark as ink? Everything will be answered in the next moment. Kakashi's eyes were staring at the meteorite that obscured the sky, and the black thunder in his right hand had been excited to the extreme. Almost all of the wet bone forest fairy technique in the curse seal was injected into it. Xianzu. Rachel. Kakashi let out a low cry, and Che, which contained the power of immortality and the power of thunder, slammed into the boulder that was about to fall. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the black thunder had plunged into the meteorite. The two, which were completely disproportionate in size, collided together, and for a while, the scene unexpectedly stagnated strangely. What? Kakashi yelled, and Chakra's output increased with his right hand. Tear. The clothes on Kakashi's right arm burst directly. No, it's not enough. If this goes on, not to mention my arms, but my whole body will be buried under this meteorite. The thought in his mind flashed. Kakashi looked at the dark wreck, and finally made a decision. Fight. Kakashi closed his eyes and mobilized the other two curse marks on his back. One silvery white, one purple, meaning Xianzu chakra from Miyama Mountain and Long Didong flooded into the black thunder on Kakashi's right hand at this moment. For a time, three different kinds of fairy magic chakras sent a powerful repulsive force. Kakashi's right hand oozes blood instantly. Be quiet. Balance. Kakashi snorted, not knowing whether he was talking to Chakra, the three great geniuses, or talking to himself. All mental powers erupted, slowly reconciling the proportions of the three celestial arts. The original violent repulsive power reached a weird balance point in an instant. I don't know if it's a coincidence. At this time, the three great fairy chakras actually showed signs of merging together. And at this moment, there was a little purple intent on the pitch-black Reichi, and a little silvery white color. The momentum of horror erupted instantly. Xianzu. Broken stars. The stagnant picture was broken in an instant, and the meteorite that had originally looked so hard, at this moment, seemed to have become a piece of paper. Tear. The thunder in Kakashi's hand is like a giant blade, directly cutting the boulder away. Countless rubble passed by Kakashi. Kakashi's figure was like a bolt of lightning, splitting the entire boulder in two. Boom. This meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters, summoned by Madara, was cut in half by Kakashi in this way. The meteorite split into two and fell on the ground. The ground was shaking, as if it was an earthquake. The black thunder in Kakashi's hand dissipated without a trace, and traces of blood slipped from Kakashi's palm. Kakashi half kneeled on the ground, panting. The red eyeshadow faded, and the thunder armor on his body also disappeared. Kakashi at this time, it seems to be the end of a powerful crossbow. Bang bang bang. There was a burst of crisp applause, and Madara landed 5 meters in front of Kakashi. Looking at the embarrassed Kakashi, Madara said, "The great thunder Dunjutsu ninjutsu can cut the star of the sky in half directly. Even if it is me, it is not easy to do this." Silver time teacher. Your strength is really not simple. You deserve to be the master of me and Zujian. Kakashi looked up at Madara's old face, panting heavily. Teacher Yinchai, according to your appearance, you should have reached the limit. Unfortunately, this game seems to be over. Then, hand over Yufeng's writing wheel eyes. Kakashi stood up slowly, adjusted his breathing evenly again, and then said, "These Shunyans carry the entrustment given to me by Yufeng. I will never hand it over." Oh, it seems that teacher Yinchai still can't understand my philosophy, and it's a pity that he wants to go against me. Madara's face was full of regret, and then a black rod appeared in his hand and threw it towards Kakashi. Chapter 359 7th, the door opened. The black stick, the product of yin-yang escape, has the power of the outside world. Once inserted into the human body, it can interfere with the operation of the chakra in the body. If the user controls it, he can even manipulate the person's actions. Kakashi was very impressed with this black stick, and naturally he wouldn't be hit by him just like that. He knew that Madara used this thing to deal with himself, and in all likelihood, he wanted to control himself to hand over Yufeng's writing wheel eyes. But until now, Kakashi will never give up Yufeng's writing wheel. The spot is too strong. With such an intuitive match, Kakashi finally realized the despair of the five shadows. The kind of despair that can do nothing about the power of terror. If there is no corresponding pair of eyes, even if it is the fusion of the three immortals, facing the heyday of Madara, I am afraid that it will not win much. Therefore, this pair of eyes has become a necessary thing. The speed of the black rod was very fast. Kakashi lifted the few chakras in his body, summoned Kienting, and slashed lightly, pushing the black rod away. Huh? There are still powerful air bombs. It seems that I underestimated you. Madara said. Two black rods appeared again in his left and right hands, and they pierced Kakashi left and right. Xianzu Chakra's powerful recovery ability made Kakashi's somewhat exhausted body begin to regain its vitality. Although Madara swayed from side to side, but it was also considered as successfully evaded. Only the tinkling sound was heard, and Kienting kept colliding with the black rod. This is also the reason why Kakashi didn't practice fairy skills to the home, otherwise, this kind of fatigue would not appear. Kakashi resisted Madara's attack while tidying up his chakra. After just using the Xianzu chakra in the three curse seals, only about a third of them were left. Although the Xianzu was powerful just now, it wasted too much extra Xianzu chakra. Kakashi was able to feel that just now, the three great immortals, chakra, under his control, had a slight fusion. He had already remembered this feeling. If he could fully grasp this feeling, the three great immortals had always wanted technical fusion may be achieved. It's just that these are things for later, and now it's important to get through the immediate difficulties first. Madara's eyes condensed suddenly, and then he kicked Kakashi in the chest. Kakashi couldn't react, and he hit the center firmly with one foot, and then Kakashi's body flew out directly, breaking three big trees before stopping. Miss Yinchai, I'm still distracted at this time, but it's a bit too much. Madara said coldly. Kakashi got up, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The blood stains on the corners of his mouth looked a bit coquettish, and Kakashi wiped it away with his hands, coldly looking at the spot not far away. Nice look, it's a pity, Teacher Yinchai, you are too weak. As Madara said, there were bursts of cold glow in the strange reincarnation eyes, and the murderous intent directly locked Kakashi. Goodbye, Teacher Yinchai, please say hello to the pillar over there. As Madara said, the black stick in his hand dashed towards Kakashi. When Kakashi saw this, his hands were sealed. Well done. Thunder tigers are all killed. A dazzling tiger rushed away from Kakashi's hand. His body grew instantly, opened his mouth in the blood basin, and rushed towards Ma. A needless struggle. Madara stretched out his right hand and chuckled softly. Seal technique is absorbed. The mighty and colorful Thunder Tiger was directly grasped by Madara with one hand, and then disappeared invisible. Kakashi's offensive was broken instantly. Seeing the black rod close in front of him, Kakashi walked away and fled again. You can't escape, Madara said, turning around and ran toward Kakashi again. Madara's instantaneous technique is as fast as Kakashi's instantaneous step. This is not the way to go. Normal ninjutsu, Madara will directly absorb it, although Xianzu chakra can't. But at this time there are not many Xianzu chakra in the curse seal. If you can't win with a single blow, I am afraid it will very troublesome. Kakashi thought of this, with a trace of determination in his eyes. I can only try this method. If it doesn't work, I'm afraid I really have to confess here today. Having said this, Kakashi suddenly assumed a strange posture. Madara was taken aback and stopped. It seems that Teacher Yinchai still has some tricks. I really look forward to it. Do you have any tricks to turn defeat into victory like this? Kakashi stared at Madara, and finally whispered, "The sixth view gate, open." 8 doors Dungeon. At the beginning of the journey, Kakashi learned the secrets of physical skills from Guy. 14 years of practice, Kakashi has also made a lot of achievements in the practice of the 8-door Dungeon. There are not many chakras on his body at this time, and it is indeed appropriate to use this body technique. Kakashi's 8-door Dungeon power is not stronger than the fairy mode, but it has an advantage, that is, there is a powerful attack that does not require chakra. Madan was startled and whispered, 8-door Dungeon? There are still people using this physical technique. It is really rare. It is surprising that Yanshi's teacher has such attainments in physical technique. Then, Yanshi, which door can teacher she open up to? 8 doors Dungeon. It is no longer possible to test who created it. Generally speaking, it was created by the second generation of Hokage or Mat Dai. However, there is not a single sentence in the whole article about the profound meaning of the second generation of the Hokage Club, so it is hard to say that it was created by the second generation of Hokage. Then there is Mat Dai. It took 20 years to master Beiman Dungeon, but he did not say that he created it himself. Let's not talk about how much physical talent the 8-gate Dungeon needs, just the body meridians and the 8 gates involved in the 8-gate Dungeon. These should be regarded as the category of medical ninjas. A 10,000 Nyanxioren will master this kind of medical knowledge, and even summarize it to summarize the mystery of Beiman Dungeon's physical skills. It is really unconvincing to say it. You must know that no matter what kind of ninjutsu is created, a wealth of theoretical knowledge is required. Only by knowing this can ninjutsu be created. Those who do not know Naruto's theoretical knowledge can create spiral shurikens because Kakashi told Naruto the theory, and the rest only needs to master this technique. The knowledge of the human body involved in the 8-door Dungeon, which opens the limits of the human body, is so complicated that a person wants to know it. Undoubtedly a fantasy. Therefore, Mat Dai should not be the founder of Beiman Dungeon. Regardless, Madara looked at the 8-door Dungeon opened by Kakashi at this time, only slightly surprised. The 6th door is not worth paying attention to for Madara. Kakashi knew this too, so without any hesitation, a force in his body directly broke through the 7th door. 7th shocking door. Open. The blue steam enveloped Kakashi's body. Oh, the 7th door? It's really amazing. This is the first time I have played against 8-door Dungeon. I don't know what kind of power it has. Madara said expectantly. Kakashi felt severe pain all over his body at this time, and his bones seemed to be shattered. It's a terrible side effect. My body made of 8-door Dungeon and thundered on armor can't bear it. I can't delay it. I reluctantly opened the 7th door. There is not much time. I have to do it as soon as possible, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and then moved his feet. In an instant, a wave of air flew out, and Kakashi hit Madara with a punch. So fast, Madara said in shock. Immediately, an iron fist banged directly at Madara. Madara immediately reacted, and the black iron rod instantly crossed in front of him, blocking the terrifying punch. Ding! When the fist and the black rod collided, there was a sound of steel clashing. Chapter 360 The Death of Kakashi. Under the shock of the door, Kakashi's speed has been improved again, and the sound of bombardment is endless. Boom! With another crisp sound, Kakashi actually punched the black stick in Madara's hand into 2 parts. Madara was startled. The next moment Kakashi's fist hit Madara's face. Boom! Madara's body flew out several tens of meters in an instant. Kakashi gasped slightly, forcibly suppressing the pain in his body, and whispered, "Time is running out." Spot fell on the ground, smashing a deep hole. Bruises appeared on his dry face, and blood leaked from the corners of his mouth. It's an amazing physique. It can actually do this step. Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With an excited smile on his face, he looked at Kakashi. "Teacher Yanshi, you really brought me a lot of surprises," Ban said with a light smile. Kakashi stopped talking nonsense, and formed a weird seal with both hands, rushing towards Madara. Huh? Is it here again? Madara's expression was slightly solemn, and Kakashi's speed became even faster than before. The blue steam continued to rise, and the original pain seemed to disappear in an instant. But Kakashi knew that these were short-lived, and after this period of time passed, the sequelae of horror would erupt in an instant. It is precisely because of the terrifying sequelae of Beimondangia that Kakashi rarely uses it after learning it. After all, there are done armor, fairy mode and other moves that are not powerful under the 8-door done armor. It is really meaningless to use this kind of killing 1000 and self-damaging physical skills. But this time is different. Faced with a spot that can absorb ninjutsu chakra, Beimondangia can have a good effect. Kakashi learned these 8-door dangia, on the one hand to enhance his own physical energy, on the other hand, to deal with the existence that can absorb ninjutsu chakra. At this time, it was the moment Kakashi had anticipated. Beimondangia will also come in handy at this moment. Come on, Teacher Yinshai. Let me see what other powerful moves you have. Madara exclaimed excitedly. As you wish. Kakashi let out a low growl. The little thumbs and ring fingers of both hands were pressed together, the middle and index fingers crossed each other, and the thumbs stood up high. Day Tiger. I saw Kakashi put his left hand horizontally and his right hand upright into a T shape, and then the blue steam surged, and a white tiger appeared instantly. The face was shocked. What a big chakra condensate! It's not right. This is not a chakra. The white shape is actually compressed hair. Madara was shocked. He had never seen such a large form attack without using chakra. Kakashi punched out. Roar. With a roar, the white tiger rushed towards Baba. The huge wind pressure blows Madara's hair and clothes around, and the terrifying power makes Madara's smile more and more excited. That's how it feels. It's amazing. Come on. Ha ha ha. Madara laughed. And then the blue armor enveloped her whole body, and Susanoo's complete form appeared again. Haruto's open blood basin widened, biting towards Susanoo. Susanoo took out the double knives around his waist and slashed towards Haruto. Roar. An angry roar. Shua's huge, sharp teeth bit on the long knife. Click. The sound of shattering sounded, and in Madara's surprised gaze, Susanoo's long knife was directly smashed by Haruto. How can it be? Madara's surprise did not stop the Day Tiger. After smashing the long knife, Haruto was unabated and smashed into Susanoo. Boom! With a loud noise, Suzuo Nenu was directly knocked out. There were even cracks. Good chance, Kakashi said. The 8-door dangia was lifted instantly, and at the same time, the 3 spells of the immortal chakra were all released in an instant. This time, it must be successful. 3 different kinds of fairy magic chakra filled Kakashi's body, and the feeling of tearing came in an instant. Puff! A mouthful of blood came out again. Kakashi didn't stop for a moment, turned on instantly, and ran towards Madara. Calm down. Blend me. The 3 great fairies' chakra seemed to realize Kakashi's eagerness to succeed, and calmed down a bit. Kakashi's hands were sealed, and Rek appeared in his hands again. Success or failure is in one fell swoop. The blue thunder was transformed in an instant, and the 3 colors of silver, black and purple were continuously entwined. In the end, all the colors became the color of silver and white. Silver thunder. Madara was lying in the cracked Susanoo at this moment. How is it possible? Although the power of Susanoo can't be fully utilized because of my aging body, it was broken, and the power of this trick is too strong. Madara whispered. At this moment, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared in front of Madara. What? Madara exclaimed. Take it. Madara. Xianzu. The broken star. The silver-white thunder turned into a giant blade, and cut towards the spot in Suzuo Nenshu. Oops. The attack just now produced a huge shock, which made this old body slow. Madara exclaimed, watching the silver-white thunder cut off. The blue Susanoo was originally cracked, and at this time, it was like a piece of paper, and it was instantly broken. No. How could Uchiha Madara die here? Shenluo Danzing. The ninjutsu of the reincarnation eye was activated again, and the terrifying repulsion burst out in an instant. Kakashi frowned, and the silver-white thunder spread instantly, enveloping Kakashi's body. A magical scene appeared. That Shenryuo Danzing's powerful repulsive force could not move Kakashi at all. Kakashi is actually moving forward within the scope of that Shenryuo Danzing. Madara's pupils shrank and exclaimed, "How is it possible? Shenryuo Danzing has actually failed." The next moment, the silver-white thunder slammed into Madara's body fiercely. "What?" Madara let out a scream. Blood splashed. "Mapler, it's over here," Kakashi whispered. Spot gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's still early." He stretched out his left hand and pressed it on Kakashi's chest, and the 5-second cooling time passed quickly. Madara showed a cruel smile and yelled softly, "Shenryuo Danzing." Kakashi's pupils shrank, but Madara could still use this trick at this time. Boom! A huge repulsive force acted on Kakashi's chest, and Kakashi flew out like a torn cotton wool. The silver-white thunder also disappeared instantly. Goodbye Madara. The arm and chest on the right half were completely destroyed by Kakashi's starlight. Madara panted heavily, watching Kakashi's eyes full of incredible. "I never thought that Kakashi could do this step." Kakashi fell heavily to the ground, feeling the bones all over his body seem to be broken. The side effects of Baemon the sequel of the fusion of immortality, coupled with the attack of the Shenryuo Danzing. At this time Kakashi is like a willow in the wind, and his body is dilapidated. Kakashi struggled to move, but couldn't move. Such a character, but you can't keep it. Teacher Yinshai, goodbye. After spitting out a bite of blood again, Ma took out a black stick and threw it towards Kakashi. The terrifying wind resounded in the air, and Kakashi was taken aback when he heard the sound, and stared blankly at the black rod that was flying towards him. Stabbed. A piece of blood rises. Kakashi's throat was actually pierced by the black stick. Chapter 361. A short knife. Severe pain, spreading from the throat. His vision began to blur. Is this the feeling of death? Kakashi only felt that the original pain in his body was pulling away a little bit, leaving only the pain in his throat becoming clearer. Can we only stop here? Kakashi's mind was like a revolving lantern. Everything flashed one by one. The confusion and fear at the beginning of the journey gradually became stronger after practice. Changed the childhoods of Naruto, Shigogo, and Karin. Saved Hyuga Nissa, played against Raikage. Saved Shizui, solved the extinction of Uchiha's clan, saved 3 generations of Hokage, and fell in love with Terumi. It turns out that I have done so many things. A smile appeared on the corner of Kakashi's mouth. He was fortunate that his experience was not in vain. He saved many people who should have died, and changed the tragic fate of many people. Kakashi felt that in this life, perhaps he did not live in vain. Everyone, I'm sorry. I originally wanted to protect you, but I didn't expect that I could do nothing. And I died in such a place. Haha, it's really ironic. Consciousness gradually became blurred. Kakashi sat halfway on the ground, leaning against the stone wall behind him. From a distance, Madara looked embarrassed. A large part of the left body was missing, and blood was flowing in his mouth. Unexpectedly to die in Madara's hands. Everything is over. So tired. This time I can rest well. Kakashi slowly closed his eyes, and the breath of life gradually disappeared. Kakashi, fallen. Madara seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when he felt the breath of life in Kakashi's body gradually dissipated. It's really worthy of being Teacher Yinshai, who can actually achieve this level. Even in the battle with the pillars, it has not reached the point where the mountains and rivers are exhausted. Madara covered the left wound with one hand and stood up slowly, seeing Kakashi who fell by the stone wall. A long-lost emotion surged in his heart for some reason. That feeling is like the sorrow when I first learned of the death between the pillars. In this world, I am the only one left in the end. Madara sighed, and then a trace of bitterness climbed onto his face. The road that Madara chose was destined to be a road that was both dark and without companions. The injury is very serious. You must return to the base as soon as possible and use the outer golem and the cells between the pillars to continue your life. Otherwise, I am afraid I will die here. Madara said, A mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth again. The wound on the left side of the body is still deepening, and there is a strong numbness. Just after being hit by the silver-white thunder, Madara's body was already numb, but Madara forcibly used the power of the wooden escape to suppress the paralysis and used the Shenryuo dancing. This is why Kakashi was so shocked just now. Kakashi didn't expect that Madara could even suppress the numbness caused by the broken star. At that time, Kakashi's body was also in a state of collapse, so he was also unable to move, so that he was hit by the Shinra dancing head. Madara stood up, looked at Kakashi, and said in a low voice, "First take away the Yufeng Shulanyan from teacher Yinshai, that's a good pair of eyes." In recent years, Madara has collected a lot of Uchiha clan's writing wheel eyes, but none of them can compare with Yufeng's writing wheel eyes. Therefore, Madara attaches great importance to these eyes. Even after Madara intended to hand over the eyes of Samsara to Nagato, he used Yufeng's eyes. Madara walked towards the dead Kakashi slowly, with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Teacher Yinshai, the situation at the Nan River at the beginning is still vivid. I did not expect that when we meet again, we will become this scene. You are very strong. If not now, I have these eyes, just the blow. I am already dead. Madara stood in front of Kakashi, a little lonely. Madara stretched out his right hand, trying to search for the writing wheel eyes on Kakashi's body. At this moment, Madara was shocked. Someone is coming. This feeling of chakra is very powerful. Call. A burst of breaking wind suddenly sounded. Madara's gaze condensed, and he turned away, leaving the place. Boom! A short silver knife was inserted where Madara had just stood. Silver short knife. Konoha White Fang. Ban was slightly surprised. Although he hadn't been walking in the ninja world for these years, he still had some impressions of the ninjas who had recently become famous in the ninja world. Madara looked up, and sure enough, a silver-white lone shadow stood on the stone wall with cold eyes. Damn it! It's really time to come. With the current me, I really can't deal with this Konoha White Tooth. It seems that I can only retreat first. Madara thought this way, and without a word, began to run away. After a while, it disappeared. Shumao didn't chase after seeing this, but fell in front of the short knife, gently pulled it up, put it in the scabbard behind, and then turned to look at the dead Kakashi. The scene was a bit weird for a while. "Are you late?" As Shumao said, he stepped forward to feel Kakashi's pulse. There is no sign of beating at all. Looking at the black hole in Kakashi's throat, Shumao sighed. "Is this the person Yufeng said? But it seems to be dead," Shumao muttered to himself. And at this moment, a green light suddenly appeared on Kakashi's body. Shumao was shocked when he saw this, and cried out, "This is Shain's forbidden technique." Reincarnated. A forbidden technique for reincarnating oneself, using one's own life and chakra as the price of saving the dead. It belongs to the advanced resurrection forbidden technique of one life for one life. It was originally created by Shain to give life to the puppet, but after it was developed, it was discovered that it was a life for life, and it was immediately banned. Few people know about it except for the high level of Shain. But Shuamao is one of them. In the original battle with Shain, Shuamao killed a couple of masters who used puppets, and on them, Shuamao got the relevant scrolls. And this couple of master puppets are Chu's son and daughter-in-law, and the parents of the Red Sand Scorpion. Amidst all things, is there a number of days? Shuamao's mouth curled up with a smile, and his cold face gradually thawed. Under the green light, the blood hole in Kakashi's throat gradually healed. The breath of life also appeared again, but it seemed a little weak. Seeing this, Shuamao picked up Kakashi on his back and left where he was. The movement between the two just now is so big, it would be bad if it attracts others again. So, it's better to leave here first. Feeling the slight breathing of Kakashi in his ears, Shuamao felt a cordial feeling. "Kakashi, I didn't expect to see you when I grew up so soon." With a momentary move under his feet, Shuamao disappeared in place. In the darkness, Kakashi felt as if his soul had drifted somewhere. Standing on the ground again, Kakashi felt his body sank, and the original likeness disappeared. "Where is this?" Kakashi said softly. Suddenly, a fire appeared in the distance. The fire continued to burn, followed by a sizzling noise. A middle-aged man wearing a Konoha vest was sitting by the fire, leaving Kakashi aback and silver hair. Kakashi was taken aback, feeling that the scene before him was a little surprisingly familiar. "Oh, is it Kakashi? I didn't expect you to come so quickly." The familiar voice seemed to pull Kakashi into the abyss of memory. Kakashi was taken aback, then smiled. "Yes, Father." Chapter 362 Antecedent: The vicissitudes of life. Long silver white hair, and a gentle smile. He was wearing Konoha's upper ninja vest, with a bandage wrapped around his right arm, and a Hokage armband on his left arm. It is said that this armband can only be obtained by becoming a Naruto candidate after having achieved great merit. The person in front of him is Tsukumo Hajiki, Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang, who died of suicide. At this moment, he was sitting quietly by the fire, and he could not see the murderous aura of the shocking ninja world. As if he was a loving father, looking at Kakashi with a smile on his face. Kakashi's original heavy heart was released at this time. "Father, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you after death." "Oh, it's been a long time? I don't think that staying in this place feels like a moment of effort. I didn't think you were 6 years old at the time, but now you are so old." "Kakashi, how old are you now?" Suomao said with a smile. 28. Almost 29. Kakashi said, sitting next to Shuamao. When Kakashi traveled through time, it was already 27. After staying in this past time and space for more than a year, it is indeed almost 29 now. The two father and son are sitting together at this time, but there is a kind of warm feeling. "Is it 29? It really died young, earlier than me. Anyhow, I lived to 35 years old." Shuamao smiled. Kakashi smiled helplessly and said, "I'm really sorry." Shuamao waved his hand and said, "Fortunately, I arranged a backhand. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will really die this time." Kakashi was taken aback, and said in surprise, "Father, what do you mean?" "What next, player?" Shuamao sighed and said, "This is a very long story. Fortunately, we still have a lot of time, so we can tell it slowly." A puzzled look appeared on Kakashi's face, but he was not in a hurry. After so many years of ninja career, he has long cultivated enough patience. "This matter may have to start when I was 16. I was good friends with Yufeng. That time, he went to perform a task, and when he came back, he opened the writing wheel, and the whole person became like before. It's completely different. At first, I thought it was because his teammate Midorimaru died, but then I discovered that it wasn't the case." Kakashi listened attentively as Shumao talked about the past. That familiar and unfamiliar face made Kakashi a little nostalgic, as if he was in his father's arms when he was a child. "How long have you not experienced that feeling?" "It's been too long, so Kakashi almost forgets that feeling." "It's great to be like this now." Kakashi thought this way, with a smile on his face. A few years later, the reputation of Yufeng and I began to circulate in the ninja world, but Yufeng seemed to intentionally hide his strength, so I rushed to the front. So that my reputation became more and more loud. Feng's reputation has become smaller and smaller. But I know that Yufeng's strength is very strong, and it is definitely not comparable to ordinary Shangren. Once on a mission, several companions died. Yufeng was in a bad mood, so he came to me for a drink. After drinking for 3 rounds, Yufeng became a little drunk and suddenly said something to me. "You guess what it is?" As Shumao spoke, he suddenly looked at Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback, and then said, "Is it me?" Shumao smiled and said, "Yes, that's about you." He said that in the mission that year, he saw a man who claimed to be my son and said a lot of inexplicable things to me. I thought Yufeng was talking nonsense, but when I asked him the next morning, he told me with a heavy face that those things were true. It turns out that senior Yufeng told my father about me a long time ago, Kakashi said suddenly. Shuamao nodded and said, "Yes, I thought Yufeng was crazy at the time, and didn't believe it very much. Until one time, something happened. I didn't know that what Yufeng said might be true. What's the matter? Kakashi wondered. About you. Mine? Kakashi was taken aback again. When Shuamao said this, his expression was a bit lonely. That day, I returned to Konoha with you who was just born. Yufeng came to pick me up. Moreover, he also said your name in one go. That is something that only me and Ayako and Maiko know. But I see. I understand. It's not a coincidence. It's true. Really? I didn't expect my father to believe in Senior Yufeng because of his name. Kakashi, about Ayako. Shumao was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to speak. When Kakashi was a child, Tsukumo could never tell Kakashi about Ayako. Kakashi heard the words with a smile. Father, I have been to the village of Uchao Hidden, I have seen my mother's tomb, and I have also been to Heshi village, and I have met Aunt Maiko. From her mouth, I already know your father, you and mother's business. Shuamao was taken aback when he heard the words, and then smiled. Really? That's good. I buried your ashes and mother's together. Shuamao smiled and said, thank you very much. It is great to be buried with Ayako after death. Shumao's face showed a look of nostalgia, and Kakashi did not bother. After a while, Shumao continued. I remembered some of the past and felt a little emotional. Let's continue with Yufeng. Soon after that, Yufeng and I were sent to the Kingdom of Rain to command the war. Before that, I told me that he had an ominous premonition, but for the sake of the war, he went to the rear of Shane to make trouble. In the end, although the war was won, a corpse was returned. Kakashi was silent. The corpse was the one he put back. Kakashi was about to speak, and Tsukumo said, I know that you put the corpse back, and the one who killed Yukaze was Uchiha Madara. Kakashi was taken aback, and quickly asked, how do you know father? Shumao smiled and said, because after this, you will see me. See my father? But am I already dead? Kakashi murmured. When the battle between you and Uchiha Madara ended, I just arrived. The seriously injured Uchiha Madara didn't dare to fight with me, so he retreated. Do you know what I saw in you afterwards? What? The light of resurrection. The light of resurrection? Kakashi was even more shocked. There were few ninjutsu in this world that could be resurrected. It's self-reincarnated, and it's a ninjutsu from somewhere in your body. As Shumao said, he nodded a finger on Kakashi's forehead. Has been reincarnated? How could it be possible? Kakashi asked in shock. Chapter 363. As a result of Shuamao threw a branch into the fire, and the fire became more vigorous. At that time, I seized an access control technique called Jishing Reincarnation in the previous battlefield. So when I saw it, I knew it was this access control technique. Combined with what Yufeng told me, I had already guessed the matter. It's all sorts of things. Did father, you committed suicide for me? Kakashi asked in shock. Half and half. In fact, as early as Ayako died, I wanted to leave with Ayako, but Ayako saw through my heart, so I must raise you up. On the one hand, not to disappoint Ayako, on the one hand, I really can't let you go. So, I took you back to Konoha to raise until you were 6 years old. Because of a failed mission, I chose to commit suicide. Everyone says you committed suicide because you couldn't stand the gossip, but I know my father is not such a cowardly person, Kakashi said. After hearing this, Shuamao said with some comfort, the rumors are not in my heart. Danzo did not let my reputation continue to rise, and succeeded to the position of Naruto, which greatly exaggerated my abandonment of the mission. At that time my prestige is indeed too high, so the 3 generations of Hokage have not dealt with this matter in time, in order to suppress my higher reputation. For this, I do not blame them. The methods of politicians have never been bright. Place. Konoha at the time needed a stable rear, not to be disturbed by me. What happened later? Why did he commit suicide if he didn't care about it? Kakashi said excitedly. Naturally, it is for you and Konoha. Shumao smiled. For me and Konoha? Yes, for you and Konoha. My presence affected Konoha's balance. At that time, There were many Konoha ninjas who supported me to fight for the position of Naruto and oust the 3 generations of Naruto, especially my subordinates in Anb. How come? Anb is a direct line of Hokage. How could he encourage his father to do this kind of thing? Kakashi wondered. Yeah, how could it happen? Just because Anb is not the root, they have their own beliefs and persistence. At that time Konoha lost a battle, and the leader of the defeat was 3 generations of Hokage. Among them, an important person died. And it caused dissatisfaction with the Anbu at the time. Who? Kato Sanami, then Deputy Minister of Anbu. Tsunade's lover. It's him. Yes, it's him. Schwann's popularity is very good, especially for the members of Anb. It's nothing to say. Therefore, in the hearts of the members of Anb at that time, Duan is the best Naruto successor. At that time, due to the misjudgment of the 3 generations of Hokage, Tsunade fell into the enemy's trap and died. Tsunade was completely decadent because of this incident. Tsunade and Dan were the 2 most grateful Konoha ninjas at the time. Although the 3rd generation of Hokage was guilty, but these people still complain about the 3 generations of Hokage. It turned out to be so, the original thing was so complicated. Kakashi murmured. Complexity is hard to talk about, it's just some political issues, and these have always been the things I hate the most. Shuamao smiled. So, these ninjas who support me are because of my prestige on the one hand, and also because of Tsunade. I hope that the 3rd generation of Naruto will step down as soon as possible. They have already had certain doubts about the ability of the 3rd generation of Naruto. But this is obviously it's impossible. At the moment of the Great War, changing the commander temporarily is a taboo, let alone changing Hokage. The 3 generations of Hokage were very distressed at the time, so they did not stop Danzo's approach. Their purpose was to provide a stable rear. And I know this too. But I know that this will not solve the problem. It is only temporarily suppressed, and the hearts of the people are not uniform. In the face of the other 4 forbearance villages, Konoha is in danger. Therefore, I chose to commit suicide and let all those who support me. Yes, I give up. And this is also the fastest way to gather people's hearts. Shuamao said. Father, Kakashi didn't know what to say. Shuamao's choice could be called selfless dedication, but in this way, it seemed a bit too extreme. Do you think I am extreme? Shuamao smiled. Kakashi nodded and said, Father, there was definitely a better solution at the time, but you chose this one. Moreover, with your wisdom, you should be able to guess that the task is a trap and why you should step on it. Go in. Shuamao smiled and said, I know, it's just that Ayako is dead, Yufing is also dead, and my heart is dead long ago. I survived to take care of you. At that time, you were already good enough, so I also don't worry. The companion at the time was a subordinate who had been following me. I couldn't help him die. And, I know that in your future, there will be a killing and robbery, and this one is only me. It can be resolved. Death is my best destination. Is it this time? Kakashi said. Yes, right now. You have been pierced in your throat by Uchiha Madara. If you want to live, you can only reincarnate with yourself. Therefore, I sealed my chakra and vitality in your heart with the seal of the 4 elephants. Once when you die, this seal will be unlocked and you will be able to reincarnate yourself. At this time, your body should have recovered. And the past me should also guard you by your side. Shuamao smiled. Father. Okay, I've told you everything, and I can see Ayako with peace of mind. Father, thank you. At that time, I didn't understand your approach. I thought you were a waste who didn't abide by the ninja rules, but I can understand your approach now, Kakashi said sincerely. Shuamao was taken aback when he heard the words, and then smiled. Thank you, Kakashi, it's great to have your forgiveness. You were young at the time, so I just abandoned you and left. I think you have had a great time all these years. Work hard. Kakashi smiled and said, having such a great father, these hard work is nothing. What's more, father, you still want to save me. Ha ha ha, I'm not great, I'm just doing my part for my children. I am very pleased to see your growth now, not only in strength, but also in that mind. As Shumao said, he patted Kakashi on the shoulder, looking relieved. Kakashi, tell me about your events over the years. Well, father, it's like this. After you died, I applied for graduation in advance, and then, by the fire, Kakashi slowly told Shuamao every bit of what had happened to him over the years. And Shuamao listened with a smile, enjoying the warmth of father and son. This may also be the last time the two met. Chapter 364 Changes in Xianzu. The flames of the fire gradually became smaller, and the space became more and more bleak. Kakashi also ended his last journey. Shumao smiled and said, "It's really rare for you to have such a rich experience in your short life. If I can, I would prefer to be flat." There is a kind of person in this world who is born to do great things and cannot escape. I believe that you will be needed in the future of Shinobi. Shuamao smiled. I don't know the future of Shinobi. I just want to protect the people I cherish, Kakashi said firmly. After hearing this, Shuamao showed emotion and said, "Then you have to come on. I didn't save Ayako and Yufeng at the beginning. That was the biggest regret in my life." "Father, I will." Kakashi nodded, and at the same time made his own promise. "Well, seeing you like this, I'm relieved. This flame is almost extinguished, and there are not many chakras I have left to maintain." "Kakashi, don't rush to another world. Look for me and Ayako." Shumao smiled. "Father, I will live with your faith. I will protect the Konoha that you cherish, and even the peace in the ninja world." At this time, white light began to appear on Shuamao's body, and his figure began to blur. I saw Shumao smiled and said, "Silly boy, I don't need you to be a hero. I only hope that you can live with the person you like until you are old." "This is enough." Kakashi was taken aback. Yes, what parents want their children to do. Sometimes it's such a simple thing. "I will, father," Kakashi said firmly. Shumao nodded in relief, waved to Kakashi, and then in a burst of white light, it gradually dissipated and turned into invisible. And the flames in the fire were completely extinguished at this moment, and the space was plunged into darkness. "Father, I won't let you down," Kakashi murmured. Immediately, Kakashi's consciousness fell asleep again. I don't know how long it took. Kakashi only felt a pain in his body, and it seemed that the original sensation had returned to him again. Kakashi opened his eyes with difficulty, entering an unfamiliar ceiling. This is where Kakashi found himself in a bed at this time. The bed was very simple, but there was a feeling of cleanliness. Kakashi glanced round the room, making a judgment instantly. This family is not rich, but it is not poor either. In the room there is a blanket made of animal fur, and things like tableware and chopsticks seem to be made of bamboo or animal bones. This family should live by hunting, otherwise, with this simple house, they should not be able to use these things. Kakashi rubbed his temple with his right hand, and said in a low voice, "It seems to be saved. My father is right. I am not dead." Kakashi said, covering his heart with his right hand. It seemed to have become a lot lighter and the seal originally attached to it by Shumao had been lifted. Kakashi never knew that Shumao had put such a seal on himself before he died. That heavy paternal love, Kakashi can feel very clearly at this time. I touched my throat that was pierced by the spot before, it was white and flawless, and it seemed that there was no injury at all. It seems that the injury on his body has been healed by the reincarnation of Jishing. It is a magical ninjutsu. No wonder you have to change your life. Kakashi sat on the bed, although he didn't know where it was, but according to his father, it was his father who put himself here at this time, and there should be no danger. However, as a ninja, naturally you must have the power to protect yourself at any time. So Kakashi was sitting cross-legged on the bed, extracting the chakra from his body. The body seems to have undergone a certain change. Kakashi didn't just refine it for a moment, and then he found something wrong with his body. Originally, Kakashi had 3 curse marks on the back, but at this time only 1 remained. And the energy contained in the remaining curse seal seems to be completely different from the previous fairy magic. How is this going? Kakashi was a little strange, and quickly put mental power into it. I saw that there was a very powerful power in the remaining curse seal, and this power gave Kakashi a very familiar feeling. Silver White Xianzu Chakra? Is it the product of the fusion of the three big Xianzu? Kakashi was surprised, and then ecstatic. Originally it was just a slight integration. Has it started to be fully integrated now? Under the detection of mental power, Kakashi's original surprise slowly converged. It doesn't seem to be as optimistic as imagined. The chakras of the three celestial arts seem to be really fused together, but the number is so small. According to this number, it is estimated that the starting shard will be exhausted after one cast, and it seems that it cannot be used freely. Kakashi just wanted to unlock this curse and experience what the new Xianzu Chakra feels like, but found that the flow of this Xianzu Chakra was very stagnant. It seems that although the Xianzu Chakra is fused, it will take some time to be familiar with it if you want to use it freely. It should not be used for the time being, and depending on the situation, this silver white Xianzu Chakra is not fully mastered. Before, I am afraid that even the other three celestial arts could not be used. Kakashi had just extracted Miyama Mountain's Xianzu Chakra, but just after the extraction, he was absorbed by the silver white Xianzu Chakra, and could not stay in his body for a while. Kakashi did not believe in evil, and once again extracted the fairy chakras from Dragondy Cave and Wetbone Forest, and the result was the same. Therefore, Kakashi had to come to this conclusion. But Xianzu was temporarily unavailable, and Kakashi didn't think it was a big deal. The fusion of Xianzu Chakra is the point, and it doesn't matter if the rest is temporarily suppressed. Besides, without Xianzu, Kakashi still has a lot of whole cards. Although the combat effectiveness has declined, there are not many ninjas who can compete with Kakashi. Anyway, Xianzu finally has signs of fusion. This is a good thing. I can feel that the newborn Xianzu Chakra is very powerful. If I can fully grasp it, my strength will definitely be able to soaring to a new level. Kakashi thought so, and couldn't help clenching his fists. Although he died once in this battle, the gains were not small. The fusion of Xianzu that has always been distressed has finally achieved a zero breakthrough. Kakashi got out of bed. Although his body hasn't fully recovered yet, there is still no big problem with moving his bones and muscles. At this moment, the door creaked open. The person who came in had long silver-white hair. Chapter 365 The Reclusive Flagwood Family. She has long silver hair, fair skin, and a bowl of soup in her hands. It's a woman. When the woman saw Kakashi wake up, she was taken aback for a moment, and then she was pleasantly surprised. Are you awake? That's great. Who are you? Where is this? Kakashi asked in surprise. My name is Kimu Yainayu. This is the hiding place of the Kimu clan. Are you also from the Kimu clan? You can tell from your hair. Master Shuamao brought you here, Yainayu said with a smile. Kakashi was taken aback. This is the hermitage of the Hagaki clan? Kakashi heard the words and pushed open the door. Sure enough, it was somewhat similar to the place of the Hagai clan that he traveled through last time. After being rejected by Yufeng last time, Kakashi went to the secluded place of the Kima clan to see the situation in order to pass the time. One is to determine whether Kima Iyuan has fulfilled the agreement with him, and the other is to see how the Kima clan lives in seclusion. After Kakashi went to see it, he found that it was indeed a good place to live in seclusion, and there were also many members of the Hagaki clan. At that time, Kakashi was also relieved. As long as these people do not have any accidents in the next time, there should be no problem with the inheritance of the Hagai clan living in his own era. Kakashi didn't see the Hanagi family at the time, but left directly. He didn't want to influence these people anymore. After that, Kakashi waited quietly for more than 3 months before finally waiting for the recovery of the dragon veins and crossing into this era. My lord, what's wrong with you? Yainayu said strangely when he saw Kakashi's reaction suddenly. Nothing, Kakashi said. Yainayu was a little puzzled, and then as if thinking of something, he said, are you wondering how the Hagai clan still lives in seclusion? Actually, this reclusive Hagai clan, before joining Konoha there will be it. It seems that the patriarch at that time said it was just in case. At that time, my grandma led the clansmen to come here and thrive. No one knew about this except for the flagwood patriarch of each generation. It's something. So it's normal if you don't know. Who is your grandma? Kakashi asked. My grandma is called Heijayu Hueyu. Yainayu smiled. Kakashi murmured, looking at the woman named Yainayu in front of him, and said, is your name taken by your grandmother? Yainayu was startled when she heard this, and said, how do you know? Kakashi laughed bitterly when he heard the words, Yainayu, Yinchai and Hueyu, unexpectedly at the end. Hueyu still couldn't forget herself. Why don't you answer me? Yainayu asked suspiciously. It's nothing, I guessed. Kakashi smiled, but that smile was somewhat reluctant. You can guess this? This is too exaggerated, right? It is indeed the person brought back by Master Shuamao. It is really different. Yainayu exclaimed. Ha ha. Kakashi gave a dry laugh. Yainayu only reacted at this time, and he came in to deliver medicine to Kakashi. My lord, this is your medicine, please drink it. No, my injury has almost recovered, and I will be fine after a few days of rest. I don't need to take this medicine, Kakashi said. He has no interest in such bitter things. Really? Yainayu didn't believe it. Naturally it's true. I won't make fun of my body. Kakashi smiled. Yainayu nodded when she heard the words, and said, that's all right. By the way, where is Lord Shuamao? You said. Master Shuamao said he still has things to do, so he left first. This is the letter he left for you. Yainayu said, took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi took it, and the envelope was still intact, proving that no one had opened it. Kakashi opened it, and after a few glances, he burned the letter. Ah? Why did you burn it? Yainayu asked in surprise. Some things cannot be shown to others, Kakashi said. Well, it's really mysterious enough. By the way, are you Konoha's flagwood clan? What is Konoha like? Can you tell me? I have never been to Konoha. There are some in the clan. It is stipulated that you can go anywhere, but you can't go to Konoha. But Konoha is the biggest shinobu village. I really want to go see it. Yainayu kept talking in Kakashi's ear, and Kakashi was a little bit dumbfounded. This guy can talk too much, right? In the end, Kakashi asked Yainayu to go out first on the grounds of taking a rest, and only then did he gain peace of mind. Kakashi was lying on the bed, and the content of the letter just appeared in his mind. The content of the letter is very simple. Let Kakashi here to heal his wounds first, and Shuamao will return to the battlefield to command. After all, at this time Shuamao is the highest leader in the country of rain. And Shuamao also said, and will come over to talk to Kakashi about something later. Seeing that Tsukumo said, Kakashi would naturally not have the idea of leaving, although he didn't know what Shuamao in this time and space was going to say to himself. Kakashi would naturally not refuse Shuamao's request. Anyway, there are injuries now, so let's take care of the injuries first, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and then made a decision. After spending a few days in the hermitage of the Flagwood clan, Kakashi's injury was almost good. Kakashi did not say hello to the other members of the Hagaki clan, and at the same time told Yainayu not to promote his existence. The purpose is simple. The fewer people who know themselves, the less likely it is that things will happen unexpectedly. At this time, Kakashi has received Yufing's writing round eyes, and the next step is to leave here, so Kakashi does not want to have another accident. On the other side, in a dark underground lair, Ban sat quietly on the ground. Behind him was a demon statue of Outer Dao. Tubes were inserted into Madara's body, and the body that had been smashed by Kakashi was reassembled with intercolumn cells. Madara closed his eyes and looked a little bit painful. Beige stood there blankly, motionless. For a long time, Madara opened his eyes and said in a low voice, Master Yinchai's magic trick is really amazing. It not only shattered my body, but also absorbed a lot of my vitality. Now it seems that I can only rely on this outside column to survive. Madara said, her fists squeezed tightly together, obviously a little angry. Beige, do you know where Konohaya took the body of teacher Yinshi? Master Madara, that white tooth is so powerful, I can't follow him at all. Is that so? Let's forget it. Now you go and bring me the child named Nagato. I will transplant the reincarnation eye to him. Remember, keep it hidden and don't let anyone know. Yes, Lord Madara. Seeing Beige leave, Madara sighed and murmured, the chess game has not been set up yet. I can't die here. Chapter 366 Go. Madara looked at the outer gloom behind him. His vision had just begun, and the chess game had not yet been set. How could he die here? Teacher Yinshi, I didn't expect you to cause such a big trouble when you died, Ban said with a light smile. Madara turned his head to look at the pile of Beiju's test subjects not far away. It seems that the next days will be spent here, and now if I leave the offerings of this outside column, I am afraid I will die immediately. With Beiju's ability, I want to seize the imperial power from the hands of Konoha White Fang. Fang's writing wheel eye is probably impossible. It seems that I can only give up. Fortunately, there are some stocks before, otherwise there will be no spare writing wheel eye. Madara muttered to himself. The next step is to wait for the right person to appear. Yuka's son, Uchiha, should he take the soil? He should be a good candidate. Give him some time to grow. Also, Nagato, I hope this kid can play Samsara. The power of the eyes, otherwise, I am afraid that I will be resurrected. Madara said, closing his eyes and thinking. The body can no longer withstand the fight, and Madara can only simulate the omission of the plan in his mind. There can be no mistakes in this plan, otherwise, Madara's purpose will never be realized. It seems that another person is needed to supervise this plan. Madara suddenly thought of this. After all, Nagato and Moto are beyond Madara's control, so they needed someone to supervise them. Madara looked at his palm and murmured, 6 Tao immortals can use yin and yang to create everything in the world. Then I can also use yin and yang to create a character and supervise these two people. Let's call it Haiju. But now the situation is a bit bad, so let's temporarily suppress this matter. Madara said, falling into silence again. In this gloomy space, he fell into a dead silence again. From then on, Madara never saw the sunshine outside until he died. On the other side, Yinki Village. Yinki Village is the village where the Kima family live in seclusion. Kakashi was sitting on a cliff at this time and muttered, the location of the hidden flag village is really good. If you didn't know that there is a village here, it would be really not easy to find it. It seems that you want to stick to that. Time and space, there should be no problem. Kakashi said, stood up, ready to leave. At this time, Kakashi suddenly felt that someone was approaching behind him. Ding! With a crisp sound, a silver-white short knife slashed on the 1,000 lights summoned by Kakashi. Very good reaction ability, Shuamao said. Kakashi was taken aback, then smiled. I'm overwhelmed. I have a guess about your identity, so I won't ask much. You don't have to tell me about the future. I don't want to know. I'm here. Just want to ask a few questions. Shuamao coldly said. Although he knew that the man in front of him was the future of his son Kakashi, Shuamao couldn't accept it for a while, looking at this face who was not a few years younger than him. Looking at Shuamao in front of him, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a weird feeling. This Shuamao still felt quite different from the one I saw in his consciousness before. The Shuamao in front of him had a murderous aura that could not be concealed, but the Shuamao in his consciousness before had a gentle feeling. After thinking about it for a moment, Kakashi understood why there was such a big difference. The current Shuamao was killing all quarters in the battlefield, so naturally the murderous aura on his body would disappear in a short while. Coupled with Yufeng's death, Shuamao obviously hadn't fully recovered yet, and Shuamao in his consciousness had already let go of everything, and he was relaxed, naturally feeling a kind of gentleness. Perhaps after this battle, Shuamao will curb his edge and become even more terrifying fangs. You ask. I will tell you if I know. Very well. First, was Yufeng's death done by Uchiha Madara? Yes. Okay. Secondly, are Yufeng's eyes in your hands? Kakashi frowned and said, Yes. Okay, one last question. When will you leave? At any time. Shumao asked 3 questions quickly, and Kakashi answered them quickly. After asking, Shumao pondered for a moment, and then said, I understand. Yufeng's eyes are left to you, and the future of the Kimi clan is also handed over to you. Also, leave here as soon as possible. Time is not anything that people can play with. After Shumao finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Kakashi stayed in place, thoughtful. Shumao's decisiveness was beyond Kakashi's expectation. Unexpectedly, Shumao came here to ask himself these 3 questions. However, the style of this questioning is very much like his father's back then. Kakashi still remembers how his father spoke when he was 3 or 4 years old. But later, it slowly became warmer. Kakashi was a little bit emotional when seeing Shumao in the past. With emotion, Kakashi still plans to leave here. Shumao is right. Time is not something that people can play with. I've done it too much this time, so I have to leave here as soon as possible. Kakashi has a hunch that if he continues to mess around, maybe the entire time and space will be messed up. By that time, Kakashi would never go back. It's also time to go back. Say hello to Yainayu, Kakashi said, and went to find Yainayu. Yainayu was cooking, and when Kakashi stood there, Yainayu didn't notice it at all, and was still working hard. The meal is almost ready. Just ask brother Kakashi to come over and eat later. Kakashi felt warm when he heard that. No matter what time and space he was in, there was always someone who cared about him. Kakashi felt very pleased. Silver Moon, Kakashi whispered. Yainayu froze for a moment, then looked back and saw Kakashi standing there. She couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then said, Brother Kakashi, why are you here? I say goodbye to you. I will leave here soon. Ah, so fast? Don't you stay for a few more days? Yainayu said rather reluctantly. Hee, Yainayu, I still have things to do. Don't worry, we still have time to see you again. Really? Yainayu said with her big eyes blinking. Of course it's true, I won't lie to you. That's great. I'm waiting for brother Kakashi to come to see me. Don't lie to me. Yainayu smiled. Of course, I won't lie to Yainayu. Okay. The 16-year-old girl Yainayu smiled happily, looking forward to the fulfillment of this promise. During the girl's innocent years, she had some good feelings and expectations for this inexplicable person. Of course, she was far from like it. It's just that the girl doesn't know that this promise can only be realized after more than 20 years. Kakashi looked at the distance. That was the direction of the dragon vein. It's time to go back. I don't know what's going on there. Chapter 367 Itachi's injury in the 62 year of Konoha. There was a dragon vein in the vast desert. A white light suddenly appeared on the platform in the dragon vein stone cave, and then an arrogant figure slowly appeared. Silver white hair, white short-sleeved trench coat, and handsome face are exactly Kakashi. I finally came back. This time should have passed for nearly 2 years. More than a year earlier than expected. Kakashi whispered softly. I thought that this trip might take 3 years of effort, but I didn't expect it would only take 2 years. Everything goes well. Kakashi walked out of the dragon vein and saw the familiar sky. Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to touch the cave behind him with feeling, and saw that the mouth of the cave just came out was cut off by an unknown energy, and Kakashi couldn't reach into it at all. Kakashi was surprised. This dragon vein seemed to be rejecting himself. It seems that this crossing made the dragon veins remember my breath and repelled me. It is estimated that I will not be able to enter the dragon veins in the future. If I want to force it in, I am afraid that the dragon veins will collapse on their own. Kakashi whispered to himself. Any world is in order, and Kakashi's behavior this time is destroying this order. Cannot be repeated. Also, lest I always think about traveling through time. Kakashi chuckled, and his mood became a lot easier. Kakashi glanced around, before staying for a long time, directly activated the Thunder God technique and disappeared in place. The next moment, Kakashi's figure quietly appeared in a room in Jinren village. Looking around the room, Kakashi whispered. Nothing has changed here. Kakashi did not choose to return to Konoha the first time, but came to Jinin village. After leaving the room, Kakashi was slightly surprised when he saw everything in front of him. This Jinin village has become the scene it is now, which makes people feel a little unbelievable. The towering buildings all around looked like Konoha. I really don't know what Shishui has done in the past 2 years. This change is a bit too much, Kakashi whispered. Just as Kakashi was emotional, a figure fell in front of Kakashi. No one else, it is Shishui. Kakashi, are you back? The matter is resolved, Shishui said in surprise. Well, it was done. Sooner than expected. Kakashi smiled. That's good, Shishui said with a smile. How is Akatsuki in the past 2 years? Kakashi asked. Akatsuki has been very low-key in the past 2 years. The information from Itachi said that Akatsuki is raising a lot of funds and he is probably ready to act, Shishui said. Kakashi nodded. According to historical development, it should be a year from now before he officially starts to act. How is Konoha's situation? Kakashi asked. Naruto followed Jiraiya to travel and practice, Sasuke followed Fui's ex-patriarch to practice, Tsunade-sama gradually grasped Konoha's power, and nothing else, Shishui said. It seems that everything is moving in a good direction. Kakashi smiled. Well, but there is a problem I am a little worried about. Shishui frowned. What's the matter? Itachi's body. Is Itachi's body? I have seen Itachi once after Orochimaru invaded Konoha. His body did have very serious hidden injuries. Is it more serious now? Kakashi frowned. Shishui nodded and said, yes, Itachi is always messing around. Haven't we been to the forbidden area of Shikanjian before? Itachi got a clue from Yato Mirror at the time, and then went to find it by himself. The result was that we found it, but also suffered serious injuries, coupled with improper recuperation. Now the body is a little overwhelmed. If this continues, it will not be able to support it in less than 2 years. Is Yato Mirror? No wonder it was hurt so badly. Kakashi was able to appreciate the difficulty of this last time in the sealed land of the Ten-Fist Sword. It is inevitable for Itachi to go to the sealed land of Yato Mirror by himself. Kakashi, do you have a way to treat Itachi's injury? Shishui asked. I've only seen Itachi's injury once, so I don't know exactly what it is. Itachi always likes to carry it by himself. But if Tsunade-sama makes a move, it shouldn't be a big problem, Kakashi said. Master Tsunade, I also thought about this issue, but now Itachi's identity is obviously not suitable for Master Tsunade's treatment. But if Akatsuki is resolved, I'm afraid Itachi won't be able to hold it. Shishui worried. Kakashi thought for a while, then said, there is another way. What? In addition to the reason for the injury of Itachi's body in the Yato Mirror forbidden area, there should be some side effects of the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. If it can be transplanted with intercolumn cells, it may be healed, Kakashi said. After hearing this, Shishui looked at his left hand, and that was the interpillar cells he transplanted later. The arm composed of interpost cells allows Shishui to feel the surging vitality, which not only strengthens his chakras, but also eliminates the side effects of kaleidoscope writing round eyes to a minimum. If it is transplanted to the ferret, it can really relieve the ferret today's sick body. It makes sense, Shishui said with joy. However, we don't have a suitable candidate for the transplantation of intercolumn cells. It is impossible to find Orochimaru now, and Tsunade-sama may not agree to do this kind of thing, Kakashi said. It's okay, there are medical ninjas in Jinran-kun now, and I also have interpillar cells. Just study it a little bit, it shouldn't be difficult, Shishui said. In that case, I'll leave this to you. Yeah? Shishui nodded in response. Okay, then I'll leave first, Kakashi said. Back to Konoha? No, there is another person going to see. Maybe she is worried. Kakashi smiled. Shishui was taken aback when he heard the words, and then smiled. Ah, I should go and see it. She has built the Misty Shadow very well, and the mess left by the 4 generations of Shuiing has been cleaned up. Really? It's amazing. then I'll pass first. Kakashi smiled. Okay. Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly. Shishui only smiled when he saw it, and then turned and left. A country of water, a village hidden in mist. Tsurumi was standing on a high mountain at this time. This is where she saw Kakashi for the last time in Misty Village. Tsurumi held a red jade in her hand, looked into the distance, and muttered, "It's been 2 years, are you okay?" "Not bad." An abrupt voice rang in Tsurumi's ears, making her body tighten. The lazy voice, the familiar taste, and the familiar feeling behind. "I'm back." Kakashi smiled. Tsurumi turned around abruptly and hugged Kakashi tightly, her eyes turning slightly red. Chapter 368 Uncle's Troubles. You finally came back. I'm so worried about you. Tsurumi held Kakashi tightly, her face was the joy of a long-awaited reunion. I'm back, sorry, I worried you. Kakashi smiled. It's okay, as long as you come back safely, it's more important than anything. Tsurumi said. Thank you. Is things going well? Tsurumi asked. Well, it went well. It's not that I came back early. Kakashi smiled. Are you injured? Of course not. Although Kakashi almost died, this kind of thing must not be told to Tsumi. After all, the good news is not the bad news. Tsumi had no doubt when he heard this. After all, standing in front of her at this time was a complete Kakashi. This is enough. The two people who hadn't seen each other for a long time stayed warm for a while. So the 5 generations of water shadows in Uin village magically disappeared for another night, making King not beheaded for a while. But fortunately the next morning, Tsurumi came back again with a long-lost smile on his face. Although King didn't know what was going on, she wouldn't be able to ask Tsurumi. But seeing Tsurumi like this shouldn't be a bad thing, so he didn't ask too much. After all, he was just a subordinate, and it would still be annoying to interfere excessively in Shuai-Ying's life. At this time, Kakashi had returned to Konoha. After telling Tsunade about his return, Kakashi left the Hokage building. As for the task arrangement, it will take a few days. After all, after Kakashi left, things have been rescheduled. Kakashi came back to take over the previous affairs at this time, and it would take a few more days to arrange. Naturally, Kakashi had no opinion on this, and he wished that this arrangement would take a few more days. When I walked to Konoha Street, although he hadn't returned for 2 years, Kakashi felt it had been a long time. This familiar feeling made Kakashi feel very warm in his heart, because it feels like home here. As he was walking, Kakashi felt a little hungry. After rubbing his stomach, Kakashi murmured, "It's been a long time since I had a happy ramen." With this idea in mind, it goes without saying that I walked towards the ramen shop. It's still that small shop. It's not a meal at this time, so there are no people. Kakashi walked in and sat in a chair. Seeing someone coming in, the uncle sitting in the corner immediately reacted and got up and bent over and said, "I'm very sorry, I won't do business today, please come back another day." Kakashi was taken aback when he heard the words, wouldn't it be so unlucky? Finally, come here. Do you want to go home empty-handed? Uncle Handbeater, I finally came here. Do you want me to go back like this? He was slightly surprised when he heard the words, the voice was so familiar. When he looked up, he saw a man with silver-white hair. "Kakashi, when did you come back?" Shuba said with a happy expression. For Kakashi, hand-playing is still very familiar. After all, he is Konoha's hero, and he has been in his store a lot since he was a child, and it is difficult to remember it. "I just came back. Didn't you miss the ramen of Uncle Handmade? So I came here to taste it." Kakashi smiled. The Uncle Handbeater smiled and said, "Haha. Your kid hasn't been here for almost 2 years. It's not easy to remember the uncle's ramen. Who makes Uncle Handmade's ramen delicious?" "But, Uncle Handmade, why did you just say that it will not be sold today?" Kakashi asked suspiciously. Having said this, the joy on the face of the uncle beaten up began to fade, and returned to the melancholy appearance before. Upon seeing this, Kakashi knew that something was wrong. Uncle Handbeater. What happened? Tell me if you have any questions. If I can help, I will definitely help you, Kakashi said sincerely. The Uncle Beater sighed and said, Kakashi, you can't help with this matter. Uncle Handbeater, you haven't said what it is. How do you know that I can't help? Kakashi said helplessly. The Uncle Handbeater glanced at Kakashi, then stood up, walked into the back kitchen, brought out a bowl of noodles, and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback, and said, hand-hitting uncle, you can eat it. The Uncle Handbeater did not directly answer Kakashi's words, but said, Kakashi looked at the bowl of noodles. Although there was still some steaming, it was not new. There was even half a bowl left, which should have been eaten. But when Uncle Shouter said so, Kakashi didn't think much about it, and took a bite with his chopsticks. Kakashi's eyes widened suddenly, and he couldn't help but said, it's delicious. He immediately picked up the bowl and drank a big mouthful of soup. After drinking, Kakashi sighed, this soup is also great. It seems to be a bone soup that has been simmered for a long time, with some delicacies added. It is very flavorful. Uncle Handmaid, is this your newly developed ramen? Taste great. It's better than the previous ones. Kakashi praised it again, but the uncle hitting him did not look happy at all. Instead he became more gloomy. Seeing that something was wrong, Kakashi wondered, what's the matter? Uncle hit? The Uncle Handbeater sighed again and said, Kakashi, I didn't make this ramen. Huh? It was not made by the hand-beating uncle? Kakashi was surprised when he heard this. It really wasn't me doing it. Then ... What's going on? Kakashi asked. Uncle Handfighter did not directly answer Kakashi's question, but said, Kakashi, do you know cooking ninjas? Cooking a ninja? Kakashi was taken aback, and then said, I know, when ninjas are performing missions, they often solve the problem of eating in the wilderness. Although there are things like Bingliang pills, they are not delicious. So, ninjas also hope to be able to eat delicious food in the wild. So there is the existence of cooking ninjas, and they can take ingredients from anywhere and cook them in a pot. Many ninja squads like to bring cooking ninjas. The Uncle Beater nodded and said, yes, it is true. What does Uncle Handbeater say about this? Did Uncle Handbeater also used to be a cooking ninja? Kakashi asked in surprise. The Uncle Handbeater shook his head and said, no, I'm not. That's how it is. When I was young, I learned the craft of making ramen in a ramen restaurant. At that time, I studied with me and there was a person named Beijiao. He is my younger brother. Then I came to Konoha and started a ramen noodles after I finished my studies. And Beijiao went to another ninja village and became a cooking ninja. The Uncle Hand hit means that your junior came to see you? Isn't this a good thing? Kakashi said. He nodded his head and said, yes, my brother Beijiao did come to me, but it was not a good thing. Could it be he came to ask for trouble? Kakashi guessed. It can be said that this bowl of ramen was made by him. Uncle Handbeat said, pointing to the bowl of ramen Kakashi had just eaten. So that's the case. Did the younger brother of the hand-beating man come to compete with the hand-beating man? The topic of the test is ramen. Then ... You lose the hand-beating man? Kakashi speculated. The Uncle Handbeater nodded gloomily and said, yes. The moment I ate this ramen, I knew I had lost. Chapter 369 The Crisis of Yale. Kakashi looked at the bowl of ramen in his hand. Indeed, the taste of the soup and the strength of the noodles in this ramen were better than the ramen made by Uncle Handmaid. If it is really going to be a face-to-face confrontation, the uncle of the hand-beater really lost. Kakashi said, it's nothing to beat the uncle. Victory or defeat is commonplace. It is also a good thing to have a goal to surpass. He flicked his hand for a moment, and said, this is true, but what? Kakashi wondered. The octagonal does not intend to end there. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said, what does he want to do? The Uncle Handbeater sighed again, and said, the matter has to be talked about more than a year ago. At that time, the Star Anise came to me and hoped that I could hand over the dream recipe, but I didn't know what it was. Hidden private. So he kidnapped the Calamus. The Star Anise gave me two choices, One is to hand over a dreamy recipe, and the other is to make a dish that satisfies him. Kakashi was a little surprised, but he didn't expect it to happen again. The results of it took me half a month to develop a new soup, but my arms were injured and I couldn't make a good face. Fortunately, with the help of Naruto, Dingai and Sakura, they made it smoothly and vigorously. After conquering the star anise, I saved the calamus. The misunderstanding of the dream recipe is also explained clearly. Isn't that great? Why is this octagonal coming again? Kakashi wondered. This time the star anise came here because he also developed a ramen, which is the one you just ate. To be honest, the taste of this ramen makes me feel uncomfortable. The unspeakable deliciousness is what I have never done before. I haven't eaten it before. Uncle Handbeater, your cooking skills are also very good, not much worse than this bowl of ramen, Kakashi said. This is not a good thing from Kakashi. The ramen that I just ate is really amazing, but the ramen of Uncle Handmade is definitely not bad. Although there is a gap between the two, it is definitely not big. Thank you, Kakashi. The octagonal said, he gave me 3 days. If I cannot develop something more delicious than this ramen, then he will open a restaurant opposite my house. Noodle shop. By then, I'm afraid. It turns out that this is the case. Uncle Handbeater, don't worry, even if he opened a ramen restaurant, I believe everyone will come to you to eat ramen, Kakashi said. No, Kakashi, you don't understand. Our teacher has a rule, and it is absolutely not allowed for brothers to open a shop in the same village. This is the iron rule. You can't change it. Uncle Shaodai said solemnly. Kakashi was taken aback, and said, doesn't that mean? The Uncle Beater nodded and said, yes, if I lose, I must leave Konoha. The Uncle Handbeater said and looked around the shop. The bricks and tiles here were all built by him. He has lived here for more than 30 years. If you want to say that you leave here, the Uncle Handbeater is 10,000 people reluctant to bear it. But the skill is not as good as the others, and the uncle can only choose to leave. Uncle Handbeat, this is not possible. Everyone likes your craft. If you leave, everyone will not be able to eat your delicious ramen, Kakashi said anxiously. Kakashi, I don't want to leave either. Just at this time, Chinpu came out of the back kitchen and said, Dad, we still have a chance, and we still have 3 days to make. We will definitely be able to make more delicious dishes than the star anise. He hit his hand for a moment, and said in a low voice, Chinpu. Kakashi also said, stop hitting uncle. Chinpu is right. You can't just give up like that. There are still 3 days, and everything still has a chance. As long as everyone works together, you will succeed. The Uncle Handbeater was a little moved when he heard the words, and said, Kakashi, thank you. I understand. For you who love ramen, I will never give up. The uncle hits his sleeves and looks like he's going to do a big job. Uncle Hit, I will help you too, Kakashi said. The Uncle Handbeater smiled after hearing this. Haha, thank you, Kakashi, but you are not good at this kind of thing, so let me do it. You are making a mistake about this, and hit the uncle. Oh, does Kakashi still cook? Uncle Handbeater said in surprise. Naturally, I can feed myself by my own craft since I was a kid. Kakashi smiled. Haha, that's the case. Let's work hard together, and buy materials now. Well, Uncle Handhit, I have an idea. Maybe I can test it, Kakashi said. Oh, what is it? The Uncle Beater asked curiously. Kakashi smiled mysteriously, and then said, you'll know later. I'll get the materials. After Kakashi finished speaking, he left Ramen, not knowing where he went. Chenpu asked suspiciously, Dad, what is Big Brother Kakashi going to do? The Uncle Handbeater shook his head and said, I don't know, but it should be a good idea to see how confident he is. Hope, otherwise. Chenpu's expression was a little melancholy. After all, if he couldn't beat the octagonal this time, I'm afraid he would really leave Konoha. For this place where I grew up, Chenpu never wants to leave. Seeing the expression on Chenpu's face, the Uncle Handbeater naturally knew what Chenpu was thinking. Chenpu, don't worry, Dad will never lose. Okay. Kakashi left the center of the village to the outskirts of the village, where there was a small river. Although I don't know if this idea can be established in this world, but if it can succeed, it should be able to win. Kakashi muttered to himself, looking at the creek. Although there is a vegetable market in Konoha, it is not as fresh as the fish that I caught. This should be the fish I want here. Kakashi stood still on the water, his eyes condensed slightly. A gust of wind blew, and suddenly Kakashi's eyes lit up and he reached out to touch the bottom of the water. Wow! There was a sound of water, and a fish more than 40 centimeters long appeared in Kakashi's hand. The fish has a long body, a flat head and a flat tail. It is brownish yellow. The most obvious feature is that it has 4 beards, which are long on the top and short on the bottom. Catfish caught it. Next comes the other materials. Half an hour later, Kakashi returned to Yaramon again with the ingredients. Brother Kakashi, are you back? What are these? Chenpu asked when he saw it. Kakashi smiled and said, these are the materials I prepared. Why are there so many fish? Chenpu asked curiously. You'll know later. How about hitting the uncle? Chenpu said with some worry. Dad is studying new ramen in the kitchen, and I don't know what's going on. Really? I'll go and see. Okay. Kakashi took his materials and walked into the kitchen. As soon as he entered, Kakashi saw an incredible scene. I saw the hands of the Uncle Beater were constantly kneading the dough. The movement range was extremely large, and the speed was also extremely fast. The shape of the noodles slowly appeared, and then the uncle hit the ramen and dropped it accurately into the soup. What is even more amazing is that at such a long distance, there is not much water splashing. Chapter 370 Alternative Use of Chakra. At this time, the uncle hand hit also saw Kakashi, and smiled. Oh, Kakashi, you are back. Looking for some materials. Kakashi lifted the bag in his hand and said, that's it. Oh, what is it? The Uncle Beater asked with interest. Kakashi did not speak, but took the things out of the bag. This is snapper, catfish, and shredded squid. Uncle Hand Beater asked in surprise. Yes, these are the materials I prepared. Is this to make soup? Sea bream does taste good in soup, but adding catfish and squid will taste strange, right? Uncle Hand Beater asked in confusion. No, only the sea bream is used to make the soup, and the rest of the catfish and squid are used to make the noodles. Huh? The Uncle Hand Beater was a little dazed. He has been making ramen for 30 years. He hasn't heard of this kind of operation yet. It sounds really a bit nonsense. Kakashi smiled and said, stop hitting uncle. Can you lend me the kitchen? Of course, I'm also curious about what kind of ramen you can make. Uncle Hand Beater smiled. I won't let the Hand Beater uncle disappointed. The Uncle Hand Beater left the kitchen and walked to the shop. Dad, why did you come out? Chenpu asked strangely. Kakashi said that he would borrow the kitchen to make a ramen noodle. So I came out. Uncle Hand Beater said. What? Can Brother Kakashi really make super delicious ramen? Chenpu said expectantly. I don't know, but it doesn't hurt to let him try. I really hope that Brother Kakashi can succeed, so that we can win. A chorus. We still have to rely on our own strength in the end, said the Uncle Hand Beater. I know, but if Big Brother Kakashi succeeds, our next road will be half the battle. Okay. Hearing this, the Uncle Hand nodded. If Kakashi can really make something more delicious than the star anise ramen, then the outcome is basically decided. In the kitchen, Kakashi is already busy. These ingredients were taken out by Kakashi, and naturally what he had to do was the legendary magical dish, catfish noodles. Kakashi hadn't tried it before, but since this time I have a chance, I can give it a try. The principle of catfish noodles is not difficult, but it is somewhat difficult to make it. Anyway, let's try it first. First is the soup part. Kakashi finished processing the sea bream, dropped it into the pot, and began to boil it. The next part is the noodle part. Whether you can succeed or not depends on this. The focus of catfish noodles is this part. Although the whole dish is called noodles, it does not actually use any flour, but instead uses catfish meat. Although the meat of catfish is fragrant and soft, it does not reflect the characteristics of noodles. So, shredded squid is needed at this time. And there is a big problem in this, that is, how is the catfish meat fixed on the squid shreds? If you add other seasonings, it is likely to produce other peculiar smells, which cannot reflect the essence of the bowl of noodles, that is, the taste of seafood. This octagonal ramen embodies the taste of shanzhen to the extreme, so if you want to deal with it, using this seafood is the most suitable way, so it must not destroy the seafood taste in it. Then you want to condense the catfish and squid. For silk, the only way to do it is not to harm the taste. Kakashi touched his chin and said in a low voice, "It seems that the only way to do this is to use a ninja." Kakashi said with a smile, and the blue chakra in his hand emerged. Looking at the chopped catfish in front of him and the shredded dried squid, Kakashi's hands began to tremble. The blue chakra is attached to the squid silk, and on it is the chakra change of the water attribute. Kakashi has a full attribute physique, so naturally he won't waste this resource. The 5 nature changes of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth have already been mastered by Kakashi, but Kakashi is better at all done. One of the changes in water properties is that the chakra can become sticky. At this time, attaching this chakra to the squid silk can make it have a certain viscosity, and this viscosity can make the catfish meat sticky. On top, each of Kakashi's squid shreds is attached with water attributable chakras, and then a layer of catfish meat is wrapped around it. Under the subtle changes of chakra, they are actually firmly bound together. Successful, Kakashi said with joy. At this time, the sea bream soup has also been boiled, and Kakashi did not waste any time, adding various seasonings to the prepared catfish noodles, and then throwing them into the soup to boil. The rest is the ingredients. Kakashi took out kunai, cut the remaining fish into meat rolls, and then finished making it. Finished. With Kakashi's soft drink, bursts of strong fragrance drifted through the kitchen. The Uncle Hand Beater and Calamus outside the kitchen also smelled this smell. "This taste is," Uncle Hand Beater said in surprise. "It's so fragrant. Was it made by Brother Kakashi?" "It's amazing," Chinku said in surprise. At this time, Kakashi came out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of ramen, looked at the 2 of them and said, "It's done. Do you want to try it?" "Well, you have to try. It's so delicious." "Brother Kakashi, you are so amazing," Chinku said admiringly. Hee, let's try it first. "I have no confidence in cooking this thing for the first time," Kakashi said. "If you hear this, you know it won't be bad," Chinku said excitedly. The Uncle Hand Beater also nodded and said, "No matter what your noodles are like, the flavor of the soup alone does a great job." "It seems that Kakashi, you really have a culinary skill." "Thank you for your compliment, Uncle Hand Beater. Eat it while it's hot and see how it tastes." Okay. Chinku took it and put it on the table, ready to start. The Uncle Hand Hit also took it, and picked up the spoon. "When you eat noodles, you should drink the soup first. The deliciousness of the soup largely determines the success of this bowl of noodles." As the Uncle Hand Beater said, he took a sip of the soup and put it into his own mouth, and Chinku did the same. The fish soup entered his throat, and his face changed when he hit the uncle and the calamus, and immediately showed a happy expression. "There seemed to be a volcano erupting in my heart. This smell is really indescribable. It's so delicious, it's like a sea bream beating in the mouth. The feeling of freshness is simply indescribable." The Uncle Hand Beater exclaimed. "Yes. The deliciousness of the entrance, followed by a sweet and unspeakable taste, is simply a bowl of magical fish soup," Chinku said excitedly. Chapter 371 Persistence. Next is the noodle part. The Uncle Hand Beater said with some excitement. After seeing this bite of fish soup, Xiao Dai also has a certain degree of confidence in Kakashi's cooking skills. If this noodle can be worthy of this bowl of fish soup, then it won't be a problem to beat the star anise. Uncle Hand Beater and Chinku looked at each other, and then they started to pick up the noodles together. "Hey, this noodle seems weird," Uncle Hand Beat said, looking at the noodles he had added up. Uncle Hand Beat has made noodles for a lifetime, and he naturally knows what the noodles should look like. but now seeing the noodles, he feels that his worldview seems to have been subverted. Yes, this noodle doesn't seem to be made of flour, Chinpo curiously asked. Kakashi smiled and said, it's not made of flour, but you can try it. The two of them were a little curious, but didn't think too much. Only saw the noodles in their mouths. Uncle Handbeater and Chinpo flashed a bolt of lightning in their minds at the same time. This smell. The Uncle Beater is dumbfounded. Is this noodles? What a terrible umami. This is the smell of the sea. Eating this bite of noodles is as if the whole person is on the bottom of the sea, and the suffocating delicacy continues to roll from the tip of the tongue. Kakashi said before that he would use catfish to make noodles, but if it were catfish, how could it be so chewy? What kind of secrets are hidden in this? Uncle Handbeater's eyes fell on the noodles. This noodle is actually sandwiched? Uncle Handbeater asked in shock. At this time, Chinpo also awoke from the delicacy of the noodles, looked at the noodles, and sure enough, there was a filling in the noodles. Uncle Handbeater chewed 2 more bites, and said in surprise, this is shredded squid. You actually added shredded squid in it? Yes, although the catfish is delicious, it can't make the noodles chewy, while the squid shreds are very chewy. The combination of the two makes it possible to make noodles with a great taste even without flour. As Kakashi said, he took out a bowl of ramen and tasted it. The taste is indeed very delicious, not inferior or even slightly better than the usual handbeater uncle gave him before. The Uncle Handbeater looked at Kakashi in shock. His eyes seemed to say, young man, you have a lot of ideas, let's learn how to cook with me. Kakashi, you are such a genius. You can come up with this kind of method. The Uncle Handbeater said with emotion. Kakashi was a little bit dumbfounded when he heard this. Although he was praised as a genius since he was a child, it was the first time that he was said to be a genius of ramen. Uncle Handbeater, I didn't come up with this idea, but when I was traveling, I saw a chef do this before, so I could replicate it. That's it. You really deserve to be a copy of the ninja Kakashi. It's amazing to be able to copy even the cooking. I don't know what the name of this master is. Kakashi smiled and said, his name is Liu Subaru, and he has a nickname called the Little Master of China. Little Master of China? It's a strange name, but people with such whimsical ideas are really amazing. The soup of sea bream, the noodles made of catfish and squid, did not use flour, but made this such terrible ramen dishes. Uncle Handbeat said excitedly. Chinpo had already settled the bowl of ramen at this time, and said excitedly, Brother Kakashi, you are so amazing. Dad, if you can make this bowl of ramen, you will surely win. After hearing the words, the Uncle Beater pondered for a moment, and said, it's not that simple. Kakashi, you made this combination of catfish and squid shreds with chakra, right? Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect the uncle being beaten to see it. Yes, I used water-based chakras, applied that kind of viscosity, and combined the two together to complete the noodle making. Sure enough, this way of operation, I am not a ninja, but I can't do this. Uncle Handbeater sighed. Dad, it's okay, we can ask Brother Kakashi to help, Chinpo said. Hearing this, the Uncle Handbeater refused. A chorus, this is cheating, I can't accept it, and I can't say that this is my cooking in a way that I can't do. Uncle Handbeater said sternly. Father, well, needless to say, I have enough inspiration, 3 days, enough for me to make a new type of ramen. Kakashi, thank you. I am honored to be able to help you, Kakashi said. The handbeater patted Kakashi on the shoulder and walked into the kitchen happily. Dad is so stubborn. If you lose, you will leave Konoha, Chinpo said disappointedly. Chinpo, don't blame the uncle hand beating. He has his own dignity as a chef, and it is normal not to use this method. You have to believe that the uncle hand beating, he will be successful, Kakashi said. Chinpo looked at Kakashi upon hearing this, and said, I see, thank you, brother Kakashi. Kakashi smiled, did not say anything, just looked at the kitchen. Is it really possible to hit the uncle by hand? Kakashi didn't know, but he believed it could. Nothing else. because he is the owner of Ramen and beats the uncle by hand. 3 days passed quickly. Kakashi's position is almost arranged, only to be handed over tomorrow. I don't know what happened to the uncle hand beating, let's go and have a look. Kakashi said, and came to Ramen again. Brother Kakashi, are you here? Shinku said with joy. Well, how about the research of hand-beating uncle? I don't know. Dad has been in the kitchen for the past 3 days, and I don't know what he's doing. Shinku said worriedly. Is that so? Kakashi murmured. At this moment, a man in his 40s walked in. He was ordinary in appearance. The most distinctive feature was a black mask on his nose. The mask didn't cover anything, it covered the nose. Shinku, where is your father? Anus? Why are you here? Shinku said in surprise. Kakashi heard the words and looked over. Is this person an octagonal? It really has a passerby face. The 3-day deadline has come. I will naturally come over. How about handing it? If he can't cook the food that makes me surrender, tomorrow, I will open the opposite shop. Beijiao sneered. You are too much. Where can't you open a shop? Why do you have to open a shop in Konoha? Of course it's because Konoha's environment is better. As the top of the 5 ninja villages, Konoha's system is much better than other ninja villages. It's also the safest to open a shop here. The most important thing is to be able to beat the hand. The goal I have always worked hard for. Beijiao said excitedly. You dream. My father will never lose. Shinku's face puffed up with anger. That's not necessarily the case. 3 days ago, Xiaodai looked desperate. I don't believe that in these 3 days, Xiaodai can produce a dish that beats my ramen. That's not necessarily, Kakashi said. Who are you? Beijiao asked. Facing Kakashi, the octagonal did not dare to be too arrogant, because Kakashi's head was tied to Konoha's forehead guard, and he was wearing Konoha's upper ninja vest. Obviously, such a person cannot be offended by the octagonal. Before, the octagonal thought it was just a customer, but now it seems to be a rescuer. Konoha Kakashi, Hagai Kakashi. The octagonal was surprised when he heard the words. This name was a famous name in the ninja world, and he didn't expect it to appear in front of him. What do you want to do? This is the grievance between me and the hand fight. You can't interfere. Beijiao said anxiously. Don't worry, I have no plan to intervene. I know that you can defeat you by hitting the uncle. Kakashi smiled. Kakashi's smile made the octagon quite uncomfortable. He said, that's not necessarily. At this moment, a strong fragrance suddenly wafted from the kitchen, and the 3 of them did not speak for a while. The star Anus said in shock. This smell ... How could it be? It's so rich. It can give me such a strong shock through the mask. This is the smell of the sea, Dad. Shinku exclaimed in surprise. At this time, Uncle Handbeat came out of the kitchen with an excited smile on his face, holding a bowl of ramen in his hand. Oh, Star Anus, you came just right. This is my special seafood noodle. Speaking with his hands, he handed the ramen noodles in front of Beijiao. Humphrey, it's useless to taste just delicious. If the noodles are not delicious enough, everything is in vain. As he said, the Star Anus took the soup ladle, took a sip, and drank it. Okay. The octagonal eyes widened instantly. This smell. The octagonal sunk in instantly. I picked up the noodles again and swallowed it in one bite. The noodles seemed to crack in the mouth of the octagonal, and the unparalleled horror power spread in an instant. This. What kind of noodles is this? How can it be so chewy? Beijiao looked at the ramen in front of him in shock. But his hands didn't mean to stop at all. I ate the ramen bite by bite. In the end, I didn't even let the last bite of the soup go. I ate it all. Shinku and Kakashi are both happy when they see this. With such performance, the outcome is already obvious. It's such a delicious ramen that people can't stop. You can't control yourself. Handmade. How did you make it? I can understand the taste of this soup, but how can this noodles be so delicious? Beijiao said in disbelief. Uncle Xiaodai laughed and said, I made this noodle after 3 days. It is called Special Xiaodai seafood noodles. The delicious fish soup is used to blend the perfect fish dough, and then every squid shreds are added to each noodle, making its strength even more terrifying. After countless failures, I finally succeeded. What? Squid shreds were actually added. And everyone. What a patience this is. Shocked. The star anise, Kakashi heard the words and secretly said, so, the uncle hand beater gave up the catfish meat as the shell of the noodles, but extracted all the umami in the dough. It takes a lot of effort to master the proportions. It's incalculable. Octagon. How? I won this time. Right? The uncle beater laughed. The octagonal face was so gloomy that he did lose, and the moment he ate all the noodles, he lost. The octagonal does not have any denial. As a cooking ninja, he has his own persistence and will not shame in such things. Hand fight. You are really good. This time, I lost, but I will come back again. After talking about the octagonal, he turned his head and left. Great, Dad. We won, Shinku said excitedly. The hand beater also said triumphantly, yeah, we won. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, thank you so much this time. Kakashi smiled and said, it's nothing, I just made an idea. The uncle hand beater defeated the octagonal by his true ability. Anyway, I owe you a favor, and I will definitely pay you back in the future. Uncle hand beater smiled. Kakashi didn't refuse when he heard the words. He hit the uncle's straightforward character. If he refused, he would be even more sad. Chapter 372 Your Honor, welcome back. Kakashi didn't care about the favor of hitting the uncle. After all, relying on Kakashi's strength, there should be nothing to help him in hand. This episode is officially over. Yale's ramen reopened, and it was full in an instant. Kakashi didn't wait much, and went to the Hokage building. Soda-sama, Kakashi said softly. Kakashi, how is your rest these days? Tsunade smiled. Not bad. The helper beat the uncle to make a bowl of ramen. Ramen? Unexpectedly you still have this kind of craft. Tsunade was surprised. Okay, let's not mention this. Since you are back, you should take over the matter again. Tsunade said. Well, I understand. Kakashi said, this was something that had been expected a long time ago, and it was nothing strange. The previous thing. You go to Yamato to take over. I have made him ready these days. Understand. Tsunade looked at Mute who was aside, and said, Mute, you can tell Kakashi about other things. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Mute said. Okay, let's go to Anb together with you two. Tsunade said. On the way, Mute said, Senior Kakashi, this time you have been away for 2 years. But the impact on Anbu is great. Many things can only be temporarily suppressed and waited for you to come back. Huh? What's the matter? With Yamato's ability, ordinary things should be fine. Kakashi was surprised. Well, although Yamato's ability is good, it can't convince the crowd. You also know that this batch of Anbu is cultivated by the 3 generations of Naruto adults. Except for the 3 generations of Naruto adults, only Kakashi's ninjas can make them obedient. Although Tsunade-sama has good prestige, after all, Tsunade-sama has been away from the village for too long. It will take some time to make these allegiances completely. Mute explained. Kakashi was surprised when he heard the words, but the truth is very simple. That is, these dark parts are all 3 generation teams, and Tsunade is not easy to use it smoothly. Once the Emperor and the courtier, this is not without reason. Although Tsunade has prestige, she has left Konoha since World War II, and did not participate in the 3 wars. Therefore, most of the people who have an impression of Tsunade are middle-aged ninjas. These Anbs have a lot of young blood. Although they have heard of Tsunade's name, they have never seen Tsunade's glorious era. Therefore, some dissatisfaction with Tsunade still exists. But Kakashi is different. Although these dark parts are not all pulled up by Kakashi with one hand, they all admire Kakashi's strength, especially when the 18-year-old Kakashi defeated the 4 generations of Raikage, and planted an indelible impression in the hearts of this group of people. In addition, the original 3 generations of Naruto were nurturing Kakashi as the next Naruto. So these dark parts more or less have a lot of friendship with Kakashi. Therefore, Kakashi, the secretary of the Dark Department, can be well deserved. At that time, there were so many people who supported Kakashi as the fifth generation of Hokage. Although Kakashi finally pushed to the position of the fifth generation of Naruto, in the eyes of these people, Kakashi will sooner or later take the position. Although Kakashi's departure was an automatic application, in the eyes of these people, Tsunade must have forced it. Therefore, this also caused their dissatisfaction. The situation of working without effort even happens from time to time. Fortunately, there were 3 generations of Hokage mediating, and the contradiction was eased a lot. Fortunately, Tsunade is not a person who values power. Otherwise, he must have resentment towards Kakashi. At that time, the fun would be great. I didn't expect that my departure this time would have such a big impact on Anbu. Kakashi was a little bit dumbfounded. It's okay, this is Tsunade-sama. I don't care about these things. If you change the person, it's not necessarily. Mute laughed. I'm sorry, I will take care of this, Kakashi said. Then I will trouble you. Silent bowed. Where? This was originally my business. Then I won't bother you. Tsunade-sama still has a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. Sorry to bother you. Mute smiled and left. Kakashi retracted his gaze, sighed faintly, and murmured, I didn't expect me to leave Anbu. Since these things have happened, it is really troublesome. Kakashi didn't think much, and walked to the base of Anbu. As Kakashi, entering the dark part is naturally unobstructed. It's just that everyone was surprised when they saw Kakashi, and then was ecstatic. Their minister is back. The real king in their hearts is back. Although Anbu is an indifferent place, the news was quickly passed on. Class 6. The legendary department of Anbu. Now this squad is no longer an ordinary squad, but a gathering place for high-level Anbu. All the dark captains, squad captains, and sub-squad captains are in this squad. The strength is a mess. Kakashi pushed open the door of Class 6, and in front of him, 9 people stood neatly. The leader is Yamato. Yamato looked at Kakashi and said with a smile, My Lord Minister, you are welcome to return to Anbu. My Lord Minister, welcome back. The 9 people shouted one after another, their voices deafening. The 9 people bowed to Kakashi at the same time. Kakashi was taken aback, probably didn't expect that these 9 people would actually welcome him back in this way. Soon, Kakashi reacted and said with a smile, Thank you everyone. The 9 people looked at Kakashi and all smiled. The strength of these 9 people belonged to the top of Anbu. Although Yamato was the leader, his strength was not the strongest. The reason why Kakashi let Yamato manage Anbu's affairs after he left is because Yamato has followed Kakashi for the longest time and is also the most familiar with Anbu's affairs. At the same time, Yamato's popularity in Anbu is also very good. More importantly, everyone in Anbu knew that Kakashi and Yamato were about to wear a pair of trousers, and there was not much rejection of Yamato's instructions. Changing to another person will not have this effect. At this time, a whitey-eyed young man took the lead and said, Minister, why did you leave Anbu before? Is it because Tsunade-sama treated you? Before the whitey-eyed youth spoke, Kakashi's cold eyes fell on him. The whitey-eyed young man's body collapsed, and then he swallowed abruptly. This whitey-eyed young man was named Hyuga Tiger, who was extremely powerful and was a former subordinate of Kakashi. During the mission with Kakashi, he was rescued by Kakashi several times. And Hyuga Tiger's ability to have today's strength is also inseparable from Kakashi's training. It can be said that Hyuga Tiger's worship and gratitude for Kakashi can be compared to no one in the entire Anbu. Therefore, Hyuga Tiger's reaction to Kakashi's departure was the strongest. Don't comment on Tsunade-sama casually. I know you are kind, but I left before, and I applied to Tsunade-sama, because I have to deal with a very important thing, and those in your mind, totally different. Hyuga Tiger didn't believe it, and said, Is that really the case? When did Kakashi fool you? As soon as these words came out, Hyuga Tiger no longer doubted. Yes, your Lord Minister. Chapter 373 Fusion of Writing Will Eyes. The hostility within the Anbu. After Kakashi returned, all subsided within a few days, showing Kakashi's powerful influence in the Anbu. In the Naruto building, Tsunade sits on the position of Naruto, and opposite is the third generation of old Naruto. Tsunade smiled and said, "Saruto Bai-Sensei, you are right." As soon as Kakashi came back, these restless dark parts immediately calmed down. The third generation of Hokage took a pipe and laughed. "Hee hee, this is natural. Apart from me, Kakashi is the only one who can convince them. Kakashi is back." The resentment in their hearts is naturally, it disappeared. Don't bother you. Their affection for Kakashi is built up bit by bit. After all, you have been away from Konoha for too long. I don't care about these. Originally, I didn't have much interest in the position of Naruto. Kakashi is indeed a good candidate, but I don't know why he refused to take over the position of Hokage. Tsunade curiously said. The third generation of Hokage sighed and said, "Kakashi has a lot of fear of an organization called Xiao. He asserted that this organization will cause a storm in the future, so he needs time to deal with this organization." "Are you sure?" "I have heard that it seems to be a mercenary organization that obtains funds by hunting down ninjas in underground exchanges. It seems that it is not that simple now." "Yes, it's not simple. I have investigated these people. They seem to be composed of Sleeville rebels. Oshimaru has also been in this organization." "Oshimaru?" Tsunade murmured, thinking of the monster that resembled a human and resembled a snake again. "Well, the gathering of such a group of tasks will never be for the purpose of making a living, so Kakashi's concerns are not unreasonable. Let Kakashi deal with this matter." Tsunade nodded. She knew Kakashi's ability. If even Kakashi could not deal with this organization, I am afraid that no one in the world could deal with this organization. Akatsuki's incident was revealed for the time being. Tsunade and Sandai Naruto talked about the village again, and Sandai Naruto left. After all, Hokage at this time is Tsunade, and she has a lot of things. The three generations of Hokage are now an elder, but they are at ease. There were a lot of things in Anb, and Kakashi had to deal with it for 3 days before he had time to go home and slept well. After waking up, it was already on the moon. I slept well this time." Kakashi stretched, and then escaped from the ninja bag a seal scroll with the word "I" written on it. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "The time is almost here, it's time to merge." As soon as the voice fell, Kakashi's figure disappeared into the room. The next moment, Kakashi appeared in the secret room of Jinren Village. This secret room is arranged under Kakashi's room in Jinren Village, which is highly concealed. No one knows except for Kakashi and Shishui. Shishui almost never came in. If Kakashi wants to integrate Yufeng's writing wheel, he needs a quiet environment. The fusion surgery does not require much time, but the fusion time cannot be estimated. After all, Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan, and none of his eyes are his own. I am afraid that the time it takes to merge will only be known after trying it. I hope it won't be too long, Kakashi murmured, and then he sealed his hands. Shadow clone technique. It is obviously extremely difficult for a person to change his eyes, so a shadow clone is needed as an aid. As for the method of fusing the kaleidoscope to right round eyes, Kakashi has learned from the stone monument of the Uchiha clan. Although the above has been messed up by the black but the method of fusing the Eye of Eternity is not written. The shadow clone looked at Kakashi, nodded, and then placed one hand on the seal scroll. Solution. With a bang, a bottle of green liquid appeared in front of Kakashi. In the green liquid, there are 2 ferocious writing wheels flowing slowly. Success or failure is in one fell swoop. Kakashi took a deep breath, lifted the forehead guard of his left eye, and at the same time, lifted the seal of the 4 elephants on his left eye. In the scarlet writing wheel eyes, the black dart pattern slowly turned, seeming to be a little excited. The field of vision of the left eye is already blurred at this time, and according to the degree of myopia, it should be almost blind. So, let's start. Upon hearing the words, Yin Clan took out the left eye in the green solution, and the remaining right eye was still in the bottle. and at the same time it was sealed again. Kakashi only intends to fuse the left eye this time to achieve the Eye of Eternity. As for the right eye, it is temporarily out of the scope of Kakashi's consideration. There are two reasons. One is that after the fusion of the eyes of the writing wheel, there is a period of recovery for the eyes, during which time the eyes of the writing wheel cannot be used. If both were transplanted, the left eye would have been sealed and blocked by forehead protection, but it didn't matter. But with the right eye, the problem is big. Kakashi can't restore the Shaoyonian to normal eyes, and then his right eye will also become Shaoyonian. Can't tell everyone that he has pink eye disease, right? Therefore, the right eye can only be temporarily lowered. Think about it after the left eye is fused. Shadow Clone's right hand was covered with green chakras, wrapped Yufeng's left eye in it, and then slowly approached Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi didn't have any fear, just stared straight into that eye. The shadow avatar was also covered with green chakra on his left hand and placed it on Kakashi's head. Yufeng's left eye gradually touched Kakashi's left eye. Next, an incredible scene appeared. I saw that Yufeng's writing wheel eye touched Kakashi's left eye and had a broken feeling. Immediately afterwards, Yufeng's eyes shattered like glass, then slowly penetrated into Kakashi's left eye. What? The severe pain caused Kakashi to growl involuntarily. That kind of feeling, it's like putting glass in your eyes. Kakashi gripped his clothes tightly, clenching his teeth. The severe pain lasted for about half an hour before the fusion of the eyes finally ended. Yufeng's left eye had completely disappeared at this time, and he couldn't see what it had once existed. But Kakashi's left eye was at this time, can't open it at all. But the painful expression on Kakashi's face has disappeared, replaced by a smile. Success. This feeling. I can feel that the pupil power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is being absorbed by my left eye, Kakashi said with joy. The shadow clone took out the bandage prepared in advance, wrapped Kakashi's left eye, and the blood slowly stopped. This feeling is really wonderful. The pupil powers of the two are constantly merging, and the new terrifying power seems to be slowly awakening, Kakashi exclaimed. But soon, Kakashi frowned again. The speed of this fusion seems to be a bit too slow. Kakashi could feel that the fusion of the two pupils at this time was like the speed of a snail crawling. Is it because I am not of the Uchiha clan's physique, so the speed of fusion is too slow? Kakashi secretly asked. And at this moment, the sudden change occurred. Kakashi felt a pain in his left eye, covered his eyes with one hand, and put the other on the ground. Damn it. Sure enough, there was a rejection reaction. Chapter 374 Goodbye Master and Apprentice. The rejection reaction continued to occur in Kakashi's left eye. This rejection was much more serious than when he had just taken over the chakra. As the unique bloodline of the Uchiha clan, writing round eyes is not something ordinary people can control. Throughout Hokage, only Kakashi, a foreigner, used it to perfect the fire. Although I often collapse after using it, this is far from being able to be achieved by ordinary people. The Uchiha clan has gone through 3 battles in the ninja world. Hasn't the writing round eyes fallen into the hands of the other 4 ninja villages? Why has no other ninja village ever appeared? Even with the white eyes of the divided family and the divided family, it is inevitable that one of the white eyes will fall into Uin's hands. Why is the nose Winyan? The reason is very simple. It is because the rejection reaction of Shaolunyan is so strong that it is far beyond the control of non-Uchiha ninjas. From before to now, Kakashi was the only one who suppressed and tamed him with his powerful talent, although it almost exhausted the original Kakashi's full potential. As for Danzo, it was just using the power of the 1,000 hands cells. Even so, I can only release Izanagi with the Shaolunyan. It can be seen that the repulsive power of the writing wheel eye is by no means acceptable to ordinary people. Originally, Kakashi overwhelmed a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. That was the limit. Now that the 2 kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes merge together to achieve the Eye of Eternity, the rejection reaction in this has become even more intense. Even if the original Shaolunyan with soil has been integrated with Kakashi, but at this time, under the influence of Yufeng Shaolunyan, the originally overwhelmed Shellunion began to move around. It's no way to go on like this. Kakashi was anxious, but couldn't think of a solution at this time. If this continues, I am afraid this integration will fail. At that time, I am afraid that these two kaleidoscope writing wheels will be scrapped, and the loss will be great. At this moment, the silver-white curse on Kakashi's back suddenly emitted a burst of white light. The silver-white chakra escaped instantly. Kakashi was astonished. He could clearly feel that the silver-white chakra moved slowly toward the chakra's eyes along the meridians in his body. Among the silver-white seals, the few silver-white chakras that had just been merged had disappeared in an instant. When the silver-white chakra flooded into the meridian of the writing wheel eyes, Kakashi only felt a coolness in his eyes, and the original sharp pain disappeared in an instant. The fusion process that was interrupted was carried out again. What's going on? Why does the chakra fused with fairy magic counteract this rejection? Kakashi had some doubts, but after thinking for a moment, there was no answer. When the crisis was lifted, Kakashi felt that the rejection reaction had not completely disappeared, but with the help of the silver-white chakra, it was no longer as strong as before. At this time, the number of silver-white chakras was small and could not be completely eliminated, but Kakashi could feel that if his celestial fusion was completely successful, or this rejection reaction would disappear completely. At that time, Kakashi might really be able to completely manipulate the Shellunion like the Uchiha clan members. When that happens, there will be no need to use the 6 Yang seal to cover the Shashawan. The fusion of Zwinian has not yet been completely successful, so now Kakashi cannot seal the Zwinian temporarily, and can only use medical gauze to bandage his left eye, although it is blocked with a forehead guard. However, if you do this, the writing wheel will remain in a normally open state, and the consumption of chakra will continue. And now the Eye of Eternity is in a normally open state, so, it can be said that Kakashi is now a huge chakra, which has been completely sealed by this Eye of Eternity for more than half. Kakashi secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he only transplanted one writing wheel eye. If he added another right eye, his current chakra would only have a moderate amount. When the time comes, he will still play a part. Unexpectedly, the consumption of the eternal eye to chakra is so much larger than that of the kaleidoscope writer. It is really troublesome. Kakashi sighed secretly. This question of bloodliness is really helpless. It is not easy to solve it. Fortunately, Kakashi's fusion magic chakra seems to have the ability to solve this problem, but it is worth looking forward to. Anyway, this Eye of Eternity is basically completed, and the next step is to wait for it to be fully integrated. Kakashi lifted the shadow clone, and he was still in a good mood. Although there were so many changes in the middle, it was all worthwhile to succeed. Kakashi returned to Konoha again after a Flying Thunder God's technique. At this time it was still dark. Kakashi lay on the bed again and fell asleep. The mental fatigue caused by the integration of the writing wheel is not so big. By the time Kakashi woke up, it was already noon. Scratching her silver hair, Kakashi got up from the bed. It's really tiring. After lunch, Kakashi was lazily basking in the sun in his yard, watching Intimate Paradise. But the door was knocked. Ms. Kakashi, are you there? Kakashi was slightly surprised when he heard this. This voice was Sakura. Kakashi got up, put Intimacy Paradise into the ninja bag, and opened the door. The people who caught the eye were Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura and Sasuke at this time, although their faces were still a little childish, they looked much more mature than before. The two have grown a lot taller. Seeing the two, Kakashi couldn't help but think of the kid Naruto. I don't know how that kid is now. Kakashi smiled and said, "Ah, it's you too. How do you know that I'm back?" Sasuke and Sakura showed surprise expressions when they saw that Kakashi was really in the Hajiki house. Sakura said, "Kakashi-sensei, when I went to see Tsunade-sensei today, she told me that as soon as I heard, I immediately went to Sasuke, and then we came over." Sasuke said proudly, "Kakashi-sensei, why didn't you tell us when you came back?" "It's too much." Kakashi smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but I have been back these few days. There have been many things, so I can't find you for a while." When Sasuke heard the words, the grievances in his heart gradually disappeared. After all, Kakashi, as the head of the Dark Department, probably knows how busy things are. At least compared to his father, he is a lot more busy. Sakura said upon seeing this, "Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke didn't mean to blame you, but we missed you very much, so." "Ah, I know, since it's here, just come in and sit down." Chapter 375 Bells. The door of the living room faces the yard. There is a pool in the yard. There is water flowing in the pool and it falls into a bamboo tube. When the water in the bamboo tube is full, it will fall, ascend to catch the water, repeating itself again and again. It's like the inheritance between Konoha, one generation after another. Among them, not only the inheritance of strength, but also the inheritance of will. This is the so-called mentoring. The three of Kakashi sat in the living room, looking at the scene in the pool. Kakashi made a pot of tea for Sasuke and Sakura, and then placed the filled cup in front of them. Kakashi picked up a glass by himself, took a sip, and then said, "Sasuke, Sakura, how have you been these 2 years?" "Kakashi-sensei, don't you know that Tsunade-sensei's training method is deadly?" Sakura started her crying meeting, and it was tragic. In fact, it is understandable that Tsunade has been exhausted physically and mentally by Hokage's position in the past 2 years, and the time he can squeeze out is very small. So the guidance to Sakura is simple and rude. First, a bunch of theoretical books were thrown to Sakura, and then practice. Of course, these are not bad. They belong to the category of medical ninjutsu. As a generation of schoolmaster, Sakura naturally has no problems. But the other training is to make Sakura miserable. This training is called avoidance training. According to Tsunade, as a medical ninja, the most important thing is to protect your own safety. Therefore, we must be prepared to avoid attacks. And the content of this training is that Tsunade constantly attacked Sakura, from throwing stones to hitting directly with his fists. After a round, Sakura basically lay on the ground and couldn't take care of herself. Of course, it's not just Sakura alone who gets such good treatment, but also Xiang-Rin. The two are equally hard-pressed. It is worth mentioning that later Ino also joined the team of the two and became Tsunade's fourth apprentice. Since then, the medical team has been formally established. Of course, the strength of the three is also advancing by leaps and bounds. After listening to Sakura's narration, Kakashi smiled and said, "Although Tsunade-sama's training method is simple and rude, it is indeed the most suitable training method for the medical ninja. Although there are many sufferings, there are many things that can be obtained. Sakura, you should cherish it. I know that Tsunade-sensei is very nice to us, but sometimes I get a little bit tantrum. Haha, Tsunade-sama is busy with things and fluctuates greatly, which is normal." By the way, where's Kakashi? Kakashi asked. "I wanted to find the two of them first, but when I went, I knew that Xiang-Rin and Shijigo had gone out to perform the task, and they hadn't come back yet." Sakura said. "So that's it." "Sasuke, how about you?" Kakashi looked at Sasuke and said. Without saying a word, Sasuke directly showed his own writing wheel. The three black arches were very clear, and they looked full of mystery. "Nice momentum." Kakashi smiled. "Ms. Kakashi, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. Why don't we have a competition?" Sasuke said eagerly. In Sasuke's view, 1,000 words are not as real as a fight. Kakashi heard the words and smiled. "Oh, it seems that you are very confident. Okay, let's go to the 7th exercise field. My little yard can't withstand too much toss." Seeing Kakashi's agreement, Sasuke's mouth showed a smile. Sakura said nervously, "What? Do you want to fight Kakashi-sensei?" This Sakura, playing against the strong, can test what she has learned and see where her current boundaries are. Sasuke said. "Ah?" Since Sasuke said that, then Mr. Kakashi is offended. Sakura bowed to Kakashi after hearing Sasuke's words. Hee, let's go." The three of them were fully on their feet and arrived at the 7th exercise field in no time. Here is where the 7th class was established. "It's a pity that a familiar place is missing a familiar person," Sakura muttered, I don't know how Naruto is doing now. When Sasuke heard the words, his heart moved, and the figure that looked like a fool came to mind. Don't worry, Naruto is taught by an adult, and naturally there is no problem, but you too, if you don't work hard, you might be left behind by Naruto. What a joke. I won't be left behind by Naruto, Sasuke said loudly. As the pride of a genius, Sasuke will definitely not be willing to lag behind Naruto. Not bad, then. Kakashi said, took out 2 bells from the ninja bag and tied them around his waist. Sakura and Sasuke were both taken aback when they saw this. Ms. Kakashi, what are you? Kakashi smiled and said, remember the first survival exercise? This is the same. Your task is to remove the bell from my waist. I don't know if you will succeed this time? Both Sakura and Sasuke were taken aback, and then smiled excitedly. Sasuke smiled and said, ah, it's really funny, Mrs. Kakashi, this time, I'm afraid your bell won't be kept. Sakura took out the gloves, put them on her hands, and said with a smile, Mr. Kakashi, this time, you won't let you deal with us easily while reading. Ah, this time, I will be serious. Kakashi smiled, stretched out his right hand and held Kianting in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful momentum erupted from Kakashi's body. Both Sakura and Sasuke's expressions were condensed. Swordsmanship. As Kakashi's disciples, Sakura and Sasuke have a certain understanding of Kakashi's swordsmanship. A very simple summary is that, as long as the enemy who has seen Kakashi's swordsmanship, there is almost no one to survive. The knife is fast, accurate and ruthless, coupled with the powerful thunder done help. The blade is pointed at, and the bones are everywhere. Sakura couldn't help but swallowed. What's the joke? Kakashi Sensei wants to use the sword technique. The risk factor is too big, right? Sasuke didn't have much fear, and with a grip of his right hand, a long knife appeared in Sasuke's hand. Oh, did Sasuke also learn the sword technique? Kakashi asked with interest. Although Kakashi made a study plan for Sasuke, it did not include the sword technique. Of course, the sword technique of the Uchiha clan is not weak at all. Sasuke holds a knife in his right hand, his eyes are scarlet, and his eyes are full of fighting spirit. Interesting. Then let me see how far you two have grown in these 2 years. Don't let me down. Hee, I'm afraid it will surprise Mrs. Kakashi. Sasuke laughed. Oh, then I'll wait and see. Kakashi smiled, eyes like crescents. Chapter 376 Sasuke's growth. The wind flew gently in midair. The dead leaves on the ground blew up, swaying between the sky and the earth. There seemed to be an invisible aura between Kakashi and Sasuke. Sakura, and the scene condensed for a while. Sasuke and Sakura lined up on both sides, looking like they were waiting. Compared to the tension between the two, Kakashi was obviously relaxed. But if you think that Kakashi would not be wary of this, then it would be a big mistake. Sasuke looked at Kakashi at this time, seeking a breakthrough. Sasuke felt that Kakashi was full of loopholes, but he felt that those loopholes were only used to lure the enemy. How so? The cold sweat dripped slowly on Sasuke's forehead. Sakura also felt the same way. Kakashi just stood there, but gave Sakura an unmatched feeling. The last time the two felt this way, it was when they faced Oshomaru during the Zonnin exam. But now the strength of the two is not the same as before. Even if it is against the then Oshomaru again, the two will have the power to fight. But now facing Kakashi, the invincible idea arose in their hearts. No, you can't delay like this, otherwise, even the courage to do it will be crushed. Sasuke secretly said in his heart, and then chakra reminded him, and the black jade in his eyes suddenly turned, breaking the tranquility. The long knife in his hand flew out suddenly. Oh, it broke my momentum lock. Sure enough, Sasuke made a lot of progress in 2 years. I just don't know where Sasuke is today, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and immediately became interested in Sasuke. Sasuke, who hasn't followed Oshimaru, where can he go now? The long knife pierced through the stagnant atmosphere, and the originally quiet 7th exercise field was suddenly filled with the smell of killing. Ding! When Kianting moved in Kakashi's hand, the long knife bounced off and flew into the air. Sasuke's figure immediately appeared next to the long knife, grabbed with his right hand, and the long knife was once again held tightly by Sasuke. A strong wave of the right hand. The long knife slammed down in midair. Great momentum. Thousand ding henshi. Ding. The two long knives smashed together fiercely. So fast. Both are so fast. I didn't expect that Sasuke's instantaneous ability had already been practiced to such a degree. Sakura, who was still in the same place, couldn't help but sigh. In the past 2 years, Sakura has followed Tsunade, and has rarely given missions. Even if she does missions, she is not with Sasuke. Therefore, Sakura doesn't know much about Sasuke's current strength. Although the two also met, they would not fight each other. Therefore, Sakura only has a vague understanding of Sasuke's strength. Sakura was also surprised to see Sasuke's full shot now. Of course, Sakura was not surprised by Kakashi's strength. In her heart, Kakashi was already outrageous. Sasuke, good speed, good timing of the sword technique. It seems that the past 2 years have not been wasted, Kakashi said with satisfaction. The corner of Sasuke's mouth curled up, and Kakashi's praise was a great thing for Sasuke. Ms. Kakashi, it's still early to say this. Sasuke let out a soft drink, and the long knife in his hand flashed a blue arc. Kakashi was startled and whispered, "This is Chidori." Squeak. The bird song sounded. Sasuke's long sword is full of blue currents at this time. Chidori blade. Chidori's thunder attribute. Chakras are refined and distributed on the long swords that can conduct chakras. If it is an ordinary person, they may be paralyzed by this thunder attribute chakra. But obviously, Kakashi does not belong to this category. Above the thousand things, the chakra of thunder attribute was also overflowing, and the two long knives turned blue at the same time. Tear. Kakashi flicked hard, and Sasuke's long sword was thrown away. Not to be outdone, Sasuke threw his long sword, caught it with his left hand, and slashed down again. Kakashi's right foot was a little bit, dodged the long knife, and then turned around. Kianting slashed towards Sasuke's right arm. Sasuke was short, moved his feet and slid to avoid it. The long knife in the left hand did not stand still at all. When the body turned, it quickly turned like a top, forming a whirlwind-like net of knives. Kakashi didn't rush, facing the circular knife net. Kianting was stagnant, and then inserted into it. Ding. It's another sound. Thousand ting and long sword collide again. The whirlwind of knife net also came to an abrupt end. Kakashi just kicked up and kicked Sasuke's chest. Sasuke was shocked and quickly returned to defense, putting his hands on his chest. Boom. Kakashi kicked Sasuke's palms, and the powerful force made Sasuke fly out. Sasuke made a backflip and landed beside Sakura. Sasuke, are you okay? Sakura asked with concern. Sasuke shook his head and stared at Kakashi, eyes full of excitement. Yes, I have been able to perform such a detailed application of Chidori. It is worthwhile to teach you this ninjutsu. The application of the sword technique is also very proficient. Kakashi praised again. Sasuke curled his lips and said, I said, it's too early. After Sasuke finished speaking, his hands were knotted. Kakashi's pupils shrank. This seal is done armor. Open. In the face of Kakashi, Sasuke has no reservations because it is unnecessary. Sasuke knew very well that even if he did his best, he might not be able to hurt Kakashi. Between the two, there is no need to test, because Sasuke is very clear about Kakashi's strength. That is strong. So, as soon as he came up, Sasuke revealed his whole cards. Under Thunder Dun's armor, Sasuke's aura suddenly changed. Is it the second stage of Thor's armor? It's really amazing. Has it reached this level in 2 years? Although it's still very immature, it's just a start, but it's worthy of praise. Kakashi whispered. Kakashi never doubted Sasuke's talent, but it took Kakashi to do this in 2 years, which really surprised Kakashi. If the 4th generation of Raking knew this, I don't know what his expression would be. It must be very exciting. After all, I have practiced ninjutsu for most of my life, and I was mastered by a 15-year-old boy. It is very exciting to think about it, Ms. Kakashi. Let's continue. The corner of Sasuke's mouth curled up, and the powerful feeling brought by Thor's armor made Sasuke full of confidence at this time. With this power, even Mr. Kakashi would not dare to despise it. Sakura on the side looked at Sasuke's back, surprised. Is this Sasuke's current strength? It's terrible. Sure enough, a lot behind Sasuke. Sakura felt bitter in her heart, but soon, she was filled with endless faith. No, I must become stronger. Only in this way can I stand by Sasuke's side. For a while, Sakura's eyes became extremely firm. Chapter 377 Sakura teamed up. Sasuke left behind an afterimage and stormed towards Kakashi. Ding ding ding. The sound of steel fighting continued to sound, and the two had fought no less than 100 times. The speed is so fast, compared to just now, it has been upgraded by more than one grade. But no matter how fast Sasuke is, Kakashi can always keep up without a hassle. Master Kakashi's speed is so fast, under the blessing of mild-done armor, it can be so easy. Sasuke was shocked. Although he knew that Kakashi was strong, he didn't expect that Kakashi could deal with it so easily under the armor of Thunder Dunge. Kakashi has a look of admiration. Sasuke's strength at this time definitely has the level of forbearance, and even if this Thunder Dun armor can be mastered more proficiently, it will be close to the shadow level. Although there is no such strange ninjutsu in Oshimaru, Sasuke has embarked on another path of power. A path very similar to Kakashi. Right round eyes. Well done. Swordsmanship. Sasuke seems to be caught in a blind imitation. Although this kind of power can quickly increase in the early stage, it may develop disadvantageously in the later stage. No, in the world of Naruto, wherever Sasuke needs to rely on cultivation in the later period, it is all open and hanging. The Eye of Eternity that sent to the door, the power of the 6 ways to the door. Thinking of this, Kakashi was a little weak to complain. Well, it's Ludo's prison, this treatment is comparable to Naruto's, and the others are fine. When Kakashi thought of this, the strength in his hand couldn't help but heavier by 3 points. Although the later period may be a trip to hang out, but for now, we still have to make Sasuke more pragmatic. Kakashi Sensei is working hard. Sasuke secretly said in his heart. Sasuke, if you do, you can't get the bell. Kakashi chuckled, then waved the long knife in his hand. Hanmu sword technique. Leu, the blue moon arc appeared around Kakashi, forming a barrier. No matter how fierce Sasuke's attack was, he couldn't penetrate it. The defensive sword technique? It's really terrible defense. Sasuke secretly said in his heart, then stepped back half a step, avoiding the blue moon arc defensive circle. Sasuke, this is not enough. And, Sakura, when do you plan to see it? Have you forgotten the teamwork? Kakashi said. Sakura was taken aback when she heard the words and looked at Sasuke. In fact, Sakura wanted to join forces with Sasuke before, but Sakura knew that Sasuke wanted to fight Kakashi alone, so she kept watching and didn't do anything. Seeing Kakashi say this at this time, Sakura was a little embarrassed. Is this time to go, or continue to watch Sasuke and Kakashi Sensei play? Sasuke naturally knew why Sakura didn't come up. At this time, he didn't stubbornly insist on going up alone, so he said, Sakura, let's go together. Kakashi Sensei is too strong. I can't get it by myself. The bell. Sakura was overjoyed when she heard this, and immediately said, yes. Sasuke, very well, then, this test, officially start. Let me see what you have learned in the past 2 years. Kakashi smiled. Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other, and then Sakura rushed towards Kakashi. A large number of chakras gathered on the right fist, and through careful manipulation, the chakra turned into a terrifying force. Boom! A loud noise. Sakura's fist hit the ground directly. With the fist as the center, the ground cracked all around and quickly spread to Kakashi's feet. Kakashi jumped quickly and jumped into the air. At this time, Sasuke touched his hands into the ninja bag, took out dozens of kunai and shurikens, and threw them out. The sky of kunai and shuriken shot towards Kakashi. The person was in the air, But Kakashi was not in a hurry. Kianting in his hand kept waving, and dozens of kunai and shuriken were shot down. But all this is not over yet. Sasuke also jumped, brandishing a long knife, and slashing towards Kakashi. Ding! In midair, the two met again. Sasuke rises from the ground with great strength, while Kakashi is in the air and has nowhere to exert strength. With a crisp sound, Kakashi's figure quickly retreated and slammed into the big tree behind. Sasuke didn't have time to be happy, and only heard a bang. Kakashi's body turned into a wooden stake. Crap! It's a substitute technique, Sasuke exclaimed. When is it? Even in the eyes of the writing wheel, Sasuke didn't realize when Kakashi Jiin used the substitute technique. As a ninja, you have to stay calm at all times. Kakashi's voice came from behind Sasuke, causing Sasuke's hair to burst instantly. Sasuke, be careful! Sakura shouted on the ground. But it's too late. Kakashi pushed with his left hand and pressed it under Sasuke's midfielder. Boom! With a loud noise, Kakashi suddenly exerted force. Sasuke sturdily hit a palm. Thunderdun's armor immediately faded, and Sasuke's body fell toward the ground. Seeing this, Kozakura hurriedly moved towards the place where Sasuke had fallen. Boom! Seeing the ground under Sakura's feet shattered, Sakura's body flew out suddenly, hugged Sasuke, and then the two fell to the ground together, smashing a large hole, and the smoke was filled. Upon seeing this, Kakashi showed a slight smile, and secretly said, "Sure enough, Sakura's feelings for Sasuke have not changed. But I don't know what is going on with Sasuke today." When the smoke cleared, Princess Sakura embraced Sasuke. "Sasuke, are you okay?" Sakura asked. Sasuke was a little embarrassed for a while, mainly because this posture made Sasuke very uncomfortable. Sasuke immediately turned over and stood aside, and said, "It's okay." Naturally, Kakashi wouldn't make heavy moves against Sasuke. Even if Sasuke landed just now, it would be painful at best, and there would be no injuries. The two looked at Kakashi not far away, and saw that Kakashi's robe was not messy at this time, and he looked very relaxed. For a time, the two felt a little helpless. "Teacher, you are so strong, it is a foul behavior." In fact, Kakashi didn't use any powerful moves at this time, but only used speed to deal with the two. It's just that Kakashi's speed, in the ninja realm, there are really not many people who can keep up. Although Sasuke mastered the Thunder Dune armor, he was not proficient, and it would take some time to keep up with Kakashi's speed. "Sakura, Kakashi Sensei's speed is too fast. We must find a way," Sasuke said. Kakashi Sensei's speed is indeed a big problem. "But how do you crack this?" Sakura asked. "If Mr. Kakashi is going all out, we will naturally have no chance. But at this time, Mr. Kakashi may not even have half of the strength that Mr. Kakashi has shown. We still have a chance." Sasuke looked at Kakashi in a low voice, said, "Sasuke, what do you think?" Sakura asked. The corner of Sasuke's mouth curled up, and he whispered in Sakura's ear, "We only need this way. That's it." Seeing what the two were communicating, Kakashi didn't mean to bother to deal with two people with one's own strength. It is indeed a bit bully, even if he has less than half of the chakras he can use now. "So, what kind of combat plan do you have?" Kakashi had some expectations in his heart. In the ninja battle, in addition to absolute strength, the battle plan is also very important. There are countless cases of surprising victory. Chapter 378. Get the bell? "Can this work?" Sakura asked in a low voice. Sasuke whispered, "If it can work, you have to try it before you know." "Okay," Sakura said. "Oh, it seems you have discussed it." Kakashi smiled. "Kakashi Sensei, you have to be careful next," Sasuke said coldly. "Interesting." Kakashi smiled. Sasuke glanced at Sakura. Sakura understood her heart, and flew towards Kakashi. "What?" Kozakura yelled, and swiped her right fist at Kakashi again, making a continuous bombardment. Kakashi dodged from left to right. Although Sakura's fist was surprisingly powerful, it didn't make any sense if it didn't hit the opponent. The power is sufficient, but the speed is not enough. so it will not reach the opponent. Kakashi commented. Sakura murmured silently in her heart, "Where is my speed is not enough. Obviously it is the teacher. Your speed is too abnormal." "Okay." "What?" With another angry shout, Sakura's right fist was raised high, and he attacked Kakashi. Kakashi jumped up to the sky with a point to his toe, avoiding Sakura's heavy blow. Boom! Sakura's fist hit the ground again, raising a huge amount of dust. At the same time, the ground shattered again. Sakura's weird power fist is really the true biography of Tsunade-sama, Kakashi exclaimed. That kind of powerful fist, even if Kakashi gets a punch, will definitely not feel good. Guile-kan seems to be simple, but it requires extremely terrifying chakra control. Compared with ordinary forbidden skills, the difficulty is not far different. Even Silent, who was first accepted as a disciple by Tsunade, couldn't use Weird Fist, but Sakura did. This shows that Sakura's talent is breathtaking in this area. Of course, it doesn't rule out that Tsunade didn't teach Guile-kan to mute, but if that is the case, Sakura's identity is somewhat intriguing. After all, when it comes to feelings, mute is better than Tsunade, but Tsunade taught Sakura monster power, but did not teach mute, which is somewhat unlikely. Perhaps only Tsunade knew the truth. This thought just flashed through Kakashi's mind, because what he faced next was Sasuke's fierce attack. Sasuke's body appeared high in the sky, holding knives in both hands, slashing down forcefully. Kakashi did not evade. Ding blocked. Ding. In the midair, with nowhere to borrow, Kakashi was hit by this knife. Although the swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan is not as good as that of the Hajiki clan, it is also very good. In the past 2 years, Sasuke has also practiced this sword technique in addition to completing the training plan given by Kakashi. It is because in Kakashi's body, Sasuke saw the powerful power of swordsmanship. There are not many swordsmen in the Uchiha clan, even Futake is just better at suffering. In the past, the Uchiha clan had a master with swords, that is, Shisui, but now, Shisui is no longer in the Uchiha clan. Therefore, at this time, Sasuke's swordsmanship is more of a self-learning Uchiha swordsmanship after practicing basic swordsmanship. What a powerful blow! Kakashi landed on the ground and said with emotion after standing firm, "Mr. Kakashi, now is not the time to be distracted." Sakura struck again, hitting the ground with a punch. Boom! The surface cracks again. With a total of 3 punches, Sakura smashed the ground of the 7th exercise field. Kakashi is a little strange. What is Sakura doing? Demolition is not such a trick. But before Kakashi reacted, Sasuke's offensive struck again. Done. Go. The powerful Dun fell to the surface and attacked Kakashi. Kakashi was not to be outdone. A ray of thunder appeared in his left hand. Chidori. Chi-Ming. The arc released by Sasuke was directly shattered by Kakashi's Chidori. What? Sasuke was surprised, and he had never seen anyone resisting Dun like this. This is Kakashi's superb control ability over Dun. Ordinary people doing this will only make themselves worse. At this moment, Sakura suddenly knotted her hands and said, "Water escape." Water chaos. Kakashi was shocked. Water escape? When did Sakura learn to escape from water? Does Sakura really have this skill? Believe it or not, Kakashi did indeed appear. Sakura's mouth spouted, and countless currents rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi wanted to escape, but Sasuke seemed to have expected it, and kunai appeared in his hands again. With a flick of his hands, countless kunai shot out again, colliding with each other in midair, and then Kakashi's retreat was completely sealed. Have you premeditated? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, moved his feet, and hit the broken place. Water escape? Broken earth? That's how it is. The corner of Kakashi's mouth curled up, and there was already a plan in his mind. With a move of Ting's hand, the blasting Kyuwu was instantly bounced away, and at this moment, the water flow rushed over. Wow! Kakashi was directly drenched by the water, and his feet were unstable and fell directly to the ground. Water and crushed soil will directly become a quagmire. Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he didn't stop at all. His hands became imprinted. Fire escape. The art of dragon fire. A huge fire dragon spouted from Sasuke's mouth, but the target was not Kakashi, but the ground. Under the scorching heat, the ground that turned into mud condensed instantly, and a burst of rising water vapor suddenly appeared. The water vapor dissipated, and Kakashi's legs were already buried on the ground. Water escape and crushed soil formed a mud swamp that submerged more than half of Kakashi's body, and then added the terrifying broiling of Huodun, directly turning the mud into the ground again. Kakashi didn't have time to dodge, and it became the situation it is today. Sasuke and Sakura were both overjoyed when they saw this, and they fell in front of Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, we won this time. Sasuke, our plan was successful, Sakura said excitedly. Sasuke also smiled. Kakashi smiled and said, a very good battle plan, but what I didn't expect is that Sakura actually learned the water escape, which is really surprising. Teacher Kakashi, you look down on people. I have tested my chakra attributes, not just water attributes, I also have soil attributes, Sakura said triumphantly. Really? Born with dual attributes chakra, it's an amazing talent. Kakashi smiled. Sasuke said, Kakashi-sensei, you don't know about Sakura's ability to escape from the water, so you don't care about the broken soil. Otherwise, you should see through this plan at a glance. But unfortunately, nowadays, victory belongs to us. As Sasuke spoke, he reached out and grabbed the bell on Kakashi's waist. A smile appeared on the corner of Kakashi's mouth and said, one of the ninja secrets, ninjutsu. Sasuke's pupils shrank, and he said in surprise, not good. Chapter 379. Kakashi. Team Kakashi, who was half buried, suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Both Sasuke and Sakura were surprised. Soil escape. The technique of beheading in the heart. Bad. Sasuke cried secretly, but it was too late. The next second, Sasuke and Sakura's bodies sank down at the same time, leaving only half of their heads left. Kakashi's figure quietly emerged and fell in front of the two. Is this considered karma? Kakashi smiled. Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Just now the two wanted to bury Kakashi in the ground, but they didn't expect Kakashi to be buried in, but they were buried in instead. The present newspaper came a little too soon. Kakashi-sensei, when did you use the shadow clone? Sasuke asked curiously. When? Guess. Kakashi smiled wickedly. Sasuke didn't feel annoyed when he heard the words. Instead, he thought about it carefully. Suddenly, his inspiration flashed and said, it was the moment I fell to the ground with a knife. A huge smoke was raised. So even if you used the shadow we didn't notice the clone either. Bingo. The answer is correct, but it is a pity that there is no reward. Kakashi smiled. Sasuke and Sakura were both secretly annoyed. They didn't expect that. They had been thinking about the plan for a long time, and there was a problem in this link. Well, this test ends here. How do I say? I am very happy to be your teacher. Kakashi smiled. Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback when they heard the words, and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi went on to say, although you didn't get the bell, you have made great progress in terms of strength and combat plan. Sakura's weird fist is very powerful, but the speed is not enough and needs to be improved. But Huodun didn't expect me to think that if I had the talent in this area, I might as well develop it instead of putting the cart before the horse. Sakura heard the words and said, yes. Teacher Kakashi. As for Sasuke, done, instantaneous, and swordsmanship, they are all excellent, but, Sasuke, do you want to be the first self or the second me? Kakashi asked, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke was speechless for a while, and now he also reacted. His own development path seems to be exactly the same as Kakashi. Sasuke, you are very similar to me. Whether in terms of chakra attributes or writing round eyes, it is inevitable that there will be overlaps in the development routes. However, when you reach a certain level, you must try to find a way that belongs to yourself. The road. After all, my road is only my own. You Uchiha Sasuke, you have your own way to go. Do you understand? Sasuke nodded and said, understood. Teacher Kakashi, very well, the test is over. Let's go to dinner and celebrate. As Kakashi said, Sakura's and Sasuke's bodies were shaken out in an instant. Yes, Teacher Kakashi. The three masters and apprentices hadn't seen each other for 2 years, so this meal was naturally very enjoyable. Sakura and Sasuke talked to Kakashi about what happened in the past 2 years, and Kakashi gave guidance to the two of them. As the night darkened, the three of them finally dispersed. It would be great if life could be like this forever. Kakashi touched his left eye. He knew that this kind of life would not last. In the gloomy nest underneath, with the soil standing aside silently, Ju emerged from the ground, and said hoarsely, take the soil, Kakashi is back to Konoha. Hearing this, Taito was shocked and said, oh, after disappearing for 2 years, has he finally returned? Do you know where he has been in the past 2 years? Ju said, I don't know. Kakashi used the technique of the Thunder God to go out this time, and it can't be tracked at all. Flying Thunder God's technique? It's really a troublesome ninjutsu, Daita said coldly. He still remembers the damage that ninjutsu brought him. That was the only time he was injured after becoming a mask with dirt. Then do you think Kakashi is different? Daito asked. The distance is too far to be felt. It seems to be a little different, but I can't tell what it is. Forget it. Leave him alone. He is just a loser. How is Akatsuki over there? Everything is going smoothly. The fundraising is almost coming to an end, and in another year, it should be able to enter the final stage. Ju said. Very well. Finally reached this point. Take soil. What do you do next? Ju asked. It's enough to help Akatsuki. You continue to search for the information of the tail beast, and then you will be wiped out. It is good. After he finished speaking, he sank into the ground again. In the darkness, the earthy right eye was extremely scarlet, and the black goo slowly turned. Kakashi, we will meet again soon. I don't know, what else do you look like to see me? The underground space fell into silence again, and only the hideous demon of the outside world was still standing, seeming to be waiting for something. At the Hokage building, Tsunade frowned as he looked at the scroll in front of him. Mute. Go and call Kakashi over. Huh? Oh, good. Silent went to Anb and summoned Kakashi to the Naruto building. Kakashi was a little strange, but still followed. Tsunade-sama, what's the matter? Kakashi asked. Tsunade didn't answer, but threw a scroll to Kakashi. This is? Look at it. Kakashi opened the scroll questioningly, with 2 characters written on it, asking for help. Kakashi's pupils shrank and looked down. Senior Lugiu, are they in trouble? Kakashi whispered. Well, that's good. With Lugiu's strength, he asked for help. It seems that this time is very troublesome. The country of flowers, Kakashi whispered. Look at this again. Tsunade handed another scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi took a look, frowned instantly, and said, Oshimaru also went to the country of flowers. Yes. The trouble Lugiu and the others encountered is probably related to Oshimaru. Only you in the village can fight Oshimaru, and Lugiu leads Shijio and Xiangrin as your disciples. This mission will be given to you. Yes, Kakashi replied. By the way, you bring Sasuke and Sakura with you on this mission, and these 2 people should be more polished. Yes, go. Tsunade said. Kakashi nodded and disappeared into the Hokage office. The silent voice on the side said, Tsunazama, what is the mission this time? How could it attract Osamaru to pass by? It's related to the artifact. Daishiwan's hand naturally stretched out. What? An artifact? Mute said in surprise. Chapter 380 Unleash the Seal at Uchiha's house. Sasuke was about to go out. Futake whispered, Sasuke, where are you going? Sasuke turned around and said, Dad, Kakashi Sensei, and Sakura are going to perform the task. Oh, is Kakashi going on a mission? It's really rare, Fu said in surprise. It stands to reason that at the level of Kakashi, there is almost no need to perform tasks. Unless it is your own request, perhaps some special tasks. But if it's a special task, you shouldn't bring Sasuke. Yes, Mr. Kakashi didn't elaborate. just let us go to the 7th exercise site, and then we should leave the village. Sasuke said. In that case, you go. Fu said. Yes, Dad. Tell my mother for me. Do not worry. Sasuke heard this, packed his ninja bag and set off. Looking at Sasuke's back, Fuyu smiled. Although Sasuke is not as good as Itachi, he is very pleased to see Fuyu's growth today. I don't know how far Sasuke can grow under Kakashi's training. And looking at Kakashi's previous actions, I am afraid it will be a big battle in the future. The Uchiha clan should also make preparations early. Fu whispered softly, and then it seemed that he had made a decision and turned and left. The 3 of Kakashi's team assembled at the 7th exercise field at this time. This time the mission is to go to the country of flowers to support the 9th squad of Lugiu. Although the specific situation is not clear, the opponent is likely to be Konoha's rebel, one of the former 3 ninjas, Oshimaru. Kakashi said. Kozakura and Sasuke were shocked when they heard this, but they didn't expect it to be that guy. The encounter in the Death Forest made the 2 of them have a deep impression of this name, and it can even be said that it is a kind of fear. Sasuke touched his neck, and there was a mark there. It was the curse imprint that Oshimaru planted on Sasuke. Kakashi hadn't mastered the magic of Long Didong at the beginning, and couldn't do anything about this curse seal, so he couldn't completely eradicate it. Seeing Sasuke's movements, Kakashi said, Sasuke, has the curse mark on your neck attacked in the past 2 years? Sasuke shook his head and said, no, Mr. Kakashi's seal is very strong, and this curse is immovable. Kakashi was afraid that the seal of evil was not effective enough, so he added Xianzu chakra specially. Therefore, it is normal for this spell seal to not react at all. Kakashi thought for a while, and said, Sasuke, the unique will of the Oshimaru mixed in this curse seal is not easy to expel. However, this curse seal also contains terrifying power, which is a double-edged sword. Before, your strength was too weak, so I was afraid that you could not control it. Now I believe you can do it. Therefore, I plan to weaken this seal a bit so that you can release the power in it. Sasuke did not have an excited expression when he heard that, but whispered, Kakashi Sensei, is the power of this curse seal the same as Shijigo? Kakashi nodded and said, yes, this curse seal of Oshimaru was originally based on the immortality of Long Didong, but it was really perfected after getting the blood of Shijigo. Therefore, this curse mark has Shijigo on his body. The power of the immortal. Hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but remember that he had seen Shijigo's battles several times before. In that form, he was indeed very strong, and he was generally shinobu, and he was not an opponent. I understand. Then please ask Mr. Kakashi. Sasuke said. Sakura asked with some worry, Kakashi Sensei, is this really okay? I heard that this curse seal will corrode the human body. Kakashi smiled and said, if Sasuke is still weak, this kind of problem does exist. But with Sasuke's strength now, it is more than enough to resist the erosion power in this curse seal, and even this kind of confrontation will make Sasuke's strength goes even further. That's it. Sakura nodded. Don't worry, I will add another protection outside the seal. If Sasuke can't control the curse seal, this protection can suppress it, Kakashi said. That would be great, Kozakura said with joy. Okay, then let's start. Sasuke sat down cross-legged. Kakashi made a seal with both hands, and then gently pressed Sasuke's original curse seal. The circle of runes outside is the seal of the evil seal Kakashi even had before. Solution. Kakashi gave a low drink, and saw that the round rune instantly faded, but it did not disappear completely, but showed signs of a breakpoint. The original circle has become 3 arcs. Seeing this, Kakashi retracted his palm and said, okay, Sasuke, what's the difference? Sasuke stood up when he heard the words, his expression a little excited. This feeling, it's like a powerful force suddenly added to the body. As Sasuke spoke, runes continued to crawl out of the curse seal, and then Sasuke's body was covered. Sakura was surprised when she saw this, and said, Kakashi Sensei, this is the normal situation of using the curse seal. Shijio also has such signs, Kakashi explained. Kozakura was stunned when she heard the words, and when she thought about it carefully, when Shijigo used this trick on the Zonnin exam, it seemed that it was indeed the case. Sasuke didn't mind the rune on his body, but clenched his fists in excitement. This force is really powerful. The power that the curse seal can provide to people is not fixed, but multiplies according to the person's own ability. It's like the fairy mode. In fact, the curse seal is plain, that is, the simple version of the fairy mode. Sasuke bombarded the ground with a punch, and in an instant, a large crack was opened in the ground. Sakura was surprised when she saw this, and said, "So strong. I'm almost catching up with my strange power punch. It feels great." Sasuke Kyoshi said. Kakashi smiled. "Sasuke, with your current ability, you can use this curse for 10 minutes. If you want to enter the second form, you can only use it for 3 minutes. If you exceed it, it will cause damage to your body." Damage, remember. Hearing this, Sasuke exited the curse seal mode and said, "Yes, Teacher Kakashi. Well, let's leave the curse seal here for now. Let's go. Don't let Senior Luigi wait for a long time." "Yes, Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke and Sakura said in unison. The Kakashi team officially assembled and set off. The country of flowers, a small country, so small that even Ninja Village does not exist. Such a country can only be reduced to a battlefield in wartime, and this time the mission location is precisely this country. It has been half a month since Luigi came to this country with the 9th squad, but in half a month, he did not complete this task, because this task has changed. Strong enemies appeared one after another. Chapter 381 Flower Country. Miss Luigi, what shall we do next? Those people don't know where they come from. They are superb. Uchiha Fire Ice said. Fire Ice, don't worry, I have already sent a request to the village for help, and there will be reinforcements coming soon. Luigi smiled. Really? That's great. Uchiha Fire Darky said. Speaking of which, this reinforcement Xianglin and Shijio are very familiar. Luigi said, looking at the two people who were silent. Xiangrong and Shijigo were stunned when they heard the words, and they were a little puzzled. Xiangrin said, I and Shijigo are very familiar. Is there anyone like this in Konoha? Naruto has been out with Jiraiya for almost 2 years, and Kakashi's brother doesn't know where he went. Could it be? It seems that a certain possibility has been thought of, and both Xiangrin and Shijigo's expressions are happy. At this time, the reinforcements coming over naturally cannot be Naruto. Although I don't know how Naruto's practice is, he certainly does not have the strength to solve the immediate dilemma. Then, there is only one person left, and the name of this person is ready to be revealed. Is it Brother Kakashi? Xiangrin asked in surprise. Luigi smiled and nodded, and said, yes, it's Kakashi. Really? That's great. Xianglin said in surprise, and at the same time looked at Jungo, and said, Jungo, Brother Kakashi is back. Yeah, Brother Kakashi is finally back. The two have never left Kakashi for so long since they followed Kakashi back to Konoha. Even if Kakashi went out before, it was not as long as this time. Moreover, Kakashi would write letters back from time to time during the last trip, but this time, there was nothing. Kakashi seemed to have evaporated. If Kakashi were not strong, and the two had enough confidence in Kakashi, they would really think that something happened to Kakashi. Oh, what a mess. Xianglin called out suddenly. Xianglin yelled so, and the other three people looked at Xianglin a little strangely. Luigi asked, what's the matter? Xianglin said with a sad face, when Kakashi's brother left before, he told us that he hoped that after he came back, we would all become the shinobu. But now I and Shijigo are still the shinobu. After hearing this, Zongwu also thought of this matter, and felt a little uneasy. Yes, I didn't even think of this matter just now, it's awful. Shijigo also changed his expression, a little uneasy. Luigi was taken aback when he saw this, and then smiled. Don't worry, Kakashi will not blame you. After all, he said it was 3 years ago, and this time he came back early. That's what I said, but I still feel a little unwilling to accomplish the goal given by Kakashi's brother. Xianglin muttered softly. Don't worry, none of you will become shinobu during the same period, and Kakashi will not criticize you. Besides, shinobu does not need to be strong enough. It requires a lot of tasks to accumulate, although your strength is almost enough. But the mission experience is still a little bit less. Lujo said. It is true that there is a Zongnin exam for promotion to Zongnin, but there is no Zongnin examination for promotion to Shangnin. On the one hand, because Zongnin is already the main power component of a village, death will inevitably occur if the Nin test is held. No shinobu village would be happy to see such unnecessary casualties. On the other hand, the transition from Zongren to Shangren is not only a question of strength, but also a question of experience. The original Naruto was completely destroyed in the end, and he was not directly appointed as the shinobu, but after being requested by the 6 generations of Hokage to supplement various theoretical knowledge and experience, he was upgraded. It can be seen that the difference between Shangren and Zongren is mainly not in strength, but in experience. Of course, if you have to accumulate the experience of achieving Shangnin, the tasks to be performed will naturally have the level of Shangnin. Therefore, there is no worry that the Zongren who has no strength will become the Shangren. Although Luju's explanation is in place, Xiangren and Shijigo still feel a little worried. Luju was also helpless when he saw this. Kakashi's position in the two people's minds was too high. That's why the situation now appears. In this regard, Luju can only express envy. It is a happy thing to have such admiration for one's younger generation. In other words, why, as your instructor, I don't see you being so caring about what I say. Luju said silently in his heart. Kakashi and Shijigo were caught in the dual emotions of expectation and fear, and they couldn't help themselves, while Kakashi took Sasuke and Sakura along with them. Suddenly, Kakashi stopped and said, "The country of flowers is in front of me." Sasuke and Sakura also stopped when they saw this. The scenery in front of her made Sakura exclaimed, "Wow! It's so beautiful. It's really a country of flowers. It's all flowers." The country of flowers is named after flowers, because the environment here is very suitable for the cultivation of flowers. There are countless flowers blooming throughout the year, decorating this country. And this kind of grand scene, for most women, is irresistible. It is indeed a very beautiful country, Kakashi exclaimed. When Kakashi traveled back then, he had been to this country, and was surprised by the country's appearance. If it weren't for things to be done, Kakashi really wanted to live in this country. Well, as for Sasuke, he didn't feel much about these expressions. Okay, let's hurry up. Senior Luju is still waiting for us. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and Sakura said in unison. Just as the three of them were about to enter the country of flowers, Kakashi moved his ear and said, "Be careful. There is an enemy attack." Sasuke and Sakura immediately increased their vigilance upon hearing this, and formed a formation with Kakashi. Oh, very good perception. It seems that this time it's not a normal waste. A low voice sounded, and then 7 or 8 ninjas suddenly appeared, surrounding Kakashi's trio. "Who are you?" Kakashi frowned. Before the three of them entered the country of flowers, they were besieged. How bad is the situation in this country of flowers? Could it be that Senior Luju would ask for help? Who am I? Don't worry about it, because soon you will be a dead person. Ha ha ha. The speaker was a middle-aged ninja with a majestic body and an arrogant appearance. Sasuke said with disdain, "It's up to you, boy. It's very arrogant. Let's see how this uncle sends you to hell." "Everyone, go!" the middle-aged ninja cried. Upon seeing this, Kakashi knew that it would be impossible not to do it. "Sasuke, Sakura, leave a live message for the news, and the rest, whatever you want." "Yes, Teacher Kakashi." As soon as the voice fell, the three of them dispersed instantly. Chapter 382 Happening. A cold and dignified long knife was placed on the middle-aged ninja. The middle-aged ninja looked at the man with the knife in front of him, with a look of panic and fear in his eyes. Beside, the original ninjas had all fallen in a pool of blood, and Sakura and Sasuke stood beside Kakashi. Obviously, the battle was over, and the Kakashi trio were unscathed, and the opponent's ninja was wiped out. Who are you? The middle-aged ninja asked nervously. Kakashi looked at the middle-aged ninja coldly, and said, I don't even know me, so I dare to stop us like this. Say, who are you? The middle-aged ninja swallowed and looked at Kakashi seriously. Suddenly, the middle-aged ninja seemed to think of something. His body began to tremble, and he stammered, difficult. Could it be that you are Kakashi Hagai? Konoha's Kakashi Hagai. Oh, it doesn't seem to be very ignorant, but what I am asking now is, who are you? Kakashi said coldly, and the long knife in his hand moved lightly. Instantly, the middle-aged ninja's neck above, there was a small blood stain. Don't I'll say everything, the middle-aged ninja said fearfully. At this time, the middle-aged ninja's mood is almost like a Japanese dog. How could it be so unlucky? According to the legend, Haki Kakashi didn't leave Konoha. Didn't he know what to do? How can you be met by yourself? Did he come back? A wave of fear surged in the heart of the middle-aged ninja. If this is the case, can this mission be completed? In the entire ninja world, who can seize things in the hands of Hagai Kakashi? Thinking of this, the middle-aged ninja's mind kept surging. For a moment, the middle-aged ninja thought about a lot of things. Of course, Kakashi did not know these. Let's say, who are you? Where are you from? And what are you doing here? Why do you want to kill me? If you make a mistake, don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless, Kakashi said coldly. Well, I said, I'm a member of the Wind Demon clan. This time I came to the country of flowers to seize the artifact. There were people from Konoha who blocked us before, but we were repelled. We estimate Konoha will come to support. So I was sent to stop you. I didn't expect unexpectedly. Kakashi frowned and said, the Wind Demon clan? Are you from Dashimaru? The middle-aged ninja was surprised and said, how do you know? Sure enough. So, this time the Oshimaru really came? Kakashi asked. I don't know this. The middle-aged ninja gritted his teeth and said, compared with Kakashi's legendary fame, the middle-aged ninja is more afraid of Oshimaru, because he has personally experienced the horror of Oshimaru. If he betrayed Oshimaru, it would be more uncomfortable than death. You know, there are thousands of ways that Dashwin tortured people. Looking at the expression of the middle-aged ninja, Kakashi knew what this guy must know, but he refused to say it. That being the case, Kakashi is naturally not polite. The long knife was retracted, and a hand knife hit the middle-aged ninja's neck. Then with a muffled hum, the middle-aged ninja fell. Ms. Kakashi, what should I do if this guy refuses to tell us the information? Sakura asked. He doesn't want to say. We naturally have to find a way to let him say, Kakashi said. What can I do? Sakura wondered. Kakashi did not answer, but looked at Sasuke. Sasuke was taken aback. Then he said, I understand. Leave it to me. After Sasuke finished speaking, the chakra inside his body moved, and the scarlet eyes appeared immediately, and the three-gold jade kept turning. When it comes to asking questions, writing round eyes is definitely a useful thing. Sasuke grabbed the middle-aged ninja and pulled his eyelids away, and the illusion was immediately reflected in his eyes. It turns out to use the illusion of shaping Lunyon, which is indeed a good way. Hey, Mrs. Kakashi, why don't you torture yourself? Don't you also have shaping Lunyon? The effect will be better if you directly torture it, Xiao Ying asked in confusion. Kakashi smiled and said, this kind of thing lets Sasuke come, and it can be regarded as a kind of training for Sasuke, which can make him use the writing wheel more skillfully. That's it. Teacher Kakashi is really hardworking. Kakashi could only smile when he heard the words, but I wanted to use it, and now I can't use it at all. Now Kakashi's left eye is a decoration. No, not even the decoration, because it has been covered by the forehead. Soon, Sasuke withdrew the writing wheel and put down the middle-aged ninja. Sasuke, what's the situation? Kakashi asked. Sasuke looked a little dignified, and said, Oshimaru seems to have come. According to the intelligence in this guy's mind, Oshimaru should be here within 2 days, and the number of leading troops coming this time is about 24, not counting the deaths here. There are more than a dozen. The leader of them is named Honglian, followed by the 5 people of Otonin, but it seems that only 4 have come. Guren and the group of 4? Interesting. No wonder Senior Lujiu and the others would ask for help. Together, these 5 people can indeed cause quite a lot of trouble to Senior Lujiu and them. Kakashi murmured. Kakashi Sensei. Do you know these 5 people? Sakura asked curiously. Knowing some circumstances, this Red Lotus is the owner of the blood succession boundary, and it is a rare blood succession, named Jingdun, which can crystallize everything except chakra. It is a very scary one. Ninjutsu, Kakashi explained. Is the blood succeeding the limit? Sasuke murmured, with a bit of excitement on his face. Fighting against the strong is really Sasuke's long-cherished wish. Only in this way can he continue to improve. As for the other 4 people, they were all cursed by Oshimaru, but they are not as high as Sasuke's curse. But they are more skilled in applying them, and they are also opponents that should not be underestimated. Each of these 5 people has the strength of Shangnin. It seems that your opponents are not weak this time, so be careful, Kakashi said. Sakura and Sasuke's faces were a bit solemn when they heard that. An opponent who could be described by Kakashi would naturally not be weak. However, the 2 did not have much fear. These people may be really strong, but Sasuke and Sakura are not weak. In a near-known situation, it is still unclear who wins and loses. Okay, let's go to meet Senior Lujiu and the others first. As for this fellow, Sasuke, you carry it on your back and take it together. Sasuke looked at the middle-aged ninja, instinctively a little resisted, but Kakashi said so. He naturally couldn't object. Yes, Teacher Kakashi. So, a group of 3, plus this prisoner, went on the road again. Chapter 383 The Second Pheasant Sword. The Country of Flowers. Daming Mansion. Class 9 lives here at this time. And this task is also commissioned by Daimyo of the Country of Flowers. Mr. Lujiu, these ninjas who don't know where they came from, wiped out a small village in my Country of Flowers yesterday. If this continues, my Country of Flowers can't survive. The daimyo said a little angrily. Anyone who sees such a group of ninjas wantonly killing people in their own country will not feel happy. Even the Country of Flowers is such a kind country. Lujo sighed when he heard the words, and said, Sir, I'm sorry, our strength can't fight against them at the moment. There are so many of them, and we can't know their specific actions. Now, we can only wait for the village to send in support. In this way, we can attack. Is Konoha's support? Mr. Lujiu, when will the person you are talking about come? The daimyo asked impatiently. It should be coming soon, about 2 days later, Lujo said. Really? That's good. Mr. Lujiu, please. I don't want to see the people of my Country of Flowers be hurt by these beasts anymore. The daimyo said solemnly. Don't worry, Lord Daming. As soon as our support arrives, we will start the action immediately. Lujiu promised. That's good. Daming heard this and was a little relieved. For Konoha's reputation, daimyo is quite relieved. Therefore, with Lujiu's assurance, the daimyo was relieved. At this time, a soldier ran in and said, Master Daimyo, there are 3 ninjas outside the house who claim to be Konoha. Come to Master Lujiu. Lujiu was overjoyed when he heard the words, and said, My lord, it should be the support of the village. The name was also overjoyed and said, Okay, bring them in quickly. Yes, Lord Daming. When the soldiers heard the words, they stepped back and brought people up. No one else, it is the Kakashi trio. Lujo saw this and smiled. Kakashi, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Senior Lujiu, I'm sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. There was an attack on the road, which wasted time. Kakashi laughed. Lujiu frowned, looked at the unconscious man Sasuke was pulling, and said, Assault. Could it be that the group of people intercepted you on the road? Kakashi nodded and said, Yes, there are 8 people in total, except for this one. The rest have been wiped out by us. The daimyo was overjoyed when he heard that, but he didn't expect that Konoha's support would kill so many enemies as soon as he came. and he didn't wait in vain. Wait, Kakashi, the name is so familiar, I seem to have heard it somewhere. Lujo smiled after hearing the words. I didn't expect these people to move so fast to ambush you, but they are still unlucky. Senior Lugiu, I was the one who was attacked, and you said they were unlucky. Kakashi vomited. Lujo laughed and said, with these people, I am afraid that I am not going to ambush you, Kakashi. Senior Lugiu is very confident in me. Kakashi couldn't laugh or cry. If I don't have confidence in your Hagai Kakashi, then I really don't know who I should have confidence in. Lujo smiled. Hagai Kakashi. The daimyo was shocked when he heard the words, stood up, walked to Kakashi's side, and said, you are Hagai Kakashi? Konoha's #1 technician who claims to copy the ninja? Daiming's exaggerated expression made Kakashi overwhelmed, but he still replied, it's me. How can you enlighten me? The daimyo was overjoyed and said, great. If it is Mr. Kakashi, the disaster in my country of flowers will definitely be solved this time. Mr. Kakashi, please, you must solve such a shameless ninja. Kakashi heard the words and said, don't worry, my lord, since Konoha has taken over this task, I will definitely be responsible for it to the end. That's great. I will have a banquet right away to pick up Mr. Kakashi from the dust. Seeing that the daimyo was going to be a big deal, Kakashi quickly said, Daiming, this is not anxious in advance. I will discuss with Senior Lugiu about how to solve this problem next. As for the banquet you mentioned, it is still let's hold it after we settle the matter. Okay, well, everything is up to Mr. Kakashi and Mr. Lugiu. My lord, please rest assured, Kakashi said. Well, I'm completely relieved this time, Mr. Kakashi, Mr. Lugiu, then you guys talk first, my daimyo will leave first, the daimyo said. Dame, please. The daimyo went down happily. Lujo said with a smile, Kakashi's name is different. When I heard the name of the country of flowers, he immediately became confident. Unlike me, after talking for a long time, the name was a little relieved. A little. Senior Lugiu, don't make fun of me, Kakashi said helplessly. Sasuke and Sakura on the side were also full of emotion for the daimyo's reaction. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Kakashi had such a great reputation in such a remote place. Just hearing the name of Teacher Kakashi is enough to make a big name so relieved. You can see the gold content represented by this name. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about business, Lujo said with a straight look. Kakashi nodded and said, Senior Shikaiju, I just learned from this captive that this time it should be the 4 of the 5 members of Orochimaru's subordinates, Guren and Otonin, and Orochimaru seems to have also attacked. On the way here, Lujo frowned when he heard the words, is the Dash-1 coming too? It seems that he is also paying attention to this matter. Indeed, Orochimaru does not leave easily. Once he starts, it shows that this thing is very attractive to him, Kakashi said. Yes, it seems that Dash-1 is really unwilling to give up on this artifact, Lujo whispered. By the way, Senior Lugiu, the support letter you wrote also mentioned the artifact. What exactly is it? Kakashi asked curiously. Sasuke and Sakura on the side looked at Luku very curiously. Lujo said, it's the pheasant sword. Pheasant sword? Kakashi frowned. Yes, it is the grass pheasant sword. I remember that Orochimaru should have a pheasant sword in his hand. Why would there be one more? Kakashi asked in confusion. I don't know, but this grass pheasant sword does have a corresponding legend. Perhaps it was Orochimaru who heard this news before hitting the country of flowers. It is said that the secret of this grass pheasant sword is from 3 villages. The 3 of them kept it. And these days, 3 villages in Huazi country have been destroyed. It should be the village that kept the secret of the pheasant sword in the legend. So, it seems that Orochimaru is really interested in this so-called grass pheasant sword, Kakashi murmured, and then seemed to think of something, and looked at Sasuke with a dazed expression on his face. If I remember correctly, in the original work, after Sasuke followed Orochimaru, he did have a so-called grass pheasant sword on his body. Is it this one? Kakashi secretly asked. Chapter 384 Guren and the crowd of 4. Somewhere in the country of flowers, the ninjas of Otonin village gathered in a small village. Gurenzama, the Luzazu and others who were sent to intercept Konoha's reinforcements today have not come back, and there is no news. On the contrary, someone from the Daming Mansion in the Country of Flowers came back saying that 3 Konoha ninjas had entered. After leaving the Daming Mansion, these 3 Konoha ninjas also brought a ninja in Luzazu clothes. It should be him. On the side, with a green dress and dark blue hair, it was Red Lotus. At this time, Guren was no better than the Guren that Kakashi had seen in Otonin village. She had grown up with an icy breath on her body, a pair of eyes, with evil spirits. Oh, it seems that Luzazu's trash not only failed to intercept Konoha's ninja, but they were also completely destroyed by the other party, which is really shameful. Honglian said coldly. Gurenzama said very well, the ninja whispered. Guren, I'm not talking about these things right now. Master Orochimaru will be here soon, and the whereabouts of Kizaru's sword has not been found. It is not easy to explain to Master Orochimaru, Zyuojin said coldly. Humphrey, I don't need you to do things, Honglian said with a cold snort. Guren, Lord Orochimaru asked you to be the leader this time. If you do that, when Lord Orochimaru arrives, I'm afraid you will be the first to clean up. Toyuya sneered. I have nothing to explain to the 4 of you when I work in Gulian. You just need to obediently do what I say, and that's it. If you are not convinced, you can file a lawsuit with Lord Orochimaru. No one can bear it, Gulian said coldly, then turned and left. Damn. This woman is really getting more and more arrogant, Gitonmaru said viciously. After Janmaro was taken away for secret training by Osamu-sama, this woman, relying on Osamu-sama's trust, to give us instructions is too much. To was also upset. They are all women, and Teiyu also thinks that he does not need to be inferior to Guren, or even stronger, but Dashimaru favors Guren, which makes Teiyu very unhappy. In fact, it's not just that it's uncomfortable, but the other 4 people are also very unhappy. Well, Teiyu, Gitonmaru, this Guren is in power. We fight her too much, it doesn't make any sense. If we mess up the Osamu-sama's affairs because of this, we will be unlucky. Now, what we are going to do, it is to find the Kizaru sword in advance, and let Master Orochimaru see our abilities, so that we can get the attention of Master Orochimaru. Sakan said calmly. Although Zyuojin is usually hot-tempered, but at critical moments, he still has a different calmness. Sakan is right, but the news of Kizaru's sword is still unclear. The news of the 3rd village has not been found yet, Toyuya whispered. At this time, Zyuojin showed a smile and said, actually, I found the 3rd village yesterday, and I took someone to destroy it. What? Did you find it? Why didn't you tell us? Gitonmaru asked in shock. There are too many people who know. Guren will definitely know. Now I have got the 3rd clue, plus the previous 2. We can already set out to find the Kizaru sword. Lord Osamu should be here tomorrow afternoon. It should be time. Let's set off together. At that time, it will be ours to find the Kizaru sword. Zakan said excitedly. Teiuya, Gitonmaru, and Jirobo were all a little excited when they heard this. In their opinion, if you get the sword of Kizaru earlier than Guren, you can get more trust in Orochimaru. Then, they don't have to succumb to it. Up. Good job. Near, we will set off when it gets dark. We must not let Guren find it. Teiuya said excitedly. Naturally, I was prepared long ago, Zyuojin said with a smile. What the 4 of them didn't notice was that not far from the room, Gulian was condensing the breath of the whole body, listening to all this quietly. It's really for idiots. I didn't get enough success or failure. Do you think I really didn't know that Sakan had gone to destroy the 3rd village? Since you are so enthusiastic, let you go first. When the time comes, Kizaru sword will still be mine. I am the only person that Master Orochimaru likes. What kind of things are you guys? Guren sneered and left here. In Daming Mansion, Kakashi and the 3 met the other members of Class 9, Brother Kakashi. When Xiangrin saw Kakashi, he swooped over, but he seemed to think of something. He didn't hug Kakashi directly as before, but said embarrassedly, brother Kakashi, for a long time gone. Kakashi was taken aback, seeing Xiang's restrained look, could not help but feel a little funny. The girl is still growing up, and now she has the reservedness of a girl, and she won't crawl onto herself as she did before. For such a change, Kakashi was a bit disappointed, but more gratified. Kakashi stepped forward and rubbed Xiangrin's hair, and said, "It looks like Xiangrin has grown up." That's brother Kakashi. I'm amazing now. Xianglin enjoyed the feeling of being spoiled by Kakashi very much, and said very proudly after hearing this. Kakashi smiled and said nothing. At this time Shijigo also stepped forward and shouted, "Brother Kakashi, is everything going well?" Zongwu, I'm back. Naturally everything went well. Kakashi smiled. At this time, Shijigo was 1.90 meters tall, taller than Kakashi, and Kakashi looked up at Shijigo. "That's really great." Shijigo smiled, and then he said faintly, "Brother Kakashi, I'm sorry for something. I apologize to you here." Kakashi was taken aback, and said, "What's the matter?" "Before you said that you hope that after you come back, you can see that we all become shinobu, but we didn't do it. Sorry." Shijigo bowed deeply to Kakashi and expressed his apologies. Kane, Sasuke, and Sakura also thought of this at the same time, and they were all a little ashamed. So the three also bowed to Kakashi at the same time. "I'm sorry." Teacher Kakashi brother. The Uchiha Fire Ice who made him look awkward. What kind of ghost target is this? From the bottom to the middle for 3 years. This operation is too irritating. If it's all like this, let people live. When Kakashi saw this, he couldn't laugh or cry, and said, "It's okay. I said it was 3 years before, and there is still a year left. No need to do that. Let's discuss the situation of the task first." Lujo said with a smile, "Well, I told you already. Kakashi won't blame you." The four of them were relieved when they heard this. They will care so much, but also because they have a deep affection for Kakashi. To live up to Kakashi's expectations is the most uncomfortable thing for them. Chapter 385 Plan Action. Senior Lugiu, do you have any clues where those people are? Kakashi asked. Lugiu did not speak, but took out a rag of clothes and said, "We have fought against that group before. They are very strong. The four of us can only protect ourselves and can't make an effective counterattack. So I can only retreat temporarily. I got this rag from their leader." "Leader? Is it a woman named Honglian?" "Yes, it's her." "I know Kakashi, you have a shin dog. I think this rag should be enough." Lujo smiled. Senior Lugiu really understands me. This piece of rag is really enough. Kakashi said, rubbing his right hand on Kiwawu, an instant oozing of blood, and then his hands formed a seal. Psychic art. Boom. 2 ninja dogs appeared in front of Kakashi instantly. One is Parker and the other is Hellhound. Different from other Hellhounds, this Hellhound has a body shape similar to that of Parker. It is black and white, with clear blue eyes. The most distinctive feature is that the brow is 2 white hairs, which looks very cute. Unlike other Hellhounds who have a strong body and attack power, Z also prefers auxiliary psychic beasts. "Yeah, Kakashi, long time no see," Parker said. "Master Kakashi, what's your order?" Tetsuya said. Kakashi smiled and said, "Parker, Tetsuya, this is the fragment of the enemy's clothes this time. You two will look for the trace of this person. After you find it, report to me immediately." Parker and Z also stepped forward and sniffed the clothes, and then Parker said, "Okay, there is no problem with Kakashi." Tetsuya also nodded, and then the 2 ninja dogs set off together. "Well, Senior Lugiu, the next thing is to wait for the news," Kakashi said. "Well, let's make the next plan first," Lujo said. "Naturally, this plan is left to Senior Lugiu. After all, Senior Lugiu is our Konoha's think tank." Kakashi smiled. "You kids are starting to shirk responsibility again." "Okay, after all, this task is mine. It's hard to get you to work. The plan is to let you kid come." "It's really overdone," Lujo scolded. "Senior Lugiu is really a fair person." Kakashi smiled. "You kid, all right, let's talk about business." Lujo corrected his expression. and the 7 gathered together. The plan was already in Lugia's mind. As Konoha's first think tank, Lugia had already thought out all the steps. According to the information, the Orochimaru shouldn't arrive yet, so the first thing we need to do is to get the Kuzenuru sword. Although this Kuzenuru sword is not known to be true or false, we can't let it fall into the hands of Orochimaru. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Now that Otonen should have obtained the specific whereabouts of the Kuzenuru sword, he will act immediately. When Kakashi's ninja dog returns, we will follow up. If Otonen has already received the Kuzenuru sword, we will go forward and take it. If we haven't got the Kuzenuru sword, we'll have to wait. The Oriole will be more efficient later than taking the lead. Miss Luju, you are not afraid that Jinren can run away after getting the Kuzenuru sword? Xianglin asked. Luju smiled and said, don't worry, Kakashi is here, so I won't let them run away. You say yes, Kakashi. Kakashi was a little helpless when he heard that, so this matter still fell on him. Senior Lugiu said that I will watch Kuzenuru sword. Well, now, except for the 8 people killed by Kakashi, there are about 17 people in Otonin. Among them, Guren and the 4 have the strength above the upper limit and need to be handled carefully. At that time, the 4 I will leave it to Sakura, Karan, Shijigo and Fire Ice to deal with. Sasuke, Guren will be handed over to you. As for the others, I will solve it with Kakashi. Lugiu said. Kakashi took a look at Lugiu when he heard the words. It stands to reason that the strongest Gulian should be Kakashi or Lugiu to deal with it. But Lugiu asked Sasuke to deal with it, not knowing what the meaning is. As if seeing Kakashi's doubts, Lugiu smiled and said, the crystal escape used by Guren is very powerful, and ordinary ninjutsu can't resist it. But I discovered that crystal escape has a weakness, and this weakness makes Sasuke its most appropriate to crack. Kakashi suddenly, is Kageyu-senpai's plan too? Unexpectedly, Sasuke said at this time, Lugiu teacher, I can defeat the opponent by my own ability, and you don't need to tell me the opponent's weakness. Lugiu was taken aback when he heard the words, and then smiled. Okay. Then I beg you. Lugiu is also a good personality, so he naturally knows what Sasuke's character is. Sasuke is arrogant, so naturally he won't let others tell him what his enemy's weakness is. He has enough confidence in himself. Therefore, Sasuke will never accept Lucas' information. In his view, it was unfair and a question of his own strength. Sasuke, this isn't it? Sakura said worriedly. Don't worry, Sakura. I won't lose, Sasuke said firmly. Okay, it's so decided. You guys should be more careful. The other party is not a fuel-efficient lamp, Jungo. Except for the Red Lotus, the other 4 people should have a curse similar to yours. Be careful, Kakashi said. Chonga smiled after hearing this. Brother Kakashi, don't worry, it's just some fake. I will never lose. That's good. At this moment, Parker and Z also ran back at the same time. Kakashi, we have found the enemy, but they seem to be divided into 2 groups. The 5 people left the camp, and the rest stayed in the camp. And the 5 people are not together. 4 people are in front. 1 person is hanging far behind. The breath of these 5 people is very strong, Parker said. Oh, interesting. Did Guren and the 4 people leave the camp? Is there any other plan? Kakashi frowned. Not sure, Parker said. Lujo said, in this case, let's change our plan. I will take the Fire Ice to the enemy camp and kill it. Kakashi, you will take the other 4 people to see what's going on with Honglian and others. If I guessed correctly, they should have gone to get the Kuzenuru sword. Kakashi nodded when he heard the words, and said, okay. It's so decided. Parker, you take Kageyu and Fire Ice to the enemy base camp. Tetsuya, you take us to find those 5. Yes, Lord Kakashi. Tetsu also replied. Then, Mr. Lugiu, come with me. Parker said. Trouble you, Parker, Lugiu said. Parker left with Lugiu and Fire Ice, while Kakashi and his party followed Tetsuya. Chapter 386 In Fighting the Mountain of Flowers. Located somewhere in the country of flowers, is the largest mountain range in the country of flowers. This is the precious wealth of the country of flowers, and many of the economic developments of the country of flowers originate from this. The country of flowers at night is perilous. The people of the country of flowers would not choose to enter the mountain at night, because there are a lot of beasts that move at night. But today is different. Soon after night fell, 4 people ran into the mountain of flowers. Their costumes are weird and they look like non-mainstream, but their movements are quick and they didn't disturb anyone nearby. And not far behind them, there was a girl in green clothes with dark blue hair hanging. "Sakan, are you really in this mountain range?" Giton Maru asked after a beast attacked him casually. "Don't worry, there can be nothing wrong. According to the clues obtained, there should be a cave in front. Inside that cave, there is a passage leading to the Kuzna's sword." Zyojin replied. "Okay, let's hurry up. If we leave the base camp for too long, it will probably make Giran suspect that things will be troublesome." "Jirafang, especially you, give me faster speed and eat so fat," Toyuya said. When Jirafang heard this, his face was slightly angry, and he exclaimed, "Tahiya, don't call me fat." "Okay, stop arguing between the two of you. What time is it now?" "You have to quarrel and then slowly quarrel after getting the Kuzaru sword." Giton Maru scolded. Taiyuya and Jirobo glared at them, then both turned their heads away. They still clearly distinguished the priorities of the matter. "Okay, everyone speed up," Sakan said. A group of 4 people constantly shuttled in this quiet mountain. Kakashi and others also came to the entrance of the Flower Mountain under the leadership of Tetsuya. "Master Kakashi, they have entered this mountain range," Tetsuya said. Kakashi heard the words and looked at the deep mountain in the dark, squinted his eyes, and said, "This mountain is really quiet." "Brother Kakashi, this mountain is called the Mountain of Flowers. It is an important mountain in the country of flowers. I heard people from the Daming Prefecture talk about it before. There are many beasts here at night, so no one will spend the night on the mountain. After all, the country of flowers is a country without a ninja village." Xiangrin said. "So, it seems that we have to be careful. The beasts at night are very fierce. Remember, follow this kind of thing and keep quiet. If you are attacked by beasts, don't use ninjutsu. Use Kimura's cold weapons. Solve the battle. Do you understand?" Kakashi said. "Understand." Everyone responded. "Okay, let's move on." In the woods, Kakashi and others stopped, and in front of them was a lone wolf who had just died not long. It seems that they are indeed passing here. This wolf should not have been dead for more than half an hour. "Let's go," Kakashi said. Walking along the way, the suffering of several people was also stained with some blood. At night in this flower mountain, there are indeed beasts, and there is more than one. Even though a few people were already very careful, they still encountered a lot of beasts on the way forward. If a few people can hide, they can hide, but if they can't hide, it will be a quick decision. "Master Kakashi, the cave in front is where their smell disappeared." Tetsuya paused and said. The cave was pitch black, without the slightest light, as if it was a huge mouth that had been chosen and devoured. "There is a slight chakra fluctuation in the cave. Someone should have entered," Kakashi said. "Brother Kakashi, I feel that there seems to be a chakra wave in this cave that seals the barrier." Xiangrin whispered. "Oh, it seems that Kuzenaru's sword might be inside." Kakashi's strength at this time was compromised, and her perception of the seal enchantment was not as sensitive as Xiangrin's. Xiangling was originally a member of the Maelstrom family, with a good bloodline and a high talent for sealing technique. Coupled with Kakashi's deliberate training, his sealing technique attainments were not low at this time. Therefore, the perception of the seal enchantment will not be wrong. "Everyone is ready to fight. Follow up and have a look," Kakashi said. Everyone nodded silently, and they were all ready to fight. In the cave near, this cave has reached the end, but there is nothing. "What's the matter?" Taiyuya asked. "Don't worry, this cave is just a road leading to the Kuzna's sword. If the Kuzna's sword was placed here, it would have been taken away long ago." "Where is that?" Sakan didn't answer, but walked to the front of the stone wall and looked around. What is this kid Zakan doing? Do also complained. It should be looking for the entrance. Zakan is right. If the Kizaru sword was placed here so generously, it would have been taken away long ago. Therefore, it must be protected by something like an enchantment, said. At this moment, Zakan's movements stopped, showing a slight smile, and said, found it. Get the seal with both hands directly to the left, and then say, open. Pressing his right hand on a square stone slab, a burst of white light flashed. Everyone covered their eyes. It's so dazzling. Giton shouted. The white light quickly dissipated, and a square gap appeared in the stone wall, more than 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. It has appeared. That is the entrance to seal the Kizaru sword. Let's go in quickly, said Sakanhai. The other 3 were also overjoyed when they saw this. The entrance of the cave is not big. 3 people enter at once, and there is an open stone wall space inside. This place is really big enough. I don't know where the Kizaru sword is placed. Uaya shouted. It should be right in front. According to the intelligence, the Kizaru sword was placed on a stone platform. It is so open here, it should be easy to see, said Zukon. Okay, everyone find it separately, Giton Maru shouted. The group of 4 instantly dispersed and began to look for the location of Kizaru sword. Not long after, Jurafang shouted, found it. Here it is. When Jurafang called, everyone rushed over. I saw that it was a stone platform more than 5 meters high, with a large sword inserted on it, and enchantment seals around it. A faint light was exuding at this time. The 4 of them were overjoyed, and Teiyu also cried out, that should be the Kizaru sword. Great, I finally found it. So Dashimaru's armor will definitely agree with us. Yes, I'll take it down, Giton Maru exclaimed excitedly. Just as Gidumaru was about to jump up, a cold voice came. Crystal escape middle dot. The technique of crystal breaking and dropping dragon. The pink crystal dragon struck in an instant, and Guitong Maru was shocked and quickly drew away. And on Jinglong's head, stood a woman with dark blue hair. Damn it. It's Guren. Honglian fell on the stone platform and said coldly, it's really hard work for you. Now, this Kizna sword is mine. Chapter 387 Melee Guren. Why are you here? Uaya shouted. Hee hee. Do you really think that I don't know your little moves? This kind of IQ. No wonder Dashwan-sama looks down on you. Honglian mocked. Damn. Guren, don't go too far. This Kizna sword was found by the 4 of us. You'd better hand it over to us honestly. Otherwise, even if you are more powerful, the 4 of us will join hands. I'm going to stay here, Teiyu said. I'm very confident, just rely on you. Want to keep me? The 4 people can't beat Junmaro together, and dare to challenge me. Without Junmaro's Otonin 5 people, it's just a bunch of rubbish, Gulian said coldly. All 4 of them were dumbfounded when they heard the words, and Gitonwun even shouted, what did you say? What? I was wrong? Tayu Aya, Giton Maru, Jurafang. Don't talk nonsense with her. Kizaru sword is there. We will defeat Gulian together, and then take Kizaru sword, said Zakin. It is good. The other 3 nodded in agreement. It's interesting. Just let me see. You 4 have a few catties and a feudals. Honglian sneered. Go, everyone. Zuojin yelled. And then the 4 of them dispersed and approached Honglian from different directions. Multiple punches, clap. Secret technique middle dot. Spider sticky gold. Insakan, Jurafang and Gidumaru attacked one after another, but Teiyu was 1 step behind, observing the enemy's situation. Seeing a few people coming fiercely, Gulian was not afraid at all, but the corner of his mouth curled up, and his hands immediately sealed. Crystal escape middle dot. Hexagon shuriken flurry. The shurikens formed by countless pink crystals flew in all directions with the red lotus as the center. All 4 were taken aback and quickly defended. Soil escape. Earth formation. Jurafang shouted loudly, and then a huge stone wall rose up to block Honglian's attack. But the stone wall was also riddled with holes. Seeing that amazing lethality, all 4 of them felt chills. Oh, I didn't expect to have such a defensive power, which is commendable. but if it is only like this, I am afraid it is still far away. Hong Lian said coldly. This Gulian has 2 brushes, and it looks like it's going to be cursed. Sakun whispered. The other 3 nodded when they heard the words, and then they wanted to unlock the seal. At this moment, Gulian suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." The 4 of them were taken aback, and Taeyu also said, "Why, scared? Then get out of here." Hong Lian snorted coldly and said, "I don't know if someone is here, a bunch of idiots. Come out." Friends over the watching the show. Gulian looked at the entrance, all of them were shocked, and turned around quickly. Just now, the 5 of my own players are on the rise, and if they are attacked by someone at this time, it will be unlucky. Good perception. I didn't expect to be discovered so soon. Kakashi chuckled, then walked in from the entrance. Behind him, 4 people followed. Gulian's gaze condensed, and he whispered, "Hagai Kakashi, why are you here?" "Guess." Kakashi smiled. "Huh. Did you also like this grass Naruto sword?" Gulian said coldly. "Originally it didn't exist, but now that I see it, I can't let you do what you want." "Oshimaru seems to be a bit too greedy," Kakashi said. "The thing that Lord Oshimaru is fond of is Lord Oshimaru's. If you want to make trouble, my Gulian will never let you go." Gulian said. Chakra in his body was about to move. "Interesting. I won't talk too much nonsense. Let's do it." After Kakashi finished speaking, Sasuke and others behind him were ready to do something. When Guren saw this, he said, "The 4 of you, it's not time for infighting, so solve each other first. Otherwise, the Kizuna sword will fall into Konoha's hand, and the anger of Oshimaru is not something you can bear." The 4 of them looked at each other, and Zyojin said, "Guren is right. Our internal conflict is okay, but because of the loss of the Kizuna sword, Lord Oshimaru will not let us go. Cut. I'll make money for this guy Guren first, and after I settle accounts with this group of people, let's do something with Guren." Toyuya said. Now the situation is clear, and the 4 are not unreasonable people. At the moment, several people reached an agreement. The 5-to-5 situation is officially formed. 5 to 5? Find an opponent yourself, Kakashi said to the 4. The 4 people filed out behind him. Karin met Guido Maru, Sakura met Jirobo, Shigeo met Sakin, and Sasuke ran towards Guren. "Ah, it seems that my opponent is you." Kakashi looked at Doyu not far away and said. Taeyu was also surprised, but never thought that his opponent had become Kakashi. This man, who was praised by Lord Oshimaru, did not have any confidence at all. Guren looked at Sasuke, who rushed towards him, a little surprised, originally thinking that his opponent would be Kakashi. "Uchiha Sasuke, is the container discarded by Master Onimaru?" "It's really sad," Guren whispered. "Only you running dogs of Oshimaru can feel that this is a kind of sadness." "I still look down on the strength of Oshimaru," Sasuke said coldly. Guren looked cold, and shouted, "How dare you behave against the Oshimaru population? Today I will prove how wise the Oshimaru-sama's decision was." Jing done. Kui Jing knife. Guren's hands were sealed, and with a soft drink, the pink crystals condensed on Guren's arms, and he attacked Sasuke fiercely. Sasuke took out the long knife from his waist without rushing. Ding! The 2 fight each other, and the war is about to break out. On the other side, Giton Mari looked at Xiangrong in front of him and snorted coldly, "Cut, it's a woman." "What's the matter with the woman? See how I clean up you." Xiang Liu shouted. Arrogant, secret heart middle dot spider nest open. Guitong Maru directly attacked without talking nonsense. The white liquid spouted from the mouth of Giton Maru, forming a spider web, and flew towards Xiangrong. "What is this?" Although Xiangren was not disturbed, his hands condensed a chakra knife, and with a wave, the white web was instantly shattered. "Chakra knife, medical ninja?" "It's really troublesome." Gitongmara's spider silk cannot be cut with a sharp tool, but for chakra, there is no way. Therefore, for the enemy who can freely use the chakra outgoing, he is very frustrated. "But so," Xianglin mocked. "Woman, you will regret it." The battle between Jirobo and Sakura was violent. Jirofang Jin said, You did escape. Takibo, go to hell, bastard. Sakura has nothing to say. She rushed forward with a punch. Boom. The stone wall was shattered, and Kozakura was not at all stagnated. Jirafang was shocked, and quickly dodged to avoid him. The corners of his mouth twitched and said, "What's the matter with this woman? It's terribly destructive." Fist broke the ground and escaped. Jirafang said that he had seen such a situation for the first time after playing in the mud for so many years. "Did you miss it? Then continue," Sakura said, rushing up again. Compared with the big movement here, Shijigo and Sakin are much quieter here. "You have a curse mark on your body?" Shijigo said. Zyojin was taken aback for a moment, and said, "It seems that you know a lot about us. How about it? Are you afraid?" "This comes from the power of Lord Oshimaru." "No, I'm just curious about how much power can be exerted as a counterfeit." "What did you say?" Sakin said angrily. "Let me check it out." "Your curse mark," Chongo said, with black runes on his face. Zyojin said in surprise, "Curse Seal?" Chapter 388 Curse Seal Showdown. Zyojin looked surprised, as if he didn't expect that someone could still have such a thing as a curse seal. In Sakin's impression, only the Otonen 5 and Sasuke Uchiha have this honor. "Who is this guy in front of you? Why does he have this thing?" "Looking at you, it seems surprised," Shijigo said lightly. "Asshole, why do you have a curse? Is it possible that Lord Oshimaru would like you?" "It's ridiculous," Sakin roared. "Is the curse seal? It was originally mine, and what you have on you is just a copy of me." "How could it be?" Sakin said incredulously. "No one can use this curse seal more freely than me." "Then, don't waste time. Go on," Shijigo said. The black rune on his body gradually disappeared, and the whole person turned into a grey monster. Seeing this, Sakin couldn't help swallowing his saliva and whispered, "Curse Seal 2? How can I enter Curse Seal 2 so easily? I haven't been affected by the Curse Seal." "What kind of monster is this guy?" With the help of the Curse Seal, Kakashi blessed Shijigo. Shijigo has already mastered this ability perfectly. The bloodthirsty killing intent when using the curse seal has become extremely weak. The only thing that has not changed is probably the hideous face when using the curse seal. That horrible appearance might really scare a child to cry. "Since you don't want to move, then I'm not welcome." After Zongo finished speaking, chakra surged on his right arm, and then rushed away, punching out a fierce punch towards Sakin. Blast! Sakin's pupils shrank, and said in surprise, "So fast." As soon as the voice fell, there was no time to escape, and the punch blasted near the chest. Oh! With a scream and a mouthful of blood, the nearby body was directly crushed in half by Chongo's punch, and flew to the distance. Shijigo frowned and felt something was wrong. Although his strength was good, it was not enough to break a person in half. Well, the only explanation is that this person was deliberate. Damn it, it hurts. Sure enough, the shattered half of Seikan moved again, and red blood cells emerged from the mutilated half of the body, eventually forming a black half of the body similar to armor. The other half of the body also formed a similar body. As a result, Sakin, who was broken in half, turned into two people magically at this time. Damn. Such a powerful force. Zajin, you are causing me a big trouble. Brother, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect this one to be so strong, and I used the form of Curse Yin too as soon as I came up. Shijigo looked at the two people in front of him, a little surprised, did not expect that there would be such an operation. Originally thought that the extra head behind Zaken was just a display, but he didn't expect to split up another person. So, have you become two opponents directly now? Forget it. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's kill this person as soon as possible, Eugene said, revealing his disgusting tongue. And similarly, the appearance of his body began to change. The black runes surged, and sharp horns grew on his head, and his hair grew a lot. The same change took place in Saken on the other side, and the originally handsome face had now become extremely hideous and terrifying. Or maybe it is the generality of the curse seal, with the side effect of reducing the value of the face. Fortunately, The curse seal developed by Kakashi himself was only a medium for storing the fairy chakra, otherwise he might have to stare at this disgusting face. Oh, is this your curse yin too? Interesting. I hope it can make me happy, Chongwu said. A terrifying smile appeared on his hideous face again. Shijio in the curse seal state is completely different from his usual. He is usually gentle, but at this time, he is a mad warrior. The curse seal chakra rose again, and Shijio at this time looked even more terrifying. Hey, Zuken, how do we fight such a monster? Yukon complained. Brother, as long as we join hands, we will be invincible. Zuken whispered. It's easy for you to say, but such a person is valuable if we kill him. Shijigo ignored the verbosity of the two, and the right fist that turned into the hand of a monster blasted out again. It's just that this time the momentum is even greater. Axe blast, terrifying iron fist, the horrible chakra airflow, all show the power of this punch. Cold sweat slipped on the faces of Zuken and Yukon, and Zuken said, "This is not a joke, brother, use that trick." Nonsense. I don't need you to tell me to. Zuken and Yukon bite open their right hands at the same time, and both hands are sealed. Psychic art. Rashomon. The hideous ghost face gate rose from the ground and blocked the two of them. At the same time, it also blocked Shijio's heavy blow. Boom. The strong impact formed a terrifying airwave. Boom. When the smoke dissipated, the ferocious Rashomon was pierced by Shijio. Hey! What are you kidding me? This is Rashomon who protects Oshamaru's armor. He was punched through by someone, Eugene said in disbelief. In the distance, Kakashi, who was playing a lot of Uia, saw this scene and couldn't help but whispered, "Oh!" Unexpectedly, even Rashomon has come out. Shijio's curse imprint is mastered very skillfully. Even Rashomon can punch through, although it is only the first heavy. But the victory and defeat should come out soon. Zuken's biggest move is curse imprinting, and Jungo is the source of curse imprinting, and Zuken's unlucky when he meets him. Too weak. Not enough. Chongo roared, and rushed to the side of Zuken. Raising his hand was a blow. Steel wrist binding. Shijigo grabbed Zuken's arm with one hand, and exerted a slight force. Bad. Zuken secretly said, but it was too late. I saw Shijigo firmly grasping the arm of Zuken, making it immobile, and then slamming it towards the ground. Boom. Bang bang bang. Continuous heavy blows. The ground was dusty, and Suojin was vomiting blood. Boom. With another flick, Shijigo directly flicked Zuken to Yukon. Eugene quickly took it, but unexpectedly, the huge force caused her to step back a few meters, leaving two long scratches on the ground. Puff. Another mouthful of blood spurted out of Zuken's mouth, and the whole person's state seemed very depressed. Brother, I can't do it anymore, let me enter your body to rest, Zuken said. It's useless, come in. Zuken screamed, and then Zuken merged into his body. Damn, I really don't adapt to being a subject, Eugene whispered. Zuken Yukon was originally twins, with the special ability to fuse the body. Usually Zuken is the main body, Yukon is dormant behind. But now it is the other way around. Oh, it's really interesting. It's still possible to merge again. Interesting, let me tear you apart. Chonga growled. Chapter 389 Parasitic Ghost. Boom. Two punches collided. Boom. A figure was directly smashed into the stone wall. Too weak. Too weak. Can't you let me enjoy it a little bit? Shijigo roared. Eugene, who was smashed into the stone wall, spat out blood and said weakly, "Is this guy a monster? This strength is a bit too exaggerated. Is he really the origin of the curse seal? This type of curse seal, the intensity feels more exaggerated than Junmaro's body." When Yukon thought of this, he couldn't help but think of the fear of being dominated by Junmaro in the past. The same is so powerless. Damn. Absolutely not. I have to dedicate the rest of my life to Lord Oshimaru. How can I die here? Zuken, have you rested? I want to use that trick. Eugene whispered. Brother, it's almost done. Go ahead, let me control the body. The head on the back turned around and said softly. Okay, create a chance to get close first. Eugene said. Okay, brother. Step on the right foot hard, The curse imprint runs at full force, quickly approaching. "Are you here? Take another punch," Chongo said, and another punch was blasted out. Right drew near for a while, and instantly got close, grabbing Shigeo's arm with both hands. Huh? Chongo was already squeezing a fist with his left hand, and another punch was blasted out. This time, Eugene did not escape, but was directly hit by his fist and flew out again. Boom! Another loud noise slammed into the rock wall. But this time, Saken showed a smile instead. Successful. Saken laughed. Chongo was taken aback, a little puzzled, and when he was about to kill Saken in a big effort, suddenly, Chongo felt as if he couldn't move his body. How is this going? Shigeogo was surprised. Secret art middle dot the art of parasitic ghost destruction. Yukon's voice came from Chongwoo's body, making Chongwoo a little unprepared. What's the matter? Where are you? Shigeogo said in surprise. Hee, no need to look for it. I'm in your body. How is it possible? Shigeogo said in surprise, struggling, and finally breaking free from the restraints. Oh, it was able to break free from my bondage, but it didn't have any effect. My secret technique can use chakras to automatically decompose and rebuild the cells or proteins in the body. I broke up my body and entered your body. I can slowly corrode your cells and destroy your meridian system. You are dead, Eugene said arrogantly. Zuo Jin, who was lying on the side in the ruins, also smiled. No one has been able to crack this trick. People who get close to the upper body will end up in pain. In the distance, Kakashi was always paying attention to his own battle situation, and frowned upon seeing this. Upon seeing this, Tayuya hurriedly took out his flute and said, "You don't have to think about it. You can't escape my hindrance." Kakashi smiled upon seeing this. Oh, the little girl is very confident. Well, let me see your methods. When Tayuya saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little angry, and the runes on his body quickly appeared, and immediately opened the second form of the curse seal. Oh, good shape, but it's a bit ugly. Sure enough, the taste of Dashwin is very bad. Kakashi vomited. You are not allowed to insult Master Orochimaru. Tayuya shouted angrily, then put his right hand on his mouth and bit, blood oozing. Psychic art. With a bang, 3 huge evil spirits appeared in front of Kakashi. This is my psychic beast, the 3 ghosts. And then you will know what annoyed me. Magic flute middle dot phantom dance music. Tayuya said, putting the flute to his mouth, and then began to play. The flute sound is crisp and melodious, but there is a kind of murderous air. Interesting, the illusion of sound. It's rare to see it. Kakashi chuckled, and then he became more interested. As for Jungo, Kakashi is not worried. Shigeogo would disappoint Kakashi too much if he couldn't clean up a close one. Haha, how is it? Arrogant guy, now you know that this kind of taste is uncomfortable, right? Eugene said arrogantly. A painful expression appeared on Chongo's face, and then he half kneeled on the ground. The feeling of cells being corroded, accompanied by severe pain, is not something most people can tolerate. Damn. Actually used such a despicable move. Shigeogo whispered. Despicable? Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. As long as you can win, how can you be called despicable? Innocent guy, let me die obediently. Yukon shouted. What a joke. I will never lose to you for such a thing as you. Get me out of my body. Chongwoo yelled. The chakra on his body increased sharply, and the silver curse mark behind him collapsed in an instant. What's going on? Eugene said in surprise. Curse seal fully open. I saw Shigeogo's original gray pattern gradually converging, and the appearance of the monster gradually disappeared, replaced by the appearance of a normal person just now, but the monster hand on his arm still exists. There are black eyeshadows on his face, like a fairy pattern. What's the situation? Eugene said in surprise. Do you think that my chakra is so easy to be merged by you? Shigeogo said coldly. What? Eugene exclaimed, only to feel that a violent mental power rushed into his mind. Cold-blooded, indifferent. It's like a big snake pill. Yukon felt that if he didn't leave this body, he would become a lunatic directly. In fright, Yujin instantly condensed his body and withdrew from Shijigo's body. Waiting for you to come out. Zongwu gave a soft drink, and directly grasped the right foot of Zikan with one hand, and then slammed it hard and smashed it towards the original position of Zikan. Ah! Yujin made a scream, and bumped into Zyojin. The two slammed into the stone wall again, making the original stone pit bigger. It's not over yet. Take the move. Duolian doesn't even shoot. Shijuo's right arm turned into a barnacle-like shape, and a huge chakra was brewing in it. When they saw the situation, they couldn't help but shrink their pupils. If they were hit by such a density of chakra bullets, they would be dead. But the two of them didn't have time to react. With a soft drink from Chongwu, a large number of chakra bullets shot out. Bang bang bang. Chakra shells blasted towards Zuokan and Yukon one after another. I could only hear the screams again and again, and the breath of Zyojin and Yujin gradually wilted until it disappeared. Upon seeing this, Shijio stopped shooting and exited the curse seal mode at the same time. It's dangerous. If it weren't for Long Didong's fairy technique chakra, you can't adapt. I'm afraid I can't get out of this, kid. It's really careless. I didn't expect this kind of secret technique. Shijigo murmured. Chapter 390. Break it with one punch. Jirafang looked at the cherry-haired girl in front of him, with neat short hair, and looked very capable. It's just that no matter how you look at it, it's just a girl. Hey, woman, give up. You absolutely can't beat me, Jirafang said. Sakura said with a bit of uncomfortable feeling, fatty man, you absolutely can't beat me. Jirafang looked dumbfounded when he heard the words, and said, don't call me fat. Done. I've decided. I will break your body into pieces. Sakura was slightly startled, and saw Jirafang's hands. Seal, earth escape, enchantment. Dungeon hall. No. I saw a semicircular stone wall rising from all around Sakura, and then enveloped all the area 1 meter beside Sakura. Kozakura's eyes went black, and she was instantly surrounded by a rock wall. Right here, and feel the feeling of chakra being sucked up. Jirafang laughed. It's just that at this moment Jirobo's ridicule, Sakura can't hear it at all, because of the thick rock wall. Sakura has been completely sealed inside. What's the matter with this soil escape? It feels like the chakra in the body is constantly losing. No, you have to leave as soon as possible. Kozakura thought so. She just kicked up and kicked on the rock wall. The stone wall banged instantly, revealing a big hole, but it didn't break open. Jirafang was startled and secretly said, it's amazing destructive power. This woman's attack power is so high. No, I have to increase chakra's output. Jirafang thought this way, and the hands placed on the stone wall suddenly increased the output of chakra. Inside the stone wall, Sakura looked surprised at the pit that was blasted out of the pit by herself. It recovered quickly. It turns out that this stone wall can not only absorb my chakra, but also restore the damaged place. Sakura muttered in a low voice. But since it can be damaged, that is to say, it has a certain endurance. As long as my attack strength exceeds the limit it can bear, then this stone wall should be cracked directly. Will the attack power be tested? That is really looking for. That's right. As Kozakura spoke, a smile of excitement appeared on her face. When it comes to single attack power, Guilikan, really few people can match it. Even Uchiha Madara once praised Tsunade's strange power fist for its destructive power, and it was even above the 4 generations of Raikage with the Thunderdance armor. Although Kozakura's strange power fist is not as strong as Tsunade, it is still enough to deal with a small soil escape. In that case, then smash this turtle shell. Kozakura gave a soft drink and raised her right fist high. Drink. After a short tune-up, Sakura's iron fist hit the rock wall directly. Boom. A loud noise. The stone wall was hit by Sakura directly. What? How could it be possible? Jirafang was shocked, looking at the Sakura who was right in front of him, with an incredible expression on his face. However, Sakura didn't shock him for too long, and the right fist hit Jirafang's body along the way. Boom. It's another sound. Jirafang was smashed and flew out. Huh? It seems that this stone wall has absorbed a lot of power. Sakura murmured. In the distance, Jirafang slowly got up, with a look of indignation. "Woman, you successfully annoyed me," Jirafang said, and the runes on his body also appeared, and immediately activated the form of Curse Yin 2. Although Jirafang is arrogant, but the power of one punch just now, Jirafang knows very well that in the state of Curse Seal 1, he has no big chance of winning. Only Curse Seal 2 has the strength to fight. Jirafang made a seal with both hands, and said softly, "To dun middle dot to ling dumpling." I saw Jirafang's hands scratching to the ground, and instantly a huge boulder 5 or 6 meters long and more than 2 meters wide was directly lifted by Jirafang, and then threw it towards Sakura. Although Sakura is not disturbed, let you attack in all kinds of ways. I will break it by myself. Weird power punch. Boom. With a punch, the huge stone was directly torn apart. Jirafang was startled, and whispered, "It's really terrifying power." This attack method is the strange force fist of the 5th generation of Hokage Tsunade. Then this woman is Tsunade's disciple. Sakura culled hair, not Uzumaki Karen. That is Haruno Sakura. Are you an expert in physique? Then let's see whose physique is better. Jirafang is proficient in earthen escape, but is also very powerful in physical skills. Especially when the curse was imprinted, the power was multiplied, coupled with the already huge body, so that the already dominant physical skills became even more amazing. Clap. Jirafang gave a soft drink and bombarded with his right palm, forming a chakra air wave. Sakura had just smashed the boulder, and hurriedly ducked when she saw it. As a medical ninjutsu, avoidance is an extremely good skill. Hidden, cut, then attack me close, Jirafang muttered, and then moved his feet quickly to get close. Shoulder. Shiroba rushed over and leaned her right shoulder towards Sakura. That condensed chakra's right shoulder, if it has really hit, I am afraid it will not be too comfortable. But Sakura didn't mean to hide in the slightest. She just punched him straight up. Cherry blossoms. Boom. The collision of fist and shoulder. Tear. With a soft sound, Jirafang only felt that his right shoulder seemed to have been hit by a hammer, and he was a little numb for a moment. Damn it. Shanghai 5. Frustrated with his right shoulder, Jirafang did not immediately open the distance, but left his fist out again and bombarded Sakura's chin. Sakura couldn't dodge, and was hit in the air. What? Sakura let out a painful cry, only to feel that the punch stunned her head. Good opportunity. Knee lift. Jirafang bent his legs and immediately bounced into the air. Immediately, her right knee bends, and it hits Sakura's abdomen. What? With a scream, Sakura exhaled in pain. Jirafang smiled triumphantly. However, it was not over yet. Jirobo's body continued to rise, surpassing Sakura, and his left palm blasted out. Press palm. The huge chakra air wave went from top to bottom, directly hitting Sakura's body that was bent due to pain. Boom. Sakura was directly bombed into the ground. Jirafang slowly fell, looking at the little Sakura who didn't know the people on the ground, and smiled arrogantly. I thought it was so powerful. It turned out to be that way. Ha ha ha. Is it? A cold word rang in Jirafang's ear, and he couldn't help but be surprised. He quickly turned his head, but it was a fatal blow. It hurts my feet. Sakura didn't know when she appeared behind Jirafang. Kicked out, with a terrifying aura, Jirafang was kicked directly into the ground, only revealing a head and a mouth full of blood. How so? Jirobo looked at the Sakura who had been driven into the pit by himself unwillingly, but at this moment, there was nowhere else for Sakura, and only a wooden stake was left. Substitute. Jirafang looked at the wooden stake with a face full of unwillingness, and never thought it would be such a result. Ninjutsu is not necessarily as high as possible. Ninjutsu suitable for tactics is the best. This is what Kakashi teacher taught me, so you can go with peace of mind. Sakura murmured. Although Jirafang was full of unwillingness at this time, he could only close his eyes. That foot directly interrupted the meridians of his whole body. At this time, he was already dead and could not die again. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this, and looked at the situation of the others. Chapter 391 Kagura's Eyes. The six-handed Giton Maru is like a spider. Xianglin looked at the guy in front of him, feeling a little nauseous. Hey, what's the matter with you guy? It's really disgusting. A weird guy with 6 arms. Xianglin vomited. Gitonmaru snorted coldly and said, HMPH. How can you understand the mystery of this? It's disgusting. It makes me not a man or a ghost. I don't have any consciousness of being a human being. Xianglin contemptuously said. Shut up. You, a person living in the sun, can understand how painful people like us struggling in the dark are. Ridiculous. Gitonmaru roared. The 5 people of Yinin were all orphans of the war. They were originally living in the dark and struggling constantly. Until I met Dashwin. Because of his talent was cultivated, he finally became a useful subordinate of Dashwin. For them, Dashwin is their belief, so as long as they can help Dashwin, they don't care what it becomes. Don't be afraid to give your life, let alone become a monster with 6 hands. I don't know why. Looking at Gitonwan's eyes, Xianglin seemed to empathize for an instant. Xiangrong was also an orphan in the war. He originally had a mother, but died in Kaoyin village and was sucked up alive. Then he escaped from Kaoyin village and met Kakashi, and then he really lived a normal life. However, Xianglin has never forgotten the tragic years in Kaoyin village. When I was taking an exam at Zongren, I met someone from Kaoyin village. And Xianglin even beheaded him unceremoniously, because it was the animal in Kaoyin village who killed her mother. Therefore, at this time, Xianglin actually felt pity and sympathy for Gitonmaru. What kind of eyes are you? Have mercy on me? Funny. I don't need Anon's mercy. Go to hell. Seeing Xianglin's expression on Gitonmaru's expression, he seemed to be touched by the most sensitive nerve for a while, and went straight away. He instantly entered the state of curse seal 2, then bit his finger, and his hands were sealed. Psychic art. With a bang, a huge spider hung upside down in the air, looking even more disgusting. Gitonmaru hung on the spider and sneered, taste the beautiful flavors of it. As Gitonmaru said, he took out kunai and swiped it on the spider's belly. In an instant, countless small spiders fell from the big spider's abdomen. Ah, it's disgusting. Xianglin exclaimed, the scene of dense spiders falling from midair is really disgusting for the girls. Damn it, what's a joke? You actually used such a bad trick on girls. Xianglin slammed a punch to the ground, and then smashed a deep hole. Strange power punch. After following Tsunade for 2 years, Xianglin also learned this stunt. Xiangrong lifted the smashed stone directly, and threw it directly at the big spider in the air. The speed is terrifying. Along the way, the little spider was completely bounced away by the rocks, and none of them could get close to Xiangrong's body. Boom! The stone hit the big spider and was penetrated instantly. The blood was flowing, the big spider was in pain, and with a bang, he returned to the psychic world. All this just happened between the electric light and flint. Before Gitonmaru could react, the big spider disappeared. Hey, this is too cruel, right? Gitonmaru didn't expect that this girl who seemed soft and weak could actually have such a brutal attack power. Damn it. You dare to use such a disgusting move. I will never let you go. Xianglin shouted angrily, and then rushed towards Gitonmaru. Raging waves hit combo. Xianglin waved his fists and hit Gitonmaru. Gitonmaru couldn't react for a while, and was actually punched by Xianglin first. Ding! The two dispersed. Gitonmaru didn't seem to be hurt much, but Xianglin had a pained expression on his face. Wow! What is your skin made of? This is too hard. Xianglin shook his hands and asked puzzledly. Hee. My body surface can secrete spider sticky gold at any time, making the body surface metal. You can't hurt me at all. Gitonmaru mocked. Damn it, I should just use a strange punch to beat this kid away. The spider sticks gold. Xianglu said grinningly. It seems that your melee ability is good, then see if your long-range attack ability is also so good. As Gitonmaru said, the figure disappeared again, and then countless sticky gold kunai appeared from all directions. This number is too amazing, Xianglin said in surprise, and then dodged continuously. Fortunately, just like Sakura, Xianglin had undergone Tsunade's horrible avoidance training. Otherwise, after this round of Q-less attack, Xiangren would have to take a break. What? Actually all escaped. How could it be possible? What a quick skill, Gitonmaru said in surprise. Xianglin gasped heavily. Obviously, the escape just now was not easy for her. This kind of density attack is really too foul. If only Ning's Huishan was back, it would be all bounced away in an instant, Xiang Yan muttered. Then, if you have more, you can't avoid it, right? Gitonmaru finished speaking, and fired a lot of sticky gold kunai again. What? Come again? Xianglin exclaimed, facing the overwhelming sticky gold Q-Wu, his scalp numb. Chakra surged all over his body. His speed increased again. Xiangren dodged from left to right, took out kunai, and continuously hit the attacking kunai. Tier. No matter how fast Xianglin was, he would inevitably be hit by the attacking sticky gold. Damn it. The mouse hiding in the dark. I won't let you go. After another wave of attacks ended, Xianglin looked a little embarrassed at this time. The clothes were torn several times, and blood overflowed. Although the wound was not deep, it was stained red. Oh? Did you avoid it? Then, let's see how you hide it this time. As Gitonmaru said, he spit out a demon bow from his mouth. Spider bow. Gitonmaru held the longbow in his hand, spit out sticky gold from his mouth to form arrows, and asked his teeth to bite the bowstring and arrows, and aimed at Xiangrong. Do you really think I can't find you? Kagura's eyes open. Xianglin said, closing his eyes. Kagura's eyes. One of the abilities of the Whirlpool clan is a move that only the Whirlpool clan members with strong perception ability can use. Can perceive the enemy chakra in a larger area. Under this trick, unless it is a person with terrifying hiding ability, otherwise, there will be nowhere to hide. Found it. Xiangrong opened his eyes suddenly and looked somewhere. Gitonmaru was startled, and secretly said, did she have found me? No matter, the accuracy of the hit is 100%. The destructive power. The most destructive. Go to death. Gitonmaru instantly let go of his bow and arrow, and the sticky golden arrow came out of the string. Call out. There was a breaking wind. The speed is breathtaking. Xiangren looked at the flying arrow, but didn't panic. Just behind the arrow about to hit Xiangren's back, Xiangren flashed to the left, and then the right palm was filled with chakra and turned into char. The carrot scalpel slashed directly on the sticky golden arrow. Ding! With a crisp sound, the sticky golden arrow broke in half. This. How is this possible? Gitonmaru said in surprise. Then all this is not over yet. King Kong blocked. Countless golden chains, based on Xiangrong, shot out, entwining the ghost pill in the distance to be firm. King Kong blocked. The unique sealing technique of the Vortex clan can release chains that can restrain people and even tail beasts in an instant. What? What is this? Gitonmaru said in surprise. Something to send you to hell. Xianglin's figure suddenly appeared in front of Gitonmaru, and then he blasted out a punch. Boom! With a loud noise, Gitonmaru was entangled in the golden chain and couldn't move at all, so he was hit in the head by Xiangrin's iron fist. The whole body fell straight into the ground, smashing out of the pit. Xianglin fell beside Gitonmaru and said coldly, you lost. Chapter 392. The knife broke. On the high platform, there is a Kizaru sword inserted, and Sasuke and Guren face each other. Uchiha Sasuke, I will prove that Master Onimaru was the right decision to abandon you. Only I am qualified to be the container of Master Onimaru. Guren sneered. It's really sad. The only purpose of your life is to become a container for the big snake pill. Don't you have a little bit of your own life goal? Sasuke mocked. What do you know? It is my greatest honor to be able to dedicate myself to Lord Oshimaru. You fellow, don't know how to praise. Lord Oshimaru has taken a fancy to your body, and you actually refused. Do you know that you refused? What a great honor. Honglian said excitedly. Since Gulian was adopted by Dashimaru, she has always worshipped Dashimaru. When he knew that Dashwan was looking for a container in order to reincarnate without a corpse, Gulian wanted to use his body as a container and give it to Dashwan. It's a pity that Dashimaru was originally satisfied with Galian's abilities, but after discovering the fatal weakness of the Red Lotus blood succession boundary, he didn't have much interest in Galian's body. What Daishiwan wants is the kind of young body that has no weaknesses and is full of potential. Gulian, obviously, does not meet this point. However, Guren's strong personal ability still made Oshimaru quite admired, which made Guren take charge of this action. From Gulian's point of view, this is the supreme trust in himself, and he must not let Lord Oshimaru disappointed. Therefore, this time, Gulian had tried his best. Seeing Kizaru's sword right in front of him, Guren would naturally not give up, no matter who the opponent is. Sad fellow, I can't understand your dream, but I don't think you can take this Kizaru sword, Sasuke said coldly, and then drew the long knife from his waist. Arrogant. Let me take a closer look. How many katis you have? You can be regarded as the value of Lord Oshimaru. Honglian snorted softly, and immediately printed on both hands, Jinyan middle dot crystal Ujao road. As soon as the voice fell, there was a crystal sticking out from the ground, which pierced Sasuke in a straight line. Sasuke didn't rush. The long knife in his hand was attached to the electric current of Chidori, and it directly smashed the pink crystal. But when Sasuke's long sword touched the crystal, his brow wrinkled slightly. This crystal is harder than imagined, Sasuke secretly said in his heart. But his hands did not stagnate. Art Fire Escape Fireball. As the first ninjutsu that Sasuke has mastered, Sasuke has already mastered it thoroughly, placing his left hand lightly on his lips, and then spouting a huge fireball. Jing dun middle dot qui jing jing. The crystal mirror surface instantly formed in front of Guren, completely blocking Sasuke's fireball without causing any damage. Good defense, Sasuke whispered. The Yinjuin Honglian's hand changed again, and he said softly, Jing escape middle dot qui jing clone technique. Immediately, an identical red lotus came out of the crystal mirror. Huh? The entity clone? Sasuke's eyes were scarlet, and he whispered as he watched the crystal clone that came out. At this time, the two red lotus seals at the same time said, Crystal escape middle dot the art of God crossing. At the foot of Sasuke, a straight line of crystals instantly formed, heading towards Sasuke. Sasuke was startled and jumped out of the range quickly, but Guren's movements did not stop. Crystal escape middle dot crystal pentagonal prison. The pink crystal rose directly into the sky, condensing Sasuke's feet. Oops. Sasuke secretly said that it was bad, but he was a step late. Guren's eyes narrowed, and the pink crystal rose again, directly condensing Sasuke's body in it. Huh, but that's the case. I thought it was so powerful. Just wait for my crystals to turn into shards together, Honglian said coldly. From a distance, Kakashi looked at this scene, slightly surprised. This red lotus crystal dungeon is indeed powerful and varied. It is somewhat similar to Bai Bing Dun, but it is better than Bing Dun in terms of firmness and changes. I don't know if Bai hasn't practiced home, or it's this. Jing Dun does have some cleverness, but if it's just like this, it's a little too short to deal with Sasuke, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and then retracted his gaze, and continued to play with the three ghosts in front of him. Just when Gulian thought that the important matter was settled, and wanted to reach out for the Kizaru sword, suddenly there was a cracking sound. Chidori. Sasuke let out a low drink, and a terrifying thunder current was released all over his body. The lightning current directly smashed the red lotus crystal, and Sasuke also broke out. The long knife in his hand slashed straight towards Guren. Gulian was startled, and a crystal blade instantly condensed from his right hand. Jing dun. Kui jing knife. Ding. Sasuke's long knife and Guren's Kyujing knife slashed together fiercely. You have nothing to do, Gulian said in surprise. Quite Jinyan, you just want to kill me? You look down on these eyes too much. With scarlet writing wheel eyes, he looked directly at Gulian and surprised him. Writing round eyes, Honglian said harshly. Illusion. Right round eyes. Gulian only felt a ding sound, as if her body was out of her control. Oops. Illusion. Gulian secretly said that it was not good, and chakra rioted in his body. When Guren broke free from the illusion, A long knife was already cut straight down in front of him. Guren quickly dodged and escaped. "Oh, I actually cracked my illusion so quickly." Sasuke was slightly surprised. Humphrey. Honglian snorted coldly, and the blood in his body was surging. Forcibly deciphering Sasuke's illusion, chakra in Guren's body was a bit uncomfortable for a while. "It seems to be a little more serious," Sasuke murmured. "Then try. Who is the one who fell first?" Gulen said unconvinced. "Right on my mind," Sasuke said softly, and then the thunder attribute chakra in his body surged. Thunder Dun's armor. Sasuke's body was tightly surrounded by Thunder Dun's armor, and it looked quite frightening for a while. Honglian was slightly surprised, but still coldly snorted, "Ha, bluff. Crystal escape, crystal breaking and dragon drop technique." Guren's hands were sealed, and then a crystal dragon emerged from the ground and slammed towards Sasuke. Sasuke was not in a hurry, and his blood-filled eyes stared coldly at the crystal dragon coming in. Chidori blade. Sasuke held the knife in both hands. The knife was covered with blue thunder, and the sound of Chidori kept flashing. Sasuke jumped and swung his knife down. Glang! The long knife slashed on the crystal dragon's head, and for a while, the scene was a little stalemate. Sasuke frowned, and the chakra in his hand was output doubled. Tear. The crystal dragon shattered with one blow, unable to fall down. Glang! Sasuke's long sword is broken! Exclamation mark. Chapter 393 Voice of Thousand Birds. It's so hard that even the long knife shattered. Sasuke Tiger's mouth was numb, and he only felt that he had struck a diamond. Fortunately, the crystal dragon was also broken, otherwise Sasuke would be injured by this blow. Hee, seeing that your long sword has been broken, what else do you have? Honglian smiled, and immediately sealed her hands. Jingdun middle dot crystal Wujiao road. Suddenly a pink crystal popped out of the ground, stabling towards Sasuke in midair. "If you want to take me in this way, then you would underestimate me." The goo of Sasuke's eyes kept turning, and then his hands were sealed, and the blue thunder was condensed on his left hand. Squeak. Voice of Chidori. Chidori. Sasuke let out a low voice, and the terrifying chirp sounded through the entire space. Stabbed. With a soft sound, the pink crystal coming from the thrust was instantly crushed by Sasuke's Chidori. However, Sasuke did not show joy, but instead looked at the crystal that was quietly broken not far away. "What's the matter? My Chidori attack range is not so large." Suspicion instantly filled Sasuke's heart. Guren's eyes condensed, and he whispered, "Chidori." Hagai Kakashi's original ninjutsu. Sa assisted the offensive unabated, and the left-handed Chidori smashed towards Guren. "Cut, troublesome guy," Gulen said secretly, but his hands didn't stop at the slightest. Jing escape. Red fruit. The pink crystals condensed in an instant, forming a fruit-like shape, enclosing the entire person of Red Lotus. Chidori also hit the pink crystal fiercely at this moment. Boom! Like a golden crow landing, countless sparks splashed. But the pink crystal is undamaged. Sasuke frowned. Although Chidori had just broken the crystal escape attack and its power had been reduced, it was actually unable to break through the crystal's mirror surface. This thing had high defense power. Squeak. Thousands of birds cry endlessly. Sasuke's moves are old, and Chidori has time to make the last call, and then quietly disperses. But at this moment, a corner of the Jingdun mirror surface was strangely shattered. Sasuke and Guren were taken aback at the same time, but they didn't know why. "What's going on? The defect of the blood succession boundary, or an accident?" Sasuke was a little puzzled, but he seemed to have thought of something, and just couldn't draw a conclusion. At this moment, there was a breaking wind from behind Sasuke. Sasuke was taken aback and quickly drew away, but he was a step too late, and a cut was made in the back by the Kyujing knife. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, it was just a small injury. "Damn. I forgot this guy's previous physical clone, I really can't be careless," Sasuke whispered. Seeing that Sasuke had escaped a blow from his clone, Guren was a little regretful. He didn't expect that in this situation, Sasuke would be able to react, and dodge it. His body's agility is really not generally high. "Uchiha Sasuke, you are not my opponent," Surrender obediently, Gurren said coldly. HMPH, ignorance, mine has already seen through your moves. Sasuke stared at Yulian with scarlet writing wheels, making Gurren unconscious. Does he really see through my ninjutsu? How could it be possible? It must be a lie. Honglian said inwardly. Don't doubt, I have found a way to crack it. Next time, your crystal escape will fall into a useless place. Sasuke's confident words cast a shadow over Gurren's heart. What had just happened appeared silently in Sasuke's mind. When the Chidori screamed, this red lotus crystal disappeared for no reason. It was definitely not a coincidence. But what's the secret in it? Jingdun crystal? What can be used to crack the crystal structure? Ultrasound. Sasuke's eyes lit up when he thought of this. So that's the case, then. Is the mystery to be cracked in the sound frequency? Sasuke's heart secretly said, and then his own battle plan emerged. Seeing Sasuke's confident appearance, Gurren panicked for no reason. It seems as if it has fallen into some kind of predicament. Damn, you can't be confused by him. It must be the illusion of writing round eyes. Calm down, Honglian secretly said in her heart, forcing herself to calm down. Seeing that Sasuke remained motionless, Gurren didn't mean to continue to stand in a stalemate, and he knotted his hands again. Crystal escape middle dot hexagon shuriken flurry. A large number of hexagonal shurikens condensed from Gurren's body, and then Gurren waved his hand slightly, and the hexagonal shurikens flew towards Sasuke. The crystal clone on the side also rushed in. Seeing this, Sasuke didn't panic, and used Chidori again. Squeak! The sound of Chidori singing is coming again. Sasuke did not show joy, but was more solemn. This is not enough. More precise control is needed. More accurate judgment. Sasuke secretly said in his heart that those scarlet writing wheels ignored the galloping hexagonal shurikens, and instead looked at the Chidori in his hand. Chidori's voice is getting louder and louder. The entire space is filled with such terrifying sounds. But the next moment, this voice suddenly became extremely small. The voice of Chidori actually completed an extreme volume change in an instant. No, it's not the size of the sound. It should be the frequency. This frequency is wrong, Sasuke yelled in his heart, and then the three jade in his eyes turned wilder. Just as the hexagonal crystal shuriken was about to touch Sasuke's body, a smile suddenly appeared on Sasuke's face. The sound of the 1,000 birds disappeared at this moment, and the same disappeared. There was the hexagonal crystal shuriken that galloped over, and the crystal clone. Gurren was surprised. What happened? Sasuke's mouth curled up slightly and said, I have found your weakness. How is it possible? I don't believe it. Gillian cried out in horror, and immediately sealed her hands again. Crystal escape middle dot the technique of crystal breaking and dropping dragon. The crystal dragon appeared again and slammed towards Sasuke. Sasuke didn't move at all, and the blue current in his left hand surged again. Sound of 1,000 birds. The silent Chidori appeared again, and the crystal dragon shattered when it was less than 1 meter away from Sasuke. Kakashi in the distance saw it and smiled. The soundless Chidori, but it's not Rachel. Chidori's voice. It's really interesting ninjutsu. Sasuke is a genius. Develop such an application. This. How is this possible? Gillian looked unbelievable. His original confidence disappeared without a trace at this moment. She could accept that Jingdun was broken up by Sasuke, but she could not accept that Jingdun was completely wiped out by an unknown attack before he approached Sasuke. There is nothing impossible. Although your ninjutsu is strong, but the weakness is too obvious. This time, I won. As Sasuke said, the Chidori in his hand extended instantly. The 1,000 birds sharp spear stabbed. The extended Chidori pierced directly into Gurren's chest. Blood overflowing. Chapter 394 Weird Big Snake Pill. The powerful thunder attribute chakra invaded Honglian's body, and a mouthful of blood spewed directly from Honglian's mouth. Damn it, it's like this, Gillian whispered. The feeling of numbness gradually made her feel a sense of confusion. Gurren struggled out of the range of the Chidori sharp spear, and under his feet was the end of the stone platform. Stabbed. Guren pulled his body away from the tip of the Chidori rifle, and then fell down on the stone platform. Master Dashimaru, I'm sorry, Guren let you down. This was Galian's last thought, and his eyes went black, and he fainted. At this moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the intersection, reaching out to catch the red lotus that was about to land. Grey hair, round black frame, and a faint smile always hangs at the corner of his mouth. Pharmacist pocket. Sure enough, she is a troublesome woman, and you have to ask me to save you. Yakushido and Gulian are not in harmony. There is only one reason for appearing here, to rescue Gulian. Is Oshimaru coming? Kakashi murmured, and then he sensed the breath of a snake. The three ghosts in front of him were still attacking ferociously, but Kakashi was no longer interested. As soon as the step opened, the three ghosts were instantly sent back to the psychic world by Kakashi. Tayuya was still in shock. Kakashi appeared behind Tayuya and said softly, "Sorry, it's time to play." Doyu hadn't reacted yet, and only heard a palm wind from behind, and then his neck hurt, and the whole person fainted. Hee, Kakashi, it's not a glorious thing to shoot at juniors. The hoarse voice sounded in the large space, full of magnetism. But in the whole world, there is only one person who has this kind of voice. Okimaru. Kakashi looked at the entrance and saw a figure walking in. Goose yellow kimono, purple eyeliner, and those golden snake eyes. The corner of his mouth was still that kind of playful smile, looking at the only person in the audience who deserved his attention, Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled, "It's really dishonorable, so you should be thankful that I still have her life." "Oh? If you like it, even if you kill her, I won't mind." Oshimaru laughed, making the hair stand upright. "I don't have such interest. Give it back to you," Kakashi said, throwing Tayuya to Oshimaru. Daishiwan did not rush and reached out to take it. At this time, I walked back to Dashwan with Honglian in his pocket and said, "Master Dashwan, Honglian is in a bad condition and needs medical treatment." "Really?" Oshimaru said, handing Tayuya to the pocket, and then looked at Sasuke on the stone platform, and smiled. "It's really Sasuke-kun. In just 2 years, he can grow up to this." To the point, Kakashi, "I regret that I had a deal with you before." Kakashi smiled and said, "It's no use regretting. Sasuke won't follow you anymore." "That said, but there is always another way, don't you think?" Kakashi. Oshimaru smiled. Kakashi couldn't help but frown when he heard the words. This big snake pill actually gave himself a dangerous feeling. What happened to him? At this time, the three of Sakura had already ran to Kakashi's side, and Sasuke also pulled out the Kuzunaru sword placed on the stone platform, and jumped to Kakashi's side. "Ms. Kakashi," Sakura called out with some worry. Kakashi raised his hand slightly to signal Sakura to be relieved. Sakura didn't speak anymore when she saw this. "Oshimaru, the purpose of your coming here is for this Kusanagi sword." "It's a pity, I won't give it to you," Kakashi said. Hearing this, Daishimaru's eyes fell on the Kusanagi sword among the assistants. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Oshimaru. This man who once frightened him seems to have become stronger now. Even though he has become much stronger, he can still feel that there still seems to be a distance between him and Daishimaru. I did come for it before, but at this moment, it seems that this trip was a bit wasted." Dashimaru smiled. "Oh? Why?" Kakashi wondered. This Kusanagi sword seems to be just a fake, and sure enough, there is only one real Kusanagi sword, which is the one in my hand." Daishimaru smiled, smiling very happily, but it was also confusing. Kakashi looked at the Kusanagi sword among the assistants, and took a closer look. In terms of materials and workmanship, the quality of this Kusanagi sword is absolutely not bad, but compared with the Kusanagi sword in the hands of Oshimaru, it is indeed a level behind. But it is definitely a rare good sword. "In that case, the Kusanagi sword doesn't make much sense to me, Sasuke. It seems that your long sword is broken." Then, This sword is a gift I gave you at that time. Oshimaru smiled. Ha! You are generous, Sasuke said coldly. The knife was clearly in his own hand, but Oshimaru said it was given to him. This feeling is really strange. Of course, the intelligence and search work of this Kizaru sword are all done by my people. Naturally, this Kizaru sword is also mine, Oshimaru said naturally. When Kakashi heard the words, he still felt that there was some truth. Then, this meeting will end here, Kakashi. I am looking forward to our next meeting. After Oshimaru finished speaking, he turned to leave without any hesitation, and Doubter held Yulin with one hand, and Dayuya with the other hand, followed behind Oshimaru, and left. Kakashi-sensei, shall we chase? Sasuke asked. Kakashi shook his head and said, no, the strength of Oshimaru is not to be underestimated, and the strength of that pocket is not weak. If we attack rashly, I am afraid there will be casualties. The task has been completed, and there is no need to create conflicts. Everyone had to give up after hearing this. Indeed, facing the -1, these people are indeed in danger. If there is only Kakashi alone, Kakashi would not mind having a fight with Oshimaru. After all, Oshimaru feels very weird to Kakashi at this time, and Kakashi wants to find out what is going on with this weird feeling. But with Sasuke and others present, Kakashi couldn't let go of his hands and feet. After all, Kakashi was not in a heyday. After weighing the pros and cons, Kakashi did not act rashly. Kakashi suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, that's it. Senior Lugiu, since Oshimaru is here, has Otto-9 space camp been the two? Isn't Lugiu's predecessor entering the tiger's mouth? Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but anxiously, and left here with the four of them, heading towards the base camp of Otto-9. Chapter 395 Attribution. The four followed Kakashi, and Sakura asked with some doubts, Kakashi-sensei, what's the matter? Since Oshimaru is here, it means he has arrived early. If he arrives, where will he go? Kakashi said. The four of them were surprised when they heard this, and Sakura said, Otto-9's residence. Yes, Lugiu-senpai and Huo-dao are the base camps of Otto-9. If Oshimaru and the others happened to be there before, I'm afraid, Kakashi said, regretting in his heart. Unexpectedly, the information provided by the ninja named Lazazu in the illusion was wrong. It should be the -1 speeding up his footwork, or some other change, that made it reach this place so quickly. At this time, Sasuke suddenly said, Kakashi-sensei, Kageyu-senpai should be fine. Oh, Sasuke, how do you know? Kakashi asked curiously. Just now we fought against the 5 people of Honglian. It took less than 10 minutes for the whole journey to come, and the distance to Otto-9's station was the same as the position where we were separated from Mr. Lugiu and Huo-dao before to Otto-9's station. There is a difference in the time required for the distance. With such a short time difference, Oshimaru and the others may not have met Senior Lugiu at all. Even if they did, in such a short period of time, with the strength of Mr. Lugiu, it's impossible to be killed by Oshimaru in seconds. Sasuke analyzed the strength of a wave, and Kakashi suddenly seemed to say that it really made sense. But Kakashi's feet did not slow down. Sasuke, right, but at this time, Oshimaru is also likely to go back to Otto-9 station. So we still have to hurry over, just in case. I don't know if Kageyu-senpai and the others have ended the battle. Sasuke nodded and said, yes. The fairy mode is temporarily unavailable, and Kakashi has no way of knowing what is going on with Lugiu today. Parker's psychic art has not been solved yet. He should still follow Senior Lugiu and the others. The problem shouldn't be big, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. The 5 people's feet are fully stretched and the speed is extremely fast. But Kakashi still felt a little slow, so he planned to use full firepower and go first. Here both Sasuke and Sakura have their own Thunder God kunai. If something goes wrong, he can rush over as soon as possible, which shouldn't be a big problem. When Kakashi wanted to speed up, Xianglin suddenly said, Brother Kakashi, I can feel that Mr. Lugiu and Chakra of Fire Ice are fast approaching us. As soon as this remark came out, Kakashi immediately stopped his galloping behavior. I almost forgot. Xianglin's perception ability was not weaker than the state in which he had activated the fairy mode. How far is it from us? Kakashi asked. If you move forward at this speed, you will meet in 3 minutes. Really? That's good. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, so it seemed that there shouldn't be much problem. 3 minutes later, several people met. Senior Lugiu, what's the situation? Kakashi asked. Successfully resolved. There were not a few people left at Otonin Station. Fire Ice and I resolved the battle very quickly. Originally planned to clean the battlefield, but Parker suddenly said that your smell was approaching quickly, and I thought it might be an accident. So I rushed over. Did you solve it over the two? Lujo said. Well, the matter was resolved smoothly. Kuzenaru sword also got his hands, and I met -1. Lujo was taken aback and said, sure enough, Oshimaru is here too? No wonder there are not many Otonin. It is estimated that the rest of the people were called back by Oshimaru. Did you fight Oshimaru? Kakashi shook his head, and said, we were holding each other's hands and didn't do anything. But I feel that -1 seems a little strange. Strange? How to say? It's like changing a person. It's possible that Oshimaru has reincarnated without a corpse again. Kakashi thought for a while and gave his own answer. Really? According to the intelligence, Oshimaru's body fits perfectly last time, able to display almost all of his strength. Without loss of his body, he will reincarnate without a corpse. Could it be that he has encountered a better body? Luju guessed. Luju awakened the dreamer with a word, and Kakashi suddenly realized. Could it be ... Junmaro? Originally, Oshimaru was extremely satisfied with Junmaro's body, but if Junmaro's blood disease could not be cured, there would be no such thing as Suzuki. But now that Junmaro's hemorrhagic disease has been cured with the help of Kakashi, it is not impossible for Oshimaru to act on Junmaro. The 4 Otonin and Guren all appeared on the stage, but the strongest Junmaro was missing. Kakashi felt awe-inspiring, and Oshimaru seemed to have found a new path. Could it be that Oshimaru would do something to the Hyuga clan? Kakashi secretly asked. Indeed, he felt that there was a possibility. It seems that I have caused a big problem for myself. There were many thoughts in Kakashi's mind, but they were all vague. But what is certain is that the -1 at this time may be difficult to deal with. Seeing Kakashi's expression became a little dignified, Luju asked, Kakashi, what's wrong? It's nothing. I just think that the strength of the Oshimaru has become stronger, and it may affect Konoha. Kakashi explained casually. Perhaps, but it's not the time to care about these things. The trail of Oshimaru is not easy to find. Let's report the mission situation to the 5 generations, Lujo said. Yes, let Tsunade-sama worry about it. Kakashi smiled. After hearing the words, Kozakura mourned for Tsunade. These 2 people are really good at shaking the pot. At the moment, the 7 people gathered and returned to the Daiming Mansion in the Land of Flowers. Luja reported to the daimyo about the mission, and asked the daimyo to send someone to Otonin's station to clean the battlefield. The -1 should have already left at this time, and there is no danger for these people to go. The daimyo knew that the group of unknown ninjas had been dealt with and was very happy. Originally, he wanted to have a big banquet, but considering how many people were busy all night, they must be tired, so he postponed it until tomorrow. As for the issue of Kuzuna sword, the daimyo didn't mention a word. For the country of flowers, the Kuzunaru sword has no effect at all. With the strength of the country of flowers, no matter if this Kuzuna sword is true or false, they can't keep it. The so-called guilt of Pifu is not guilty, and the daimyo has a very clear understanding of this truth. Therefore, instead of asking for the Kusanagi sword to have a bad relationship with Konoha, it is better to take a favor and give it to Konoha. Perhaps this will be able to establish a more friendly diplomacy with Konoha, and the benefits to the country of flowers are far greater than the Kusanagi sword itself. The 2 sides had such a tacit understanding, so Kuzenara's sword naturally fell into Konoha's hands. Chapter 396 Letter from Juriflower Country Daming Mansion, Guest Room. Sasuke, is the Kuzenara sword in your hand? Kakashi asked. Sasuke nodded and took out the Kuzenara sword. Kakashi took it, looked at it carefully, and said, "It seems that Dashimaru made no mistake. This Kusanagi sword is indeed an imitation, and it is a bit worse than his Kusanagi sword." "Why is Kakashi Sensei so sure?" Sasuke asked curiously. "It's very simple. I have fought with Dashimaru before. His Kusana sword is much sharper than my previous Kyoenting, and this Kusana sword is better than my previous Kyoenting, but it's only better," Kakashi explained. "So that's it." Sasuke nodded. "But even so, there is not much in this world that can compare to this Kusanagi sword." Kakashi spoke, and handed the Kusanagi sword to Sasuke. Sasuke was taken aback, and said, "Kakashi Sensei, this sword is yours." Kakashi smiled. "Kakashi Sensei, this ... isn't it appropriate?" Sasuke said in surprise. A good knife is naturally a favorite for a person who practices knife skills. As for Kusanagi sword, Sasuke also had the idea of possession, but Sasuke also knew that such a weapon could not be possessed casually. This Kusanagi sword is the result of the mission and is to be handed over to Konoha. Kakashi gave it to himself. "I am afraid there will be a little trouble." "Don't worry, it's just a Kusanagi sword. Tsunade-sama is still very generous." Kakashi smiled. If Tsunade knew what Kakashi said, he would be so angry that he would punch Kakashi in the chest with a small fist. But what Kakashi said was the truth. Even if Tsunade knew that Kusanagi had given Sasuke, he wouldn't pursue anything. On the one hand, this Kusanagi sword was found by Kakashi and others, and it was considered the result of the mission. Even if it is handed over to the village will give a certain amount of compensation. On the other hand, Tsunade will still give Kakashi's face a Kusanagi sword, obviously not as valuable as Kakashi. Tsunade wouldn't care about these things with Kakashi. "Thank you, Mr. Kakashi." Sasuke accepted the Kusanagi sword when he heard the words, but he was a little moved in his heart. "Use it well, by the way, change the name of this sword, otherwise it always feels weird." Kakashi said. "Teacher, please give me a name." "That's it. Then call it Tankang Yunjian." "Thank you, teacher." "Haha, okay. Rest early, and I will return to Konoha tomorrow." Kakashi finished speaking, waved, and returned to his room. Sasuke watched Kakashi leave without moving. After a while, Sasuke looked at the Kusanagi sword in his hand. "No, it should be called the Sky Kong Yunjian at this time." Sky Kong Yunjian. Sasuke picked up the Sky Cloud sword, went to the courtyard, and danced the sword skills he had learned. For a time, there were many knives in the yard. Under the moonlight, that vigorous figure resembled a young man practicing swordsmanship in Kaima's house more than 10 years ago. Kakashi upstairs saw this scene with a relieved smile. Sasuke, like this seems pretty good. There was no word for a night. Early the next morning, Kakashi and others declined the daimyo's idea of having a banquet, and set off to return to Konoha. A group of 7 people walked swiftly all the way, but within 2 days of work, they returned to Konoha. In the Naruto building, Kakashi and Lugiu reported the mission together. "So, is it really the ghost of Oshimaru?" Tsunade whispered while propping up the table with both hands. "Yes, and it feels like Oshimaru has performed another rebirth without a dead body," Kakashi said. "Is it reincarnated again?" "This guy is still the same as expected." "Forget it. It's not easy to find him," Tsunade said. Kakashi and Lugiu glanced at each other without any unexpected expressions. Finding Dashwin is not an easy task. Compared with the actual effect, the manpower and material resources expended are really out of proportion. Why can most Sleever rebels get away with it? It is because it is difficult to catch up. Think about it, most Sleever rebels have shadow level strength. And how many shadow level combat strengths does a village have? Send shadow level combat power to hunt down Renin? Let's not talk about the problem of wasting. If this shadow level combat power is counter-killed, then it will be exciting. Therefore, Although it is the highest level bounty for the S-rank rebels, the wanted force is the lowest. Unless they happen to meet them, or if this rebellious forbearance has a great effect on the village, they will be arrested. Otherwise, most ninja villages generally don't care about S-rank rebels. By the way, where's Kizaru's sword? Tsunade asked. This. Kakashi scratched his head with some embarrassment. Tsunade looked at Kakashi and said, "Did you take it? It was originally our trophy. Should it be okay to distribute it?" Kakashi smiled. Boom! With a loud noise, Tsunade's iron fist hit the desk and said, "What did you say?" "Say it again." Tsunade-sama, don't do that." Kakashi sneered. "Humphrey." Tsunade snorted coldly, retracted his iron fist, and said, "Is it for Sasuke?" "Yes." For Tsunade would know, Kakashi is not surprised. After all, besides Sasuke, it seems that he can't give it to others. The workload has doubled recently. Kakashi rolled his eyes when he heard the words. Well, he knew it would be such a result. The deer on the side couldn't help but snickered when he heard the words, and looked gloating. Tsunade didn't pursue the matter of Kusanagi sword anymore, just as Kakashi thought. It was just a fake Kusanagi sword. Tsunade didn't take it to heart. But small revenge is indispensable. So, in the next few days, Tsunade threw a lot of documents to Kakashi. Kakashi was so busy that it was an inexorable one, and he fully experienced what it means to squeeze labor. Tsunade spent several days of leisure time happily, and when Kakashi finally got rid of the horror work given by Tsunade, the arrival of a toad broke the tranquility. Kakashi was resting on the bed at the Flagwood house, and suddenly heard a sound. Crack. This is Toad? Kakashi was taken aback, got up from the bed, and sure enough, on the windowsill, there was a toad. Toad bounced and jumped onto Kakashi's bed. As soon as he spit out his tongue, a scroll covered with saliva appeared in front of Kakashi. Kakashi untied the letter, with a seal on it. This is our letter from Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi unlocked the seal, glanced at the content on it, frowning involuntarily. Immediately, Kakashi burned the letter and murmured, "It looks like him out of the village again." Chapter 397 Turn on the key. Kakashi told Tsunade about this matter, but Tsunade did not object, and approved Kakashi's application to leave the village. Kakashi made a little preparation and left Konoha, and in the forest outside Konoha, he used the technique of Flying Thunder God. Call out. The spatial fluctuations sounded in the forest, and then disappeared invisible. Withered City, a small town on the border of the Land of Fire. There is not much prosperity or excessive poverty here, just a small town in the Land of Fire. But on this day, in this ordinary small city, there are a few big figures in the shinobi world. In the hotel, Kakashi's figure quietly emerged. Kakashi stood still, and saw a man with long white hair in front of him. Master Jiraiya, Kakashi said respectfully. Jiraiya also smiled and said, "Kakashi, it's very fast, just like Watergate." Master Jiraiya praised. "How about Naruto?" Kakashi looked around, but didn't see Naruto. Naruto is probably still asleep at this time. Yesterday's practice intensity was a bit stronger, so it's okay to sleep a little longer. Jiraiya said. "That's it. Lord Jiraiya, you said in the letter that you plan to untie Naruto's seal?" Kakashi asked. "To be precise, it is not to untie, but to let Naruto try to control the power of Kyuubi." "Kakashi, did you enter Naruto's body before and talk to Kyuubi?" Jiraiya also asked. Kakashi did not deny it, and said directly, "Yes, when Naruto was a child, I used the pupil power of the writing wheel to enter the sealed land of Nine Tails and discussed with Nine Tails. After that, Nine Tails it also reduced its own strength and did not interfere with Naruto's practice. No wonder I feel that Kyuubi in Naruto's body has been sealed for so many years. It stands to reason that the seal should be loosened. Chakra will be leaked from time to time. But now it is so quiet. I'm really curious. How did you make Kyuubi obedient?" Kame also looked at Kakashi curiously. Kakashi smiled, but did not answer. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, Jiraiya also sighed and said, "Forget it, I don't plan to say it depending on your appearance." "Thank you Lord Jiraiya for your understanding." "You kid, I really don't understand you more and more." Jiraiya also sighed, and for a while, he had the illusion that he was old. "Master Jiraiya, what you just meant was that you want Naruto to be a perfect man like Kyarabi," Kakashi said. "Yes. This is also the meaning of Watergate. Watergate uses ghouls to seal the nine tails into two parts, one yin and one yang, and then uses gossip seals to put the yang nine tails into Naruto's body, and the yin nine tails follow. Watergate entered the stomach of the Eve Death together. Before Watergate was dying, he handed the key to the gossip seal to the toads and the toads to me, hoping that I could help Naruto fully grasp the power of Kyuubi." Kakashi frowned upon hearing the words. "I think it's still too early. Ming is 15 years old, and he may not have the strength to control nine tails. This is too risky." "No, you can give it a try. Naruto's strength has improved a lot in the past 2 years. If Naruto can control the power of Kyuubi, then Akatsuki's threat to Naruto will be reduced to a freezing point. Even if it fails, we both are there. I believe there should be no problem if Naruto wants to control the runaway unscathed." Jiraiya also said, "This ... maybe we can give it a try, but we only need to tear off the seal a little bit. If there are too many, it may be troublesome," Kakashi said. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I understand this. Just tear up the four-tailed hole and let Naruto adjust to it. If there are too many, it will be really troublesome," Zylai also said. "Since this is the case, I have no opinion. It is good." As Zylai said, with a wave of his right hand, something like a scroll came out of his body. "This is," Kakashi said in surprise. "This is Toad Yin, the scroll toad of Miyomu Mountain, which can keep the top secret scroll. It is also something that Watergate gave to Miyomu Mountain before temporary." Zylai also explained. Toad Yin exclaimed, "Jiraiya, what do you tell me to come out for? Are you going to hold the ceremony for Tibet?" "No, it's not that time yet." "Then what do you tell me to come out for?" Toad Yin said impatiently. "I want Naruto to try to master the power of Kyuubi, so I need your help." "You tear off the corner of the seal first?" Toad Yin asked rhetorically. "Yes, give it a try. If it succeeds, it means you can proceed to the next step." Jiraiya also said, "Jiraiya, this is a very dangerous thing. If you don't manage it, even you will be seriously injured." Toad Yin said solemnly. Jiraiya also laughed and said, "Ha ha, don't worry, I have my own measures." "Well, since you are going to do this, then I naturally have no opinion. When the time comes, you can just ask me to come out." Toad Yin finished speaking, and got into Jiraiya's body again. After signing the secret scroll, the scroll will enter the contractor's body until the contractor dies or the contract is reached. Therefore, Toad Yin has always been on Jiraiya's body. And it is also the key for Naruto to fully control the power of nine tails. "Kakashi, everything is ready now, just waiting for Naruto to wake up." Jiraiya also smiled. "Yes, Lord Jiraiya." "By the way, Kakashi, where did your kid go in the past 2 years? If I didn't learn from Tsunade that your kid is back, I would do it myself." Jiraiya also asked. "Went to a place that shouldn't have been, and met some people who shouldn't have been," Kakashi said with emotion. "Hey, your kid still sold off with me." "Forget it, I don't bother to ask." Kakashi smiled faintly, and didn't explain much. Going back to the past is really not a talk. At this moment, Jiraiya's door was pushed open. A yellow-haired boy in toad pajamas walked in, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Laughter Fairy, why didn't you wake me up so late?" "What can I do if I delay my practice? If Sasuke surpasses him, it will disappoint Mr. Kakashi." The yellow-haired boy murmured and accidentally bumped into Kakashi. Ouch! The yellow-haired boy looked like he was not awake, and suddenly hit something and fell directly to the ground. "Naruto, people have grown taller, but why haven't this rashness been corrected?" A familiar voice rang in Naruto's ears, and Naruto immediately woke up. Open the blue eyes that day. looking at the person in front of you. Naruto's expression went from shock to surprise, and immediately fell on Kakashi's body. Ms. Kakashi. Chapter 398. Demon Fox's Clothes. Seeing Naruto who jumped on her body, Kakashi felt helpless and said, "Naruto, calm down." Naruto quickly got off Kakashi upon hearing this. It's not that Naruto thinks this is bad, but Kakashi's order, which Naruto has always listened to. "Ms. Kakashi, why are you here?" Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Kakashi smiled and touched Naruto's head, and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't tell you when I came over." Naruto enjoyed this action of Kakashi very much, and then said, It's okay. It's great to see Mrs. Kakashi. Is the practice going well?" Kakashi asked. "Yeah, very smooth." "You ask the fairy. I work hard every day," Naruto said quickly, for fear of being lazy by Kakashi's misunderstanding. Jiraiya also smiled and said, "Kakashi, Naruto is often lazy." Hearing that Jiraiya said the same thing, Naruto exploded immediately. Lecture. Don't talk nonsense. I obviously work very hard. Ha ha ha. Your kid will have a nervous day. It's really rare. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed heartlessly. Laughter fairy. Naruto yelled disgustingly. All right, knowing that you have worked hard, let's go. Today there is an important practice. I hope you can also work hard to complete it. Jiraiya suddenly suppressed his smile and said solemnly. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and Jiraiya was always laughing and joking. When he looked serious, it meant that he was going to do something. "Hey, lascivious fairy, what do you want to do?" Naruto asked with some fear. "Don't be nervous, it's just a practice, you see. For this practice, I even called Kakashi. Do you know how important it is?" Jiraiya also said. Naruto heard this and looked at Kakashi, who was aside. Kakashi nodded slightly, and said, "Naruto, you can do your best for this practice. You don't have to force it." Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately said with a vow, "Yes, Teacher Kakashi, I won't let you down." "Okay, now that we have reached an agreement, let's change to another place. It's not suitable for the next practice here." As Jiraiya said, he jumped out of the window. Naruto, keep up. Good. Hey, that's not right. I haven't changed my clothes yet. Naruto said. Don't change it. This dress is very cute. Kakashi grabbed Naruto and also jumped out the window. Naruto had no choice but to follow the two and leave first. The three quickly left the town and entered a valley. Jiraiya also murmured, "This place is good, it's just right." Behind him, Kakashi and Naruto also followed. Laughter fairy, why did you come so far? Naruto asked curiously. Naturally it is to make the practice easier. Wait a minute. Jiraiya also said, biting the finger of his right hand, and his hands were sealed. Psychic art. In an instant, a huge flesh-colored space appeared in front of the three of them. Wow! It's so big, it's like a big meatball. That huge scale almost filled the entire uninhabited valley. Jiraiya put his right hand on it, and a door the size of a person appeared. This is the stomach wall of Miyomu Mountain Iwasu Toad. It is a self-contained space and has a very strong defense ability. When we go into practice, there will not be much movement. It's a lascivious fairy. Really thoughtful, Naruto said with joy. Kakashi looked at Naruto and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Naruto's nerves are still so thick, and he doesn't want to think about what kind of cultivation it is like to use this kind of thing. If you can think about it a little bit, maybe you won't be able to laugh at this time. Naruto swaggered in, and Jiraiya nodded towards Kakashi. Kakashi knew, and walked in as well. Jiraiya followed closely, and the entrance was closed immediately. Wow, this place is really big. It looks completely different from the outside. Naruto looked around curiously. The three of them walked to the middle position, and Jiraiya stopped and said, "Just here." What are we going to do? Naruto asked curiously. Naruto, remember I told you before, there is a fox in your body, right? Jiraiya also said. Naruto was taken aback when he heard the words. Then his face was a little bleak, but he nodded. For Kyuubi, Naruto's feelings are actually very complicated. The humiliating life for so many years was brought to Naruto by Kyuubi, so Naruto was actually a bit resistant. He didn't communicate much with Kyuubi, only occasionally. Kyuubi always had a cold face, and Naruto didn't have much interest anymore. At least now, Naruto hasn't faced Kyuubi. Naruto, our practice this time is to try to control that power, Jiraiya said. Control that power? Naruto was a little confused, and then continued, but the lecturer's fairy, I can already borrow that power freely. Jiraiya also shook his head and said, no, that's far from enough. Those powers are less than 1/10,000th of the Nine Tails themselves. You have to get even more powerful power from the Nine Tails. What do you do then? Naruto asked. I will tear open a hole in your seal later. When the power of the Nine Tails will overflow, you have to learn how to control these powers. Understand? Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and said, okay. At this time Kakashi said, Naruto, if you want to control the power of the Nine Tails, remember to understand the communication, not to operate it hard. Understand communication? Naruto was a little confused. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now, you will always understand. If your brain can't remember, let your body remember that feeling. Understand? I see. Teacher Kakashi, it's like training for climbing trees and treading water. Naruto suddenly said, It seems right to say that, but the difficulty and approach are completely different. Kakashi said, it's okay, Mr. Kakashi, I will figure it out. Naruto said confidently. Well, Kakashi, don't worry about this. Naruto is not a type that can be clearly stated with his mouth. Let him experience it once. Jiraiya also said. That's what I said. Kakashi nodded. Seeing this, Jiraiya summoned Toadin again. However, Toadin did not have Mr. Direct. Instead, he stretched out a frog's hand and printed it directly on Naruto's abdomen. Well, you can handle the next thing yourself. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi were taken aback. Did you move too fast? Naruto was taken aback. And then he felt a burning sensation in his abdomen, and a huge force seemed to be pouring out of it. Ah! Naruto yelled, and a powerful wave of air was generated instantly. Is it just like this? Is there such a degree? As expected of Kyuubi, Jiraiya also exclaimed. At this time, the red chakra slowly overflowed from Naruto's abdomen. Are you out? Jiraiya frowned. Naruto's eyes instantly became the vertical pupils of the fox, and his murderous aura was overflowing. The red chakra on his body gradually formed a chakra coat, covering Naruto's body. Behind him, there is a red slave chakra fox tail. Demon Fox's clothes. Chapter 399 Naruto run away. It seems that nine-tailed chakra has begun to leak out. Kakashi said. Well, but the intensity is really surprising. It's just a tail, and it already has the feeling of forbearance. I didn't fight with Kushina before, it's really unimaginable. Xylai also said with emotion. The power of Nine Tails is indeed as strong as a bug. Kakashi nodded, and he was also very curious about how powerful the Nine Tails were. The original Nine Tails had two powers, Yin and Yang. Now, what is in Naruto's body is only half of the full Nine Tails. But it was this half. In the later stage, when cooperating with Naruto, he could fight with the five-tailed beasts at the same time, and still had the upper hand. If it is a complete nine-tailed beast, are all the other eight-tailed beasts not opponents? I have to say that when distributing the power of the tail beast, the six Tao immortals are too eccentric to the nine tails. Compared with other tail beasts, this power is not a star and a half. Naruto, how do you feel? Kakashi said. It feels good, but there is a killing intent in my heart. The skin also has a burning sensation. Naruto said. It seems that the power of a tail can be manipulated freely for Naruto now. Kakashi whispered. Well, after all, it's just equivalent to the power of Shinobu. Naruto has this ability. However, next, I have to take a look, Jiraiya said. Time passed by. The demon fox's clothing on Naruto's body also became more and more red, and the second tail appeared. Naruto only felt that the burning sensation on the skin was a bit stronger, but it was still bearable. Soon, the third tail grew out. Quite soon, this power leaks faster and faster, Kakashi said. Jiraiya's face also became a little dignified. He could feel that Naruto's breath was gradually approaching the shadow level. The power of the three tails is tolerated by the elite. Then, is the fourth tail the strength of the shadow class? Zillai also whispered. It should be correct, but Naruto's look like this is already a bit unsustainable. At this time, Naruto was already on all fours, plus the demon fox's clothes. It was like a fox. The beard on his face became more obvious. His nails grew a lot longer, and even fangs appeared. What? Naruto roared, and a powerful wave of air shook the entire space again. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and said in his heart, the power of the 9 tails is really terrifying, and the 3 tails already have this kind of power. It seems that the 4 tails are the strength of the shadow class. No wonder Naruto can rely on the power of the 4 tails to compete with the serpent. The pill duel still has the upper hand. At the moment Kakashi was thinking, the 3 blood-red tails wrapped Naruto tightly. The skin seemed to be fading away little by little, and Naruto's entire image could no longer show his face. At this moment, Naruto was like a little 9 tails. His whole body appeared black and red, and his eyes became white. Roar! A howl like a beast came from Naruto's mouth. It seems that the situation is a bit bad. Naruto with 4 tails can no longer control it. It seems that the whole person's sanity has disappeared. Jiraiya said solemnly. Yes, the power that Naruto can control today is the number of 3 tails. 4 tails are too reluctant. In this case, I am afraid that if you want to fully grasp the power of the 9 tails, it is not enough. Moreover, this way of mastering, I am afraid it's not the right way either. Naruto is probably already covered in bruises. I heard that Rabbi, the human pillar of the 8 tails, has a very good relationship with Yao, so he can become a beast at any time. Kakashi explained. Do you become friends with Kyuubi? Naruto can only rely on it. But this time I also understand where Naruto's limits are at this time. In the future, I can also do some targeted training. Zillai also said. In that case, let's disperse the 9-tailed chakra from Naruto as soon as possible. After staying in that state for a long time, I am afraid that the body will not be able to support it. Kakashi said. Okay. Jiraiya just responded when the 4-tailed Naruto suddenly opened his blood basin, and a little red and blue chakra gathered in midair. Kakashi was taken aback, and said, no, Naruto is gathering the tail beast jade. Jiraiya was also shocked. With this terrifying chakra density, even if it was his own bones, he would have no bones in a frontal blow. The tail beast jade was ready in an instant, and 9-tailed Naruto did not launch it directly, but swallowed it into his mouth. In an instant, Naruto Kyuubi's body quickly swelled. No! Get out of the way! As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, the terrifying tail beast jade spurted out of the mouth of Naruto 9 tails. The tail beast jade galloped toward the 2 of them. However, who are the 2 of them? How could they be hit by the tail beast jade if they were prepared? The tail beast jade failed, and finally bombarded the stomach wall of Iwasu Toad. In an instant, the stomach wall was directly blasted with a big hole. But soon, the big hole was quickly repaired. It's really terrifying power. The defensive power of the stomach wall of the Iwasu Toad is amazing. I didn't expect it to be penetrated in a single blow. Jiraiya also murmured. Jiraiya also understands a little bit now why Mizuman placed this bet on Naruto and Kyuubi at the end of his life. Because Mizuman knew the power of Kyuubi very well. After all, he was the man who had slept with Kyuubi and Zillai. Therefore, Mizuman knew that once Naruto fully mastered the power of Kyuubi and faced that unknown enemy, he would have confidence. Master Jiraiya, Naruto has lost his mind now, so we have to find a way to reseal the power of 9 tails, Kakashi said. Well, I was prepared. Jiraiya also said, taking out a piece of paper from his arms. This is the sealing paper that can seal 9-tailed chakra. Just stick it on Naruto's forehead. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he handed the seal paper to Kakashi, and said, Kakashi, You are faster. I will check Naruto later. You take the opportunity to stick the seal paper on Naruto's forehead. Okay, no problem. Kakashi took it, and flashed aside, waiting for the opportunity. Jiraiya also saw this and looked at Naruto. At this moment, Naruto was not at all sane. On all fours, his eyes were extremely hollow. Sure enough, you can't do this kind of trial indiscriminately. It's time for me, the immortal Miyamushan Toad, to appear on the scene, Jiraiya said, rushing towards Naruto. But before he got close, Naruto's four tails turned into sharp weapons and shot towards Jiraiya. Shoo! Seeing this, Jiraiya moved his toes and flashed around on the ground flexibly, avoiding the tail attack. Jiraiya also stood still. His hands were sealed. The Art of Messy Lion Hair. Chapter 400. Join forces. The long white hair instantly stretched again, forming a white rope, and flew towards Naruto. Nine Tails. Hair ninjutsu is one of Jiraiya's major characteristics. With powerful power, it is also one of the most commonly used ninjutsu. The long white hair formed the shape of a lion's head, entwining the nine-tailed Naruto tightly. The limbs are completely blocked. Roar! Kyuubi. Naruto roared hard, fiddling with all fours, trying to get rid of the annoying hair. It's now. Jiraiya also let out a low drink. Kakashi drove Shunbu directly, and rushed in front of Naruto. Holding the sealing paper in his right hand, he had to stick it on Naruto's forehead. At this moment, Naruto Nine Tails struggled, and the formed by the long white hair was broken directly. The hair fluttered, and then a paw was scratched at Kakashi. Kakashi was shocked, and quickly stepped away. The sharp claws wiped the clothes on Kakashi's chest, and in an instant, a shallow crack appeared. Kakashi retreated to Jiraiya, and Jiraiya also asked, "Is it all right, Kakashi?" "It's okay. I didn't expect to be broken free so quickly. It is really powerful," Kakashi whispered. "Well, it's a lot more trouble than I thought. It's troublesome now. I can't make heavy hands and have to subdue Naruto like this. It's really choking." Jiraiya also murmured. Kakashi nodded when he heard the words. At this time, the four-tailed Naruto is indeed very strong, and I am afraid that the average shadow rank is not an opponent. But compared to Jiraiya and Kakashi, there is still a big gap. It is not difficult for them to kill Naruto, but if they want to subdue Naruto, or let Naruto subdue him without injury, this is a big problem. The Jiraiya in the original book was even severely injured by Naruto. It wasn't that Jiraiya couldn't clean shy Naruto, but that Jiraiya had to make sure to subdue him without hurting Naruto. The difficulty of this has risen by several levels. After all, Jiraiya's ninjutsu is not suitable for capturing, they are all tough kills. As for Jiraiya's strength, before the myth of the late decisive battle appeared, I am afraid that only Nagato would be able to win Jiraiya. Even Nagato himself admitted that if Jiraiya also knew the secret of his clone, I am afraid he would not be an opponent. Master Jiraiya, restrict Naruto's actions, let's use soil to escape, Kakashi said. Well, I will continue to contain you. Try to get close and be careful. Naruto has a paw at this time. It's not a joke. Jiraiya said. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. Kakashi said, stepping away again. Seeing this, Jiraiya untied the stomach wall on the ground, and immediately sealed his hands. Soil escape. Yellow mud bog. In an instant, a yellow swamp formed under Naruto's feet, and Naruto sank directly. Roar. There was another roar, and Naruto was obviously not happy at this time. The swamp gradually swallowed Naruto's body, and soon, only half of his body was left. Naruto is furious. The four tails thrust into the swamp abruptly, trying to get his body out. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Now, the terrifying speed erupted again, directly descending from the sky, falling behind Naruto, and the sealing paper in his right hand was thrown directly on Naruto's forehead. Roar! With a low hum, the nine-tailed chakra on Naruto receded like a tide. All that was left was a weak Naruto, whose skin had been corroded by nine-tailed chakra, and he was flushed red. Kakashi hugged Naruto, left the marsh area, and landed next to Jiraiya. At this time, Naruto had passed out in a coma. and did not know the personnel. The terrible nine-tailed chakra directly corroded the skin on Ming's body. Zilei frowned. It's really terrible. The nine-tailed chakra originally has strong resilience, and the use of this kind of demon fox clothing will cause corrosive damage to the body. This plus and minus will cause great damage to human cells. I am afraid if things go on like this, Naruto will be short-lived. Kakashi said. A green chakra appeared in his hand, wanting to heal Naruto. Well, it seems that this way of mastering is really undesirable. We have to think of another way. Sure enough, we still have to carry out the ceremony of entering Tibet and open the water gate as the last resort. Zilei also murmured. Kakashi took back his chakra and gave up treatment. This kind of injury cannot be cured by Kakashi's half-hearted medical ninjutsu. That is indeed the safest way. But Naruto at this time does not have this strength. I am afraid it will be a while, Kakashi said. It can only be so. Zilei also nodded and said, let's go back first. Naruto looks like this. It is estimated that it will take some time to cultivate, Kakashi said. Zilei also touched his hair and smiled. It looks like this, but fortunately, I am calling you over this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be really troublesome. Kakashi smiled and said nothing. In a damp sewer, Naruto appeared here again. There is stagnant water underground, and a dark road ahead. Naruto was dazed, but there was a force that led him to walk forward slowly. It was still that huge iron cage, or that huge figure. Those two eyes the size of a lantern. Idiot. Are you here again? Kyuubi said coldly. Naruto was shocked when he heard the words and reacted. Smelly fox. Why am I here again? Naruto asked in surprise. Idiot. I don't even know why I came in. How about it? Isn't my strength uncomfortable? Kyuubi mocked. Memories flooded into Naruto's head, and then Naruto reacted to why he appeared here. Smelly fox. It's you again, right? Naruto cried. Cut. I'm not interested. Who wants you to tear off a corner of the seal and let my power leak out? Since you want to, then I can't let you down. It's just the power of four tails, so you can't bear it. Lived? It's really weak. Kyuubi mocked. Naruto was furious when he heard this, but there was nothing to say. This time, it was indeed his lack of strength that prevented him from mastering the power of the four tails. Smelly fox. You wait for me. One day, I will master all your power. Naruto swears loudly, pointing to Nine Tails. Oh, what an arrogant guy. Who do you think you are? I also want to master the power of this uncle, Kyuubi said with disdain. Because I am Naruto Uzumaki. Stinky fox. One day, you will recognize my strength. I want to be a man from Naruto. Kyuubi was slightly startled, and then said, I'm bored. Ah, smelly fox. What are you talking about? Get out. It's really noisy. With a wave of Nine Tails' paws, Naruto felt dizzy for a while, and then fainted. Sure enough, Ashura's reincarnations are all idiots.